You, dude. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. I like your setup.
Thank you, man.
Fun, yeah.
Thank you. It's
since I'm in politics, I kind of think
That's what I'm saying.
I vibe with the set more.
I think it's a good look for you too, dude. I think you look good on that.
Really?
Dude, there's something.
See,
about...
now I feel really self-conscious. I should have worn my suit. The only reason I didn't is because I'm going out after this. I'm like going to be out the
for
town.
Sure. Yeah.
You don't want to be walking around Austin, Texas,
just sweating.
I did it yesterday after Lex Friedman's podcast, and I was getting a lot of looks.
You guys both wore suits?
Yes, we both wore suits. That's right.
That's kind of nice.
But his is the black suit. His is different. He has like a uniform.
He does.
And I like to change it up.
He's like an alien fighter.
Yeah.
He dresses like Will Smith from Men in Black.
Exactly.
It's kind of, there's something nice about that. I've always wanted to do the Steve Jobs thing where I wear the same thing every day.
You could do it. I think you could do it.
I feel like I could. I know one guy who's been wearing all white for 7 years, and I might jack his swag.
In comedy, do you think it is useful to have a uniform or no? Because I noticed that comedians have been getting very fashion forward.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll go to a set and I'm like, honestly, what he's wearing is kind of distracting me right now.
Yeah, I don't understand why. I mean, I have like a loose uniform. It's just jeans, usually these sneakers, and I just switch a plain colored t-shirt.
That's fine. See, that's not just, that's that's comfortable. I could see that working. But sometimes I'll see these guys in crazy ass Gucci stuff. I'm like, dude, I'm blinded by you right now. I can't even hear what you're saying.
I never understood that too, because it's like, dude, you're supposed to be making people laugh.
Yeah, you tell me. I don't know. It's your profession.
I don't know what it is. I see people go way fashion forward on the stage, and I'm kind of like, dude, it's just like a distraction.
Totally.
And nobody cares. Nobody cares. I totally agree. It's like nobody cares. Your job here is to play the fool. Like you're trying to dress like a cool guy. It's like I think it detracts.
I'm with you, man.
I think it detracts. If I ever wear anything that is remotely eye-catching, I'll think about it on stage the entire time.
Really?
I can't. Yeah. It took me forever to. This is my Oura ring. It's just for tracking my biometrics. Took me forever. I would meet every person I met. I'd be like, I'm usually not a 2-ring guy.
You're the only Oura ring person I know who's a guy.
I know. It's well, they track their periods.
I know. That's why every women I know is like they're obsessed with period tracking. So how does it feel to be a guy wearing an Oura ring?
Well, what
do you even get out of the
Me and Nick Sex from 311. I'm not the only guy. The guy from 311 wears the Oura ring too. But
real men wear whoop straps.
Whoop straps are cool. But here's the thing: sleeping with something on my wrist, I get it to track my sleep.
Yeah,
my sleep is way up.
This. You can sleep with this.
Just too clunky on my hand.
It's too clunky on your hand.
It's too clunky. I tried doing the Apple Watch sleep, and it's just I can't get with it.
I'll tell you, when I got my wedding ring, it took me months to get used to this shit.
Yeah.
It's just, even now, I'm always like this.
Yep.
I noticed subconsciously I'm always twisted
I banging on shit. I felt weird for the longest time, and then now if I don't have it on, I feel like a naked boy.
Do you ever get terrified that you're gonna rip your finger off? I think about that all the time.
How are you gonna rip your finger off?
I don't know, like the trunk or something. Like something will catch just exactly the right way.
Oh, you're gonna come into it like that.
Yeah, and your entire finger is gonna be completely ripped off.
Then if you rip your ring finger off, then it's on. You can do whatever you want. Just be like, bro. My bad.
What do you even tell your wife? Put the ring on the nub.
Yeah, it's like I lost my ring. You just cheat on her all the time because you don't have a ring finger.
Babe, I don't have a ring finger. It's gone.
Our vows are over. Yeah, if you lose that finger, you're a batch. You're a bachelor.
Good. I like that. Wait, you remember those rules in the 2000s? I love watching, 2000s movies or even actually 1990s, like American Pie, when they're like, it's not cheating if you're not in the same zip code.
Oh, yeah.
And rewatching it 25 years later, you're like, that makes no fucking sense. You're like, what are you talking? Like, how was this conventional wisdom in 2001?
The hall pass was another big one. Like, hall pass.
There was a whole Friends episode. Like, what's your hall pass? And I was like, but that's not real. It's just totally fake.
Yeah, you're butt fucking a lady in a hotel room. Like, stop acting like it's a cute thing to do. Yeah, I was literally just thinking about hall passes yesterday. I was like, they try to push that for a little bit. They were like,
it was a huge
hall pass.
2000s trope, as if all relationships functioned on if you're not in separate area codes, you're not married or you're engaged. Hall passes were apparently and allegedly a thing. What else was there? There was
work wife
was a huge thing.
That shit pisses me off.
Yeah,
I don't like that stuff.
The entire
at all.
work wife concept is fucking weird.
Yeah,
I mean, I understand how it arises, but it's like it's not your work wife. You're cheating on your wife.
Exactly. You're having an emotional relationship.
You are having an emotional affair
that's going to bleed over.
Right. Yeah. Things were weird in the 90s.
They were weird. And there was also in the 90s, it was like very in vogue. We talked about this before, but it was like very in vogue to like jailbait. The concept of like having sex with
You're
underage
absolutely right.
women was just like, yo, bro, jailbait.
That's another big American Pie thing too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, man, they don't age well, but they are still hilarious.
Dude, they're
And
so funny.
They should remake it. They should do it again. What was the last one? American Wedding? Is that what it?
I lost track. American Pie,
Yeah.
I saw that. That was like a huge thing to see when I was younger. I kind of jumped off that and Hangover. I didn't really follow The Hangover as well.
So good.
Comedies, they stopped making comedy movies for the most part.
The whole reason I'm here is because Shane is filming Tired.
I know.
So
Now it's the emergence. It's re-emerging. Yeah. And that technically is a show. The comedy, the great American comedy, there was like the Farrelly brothers, all these people. You don't have like a comedy in the theaters.
And the weirdest thing too is that the director Todd Phillips, I mean, he made so many of those movies that I love. Old School. He made, what else did he make? He made Road Trip, I think, which is an incredible film.
Road Trip is nice.
Road Trip is so good. But now, and then he did The Hangover. He became filthy rich. But then he made the Joker movie, and then he made Joker 2, which is adorable. It's like a total disaster.
Why do they do that?
I don't know. I mean, the Galaxy Brain case, Tarantino had a really good quote. He's like, Joker is Todd Phillips saying, the way he talks, he's like, Joker is the Todd Phillips way of saying fuck you to the audience, and that's why it's brilliant. And I was like, I don't know, Tarantino, I think you're galaxy braining yourself into how that this shitty movie is actually really good.
Sucks.
It's just bad. It's just empirically bad.
I know. Even though to be like, yeah, because for me, I always think of like the movie, I guess if you have that track record, it's like people will still invest in you.
Well, that's the thing. He has fuck you money. And honestly, he's a super weird dude. One of my favorite books I read about Hollywood was Molly's Game. Actually, it also became a movie, which is a good movie. I think it's on Netflix. And it's about that girl who ran the high stakes poker game in Hollywood. But I ended up reading the book, and I found out Tobey Maguire is a complete and total psycho. So Toby, I had no idea. So Toby was part of the quote unquote pussy posse with Leo DiCaprio. So I knew that. But then I'm reading about these weird psychological mind games that he would play in the book. And he would, at one point, he had a quote where he's like, poker is not about winning. Poker is about destroying people's souls. And he would string people along and bring them and get them into debt. And he was constantly charging this girl, the girl who ran the games, and he was fucking with her and her livelihood. And he would take the game. He's a multi-hundred millionaire or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
And he's charging her for using his automatic shuffling. Just weird power game shit. Like true Hollywood.
He's like an evil nerd.
Yeah,
he's like an evil nerd.
Psycho.
What the
Reading
fuck?
that book, I was like, dude, you are an actual psychopath. Like, this Seabiscuit, he's the jockey. That's it's Spider-Man. That's all I know about this guy. I was like, oh man, this is.
Well, he's probably
so
upset his
weird.
parents died when he was younger, and he had to become a superhero. Got bit by a spider.
He's got that, and then the more I learned, and then Todd Phillips is in the book too. That's what made me think
he's
of it.
nuts.
Because, he's
so this is all like
weirdo.
a biographer, basically, like digging into these people.
She wrote the book. She was like my journey running
this
the
is what he was
high-stakes
doing.
poker
Got
game.
you.
She was like the assistant to some rich Hollywood fuck, and he brought her to run the games, and then she got in with like Tobey Maguire. Apparently Leo came, and Toby got Leo to come. And
Pussy Posse,
but Leo is also apparently like didn't talk to anybody and just put his headphones on the entire time while he was playing poker.
Dude, I've heard a headphone story about Leo.
I was gonna say that's so that's what reminded me of the other.
Do you know the
Leo
song?
story.
Do you know the song he listens to?
No, what is it?
Oh, dude, it's fuck. It's Time to Pretend. He listens to Time to Pretend. While like someone who's wearing like basically
extremely
this.
young women. I mean, I don't get it. I mean,
Time to Pretend, dude. She's 27. It's Time to Pretend she's 27, but she's
no younger. What's the?
I'm saying she's 18. He's
25.
pretending.
Oh, that's right. He's trying to pretend that she's 18.
They're trying to pretend she's 27, but she is 18.
The whole thing is very strange. The Leo thing, I don't get it. I love Leo. He's such an incredible actor.
It's fantastic.
He's got great instincts. He's actually a very, very smart guy. But yeah, his personal life, it's weird. I think we need to call a spade a spade.
It is, and it's also one of those things where I think Bill Maher is like another avowed kind of like, I fuck 19-year-olds and I'm 65, and he's like,
no, he's older than that. I think he's like 67, bro. Yeah.
Jesus
He might be pushing 70 actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's another one where it's like, it is weird. It is definitely weird, dude, because the mental difference is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking like statistical Like think about how many standard deviations away
it's like a vampire. It's like you're an immortal vampire at that point. You're 70 talking to an 18-year-old.
18-year-old girl. Yeah.
You're kind of babysitting her.
Absolutely, you are. There's no question. I don't know, man.
And if it's like, dude, like you could be like, oh, I can make a geometric case for their breasts. It's like, all right, dude, well. Like, dude, just stop being such a pervert. Go jack off, dude. You don't have to date an 18-year-old. Just go jerk off. You don't have to, like, try to make it a lifestyle movement.
I love this because this is a very just natural way of us, like, bringing ourselves to being like, there's actually really something about you should just get married, bro. Like, get married. Be normal. Being normal is good. It's actually a good thing. People who aren't normal are fucking weirdos. And I mean, you and I are in a unique position where you actually probably eventually get to meet some of these famous people that you see, or you just hear little things that are not coming out in the public, and you're like, oh yeah, there's a real cost to this, isn't there? You're like, and I'm like, I'm not really sure I'm like, I don't want to fuck with this. This is not the way that I choose to live my life, and I don't really want to be associated with that.
Dude, there comes a point where you're either involved in this, like, because you're absolutely right, because you get to, like, they're like the rarefied air of like Hollywood and all this stuff, and it does turn into like a diabolical power game. And it's like we all have those instincts to participate in some level, but there are people who give their entire lives to, like, like looking at another guy's car or being like, he got what project? Fucking motherfucker. Yeah. Where's my 19-year-old girlfriend? I need to fucking eat her pussy right now to calm down.
It's a real, like, weird consumerist, like, idolatry of the self.
Yes.
And it's like everything that I've learned, in life is just like all of that is horrible and it's bad.
Yeah.
There's a good political, thing to this too. If you stay in Washington, the thing is, lots of people who are young come to Washington, 22, 23 years old, wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, all of that. Most people burn out by 27. So I'm like in my mid-30s now. And so I'm in the cohort, like, we made it. Like, the people who actually got the job, stayed in the lifestyle and all of that. But this is also, there's this cringe show, but How I Met Your Mother, and there's a very important concept that Barney lays out in that show where he's like, relationships, and I think life is like this, have off ramps like an exit, where it's like relationships is like 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year, 25, something like that. And if you look statistically, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
In terms of like when divorces and breakups and all that stuff happen, but for like professional DC, or honestly any career where it requires you to give fucking everything to it, but then you start to see. One of the most important pieces of advice I got was like, look at where you are and then look at the guy who's 10 years in that same path. And I was in the White House briefing room, for example, and I was looking around. I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, I don't want to be any of you people.
Yeah.
I'm like, I need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm like, if we're on this track, I'm like, this is a bad track. We got to get out.
What was the White House briefing? Was that like when you sit and ask questions at like
that's
thing?
where, well, I didn't even get to sit. I had to stand like a bitch in the corner.
Excuse me. So you're like just yelling questions.
It's horrible, man. Yeah. So actually, I'm hopeful with the new administration that we can change some of this up. So the way it works is that the White House Correspondents Association is like a cartel. And even though it's unofficial, they run everything. So all the briefing room seats are assigned by the White House Correspondents Association. I was working for the Daily Caller at the time, which is like a conservative media outlet. And if you want a seat, you have to apply. And applying takes years to get a new seat. And so if you don't have a seat, then obviously you have to get there early. So I would get there hours early ahead of time just to be able to stand in the hallway, like on the side, and you're literally crammed in up against like all these different people. There's all this jockeying, and there's like foreigners.
It's like
and
the stock market
other
kind
people.
of, in a way.
Literally, it's like a movie, right? And then you just sit there and you kind of like poke your hand. I was lucky because I'm tall, so I actually get my hand above. There was a short girl behind me, and she was like, "Can I get in front of you?" I'm like, "Sorry, bitch."
Yeah,
like, I got
nah.
here. Yeah,
I was
like,
here at 5 a.m.
Look, it's a dog-eat-dog world. Like, get here earlier. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. That's what I'm talking about, though. I don't want to be that person. That actually sucks.
Yeah.
Or there was this girl who's like, "Hi, I'm shooting a documentary. I'm from England and all this, and I was just wondering if I get my shot." I'm like, "Yeah, but if you get your shot, I'm gonna get my questions." So it's like, and then my boss is gonna chew my ass out. So it's just not gonna happen. It's like, and. You don't want to be in that mind space, is more what I'm saying. So that's probably...
It takes a toll. It does take a toll.
Hollywood, finance, politics, all these other things all function the same way in that if you want to be in the top 0.1% of your field, you have to give everything to it. And that's it. There's no other choice.
Yeah.
And, people should be real with that. So if you're listening and you're like thinking, you're like, oh, I really want to do something like that. Just understand what it takes. Understand what it actually takes to get there.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
For sure. And dude, it's funny because I'm viewing schools now and it's like kind of related. So I'm looking at schools for my daughter. She's going into kindergarten next year. So we're like looking at, and it's like, dude, schools now are, and I think it's good, but they're, what I've been seeing, it's like they're educating people to like do something for everybody, to like bring something to the world rather than like, you know, when we were in school, it was more like build yourself up so that you're a high value individual that you can just take resources for yourself and just, you know, like fuck off. And it's like, yeah, but the problem is like they sold everyone that dream, but the reality is like most people aren't going to get those.
Well, and it's not
most people
about,
aren't going to become doctors and
most
shit.
people don't want to do that.
True.
You don't want, like, I'm Indian, so I know a lot of doctors. It's like, do you want to know how hellish medical school is?
Dude.
Be real. Whenever you, like, for real. Do you want to spend 8 years in school, 4 years making shit money with $300,000 in debt, working 80, 90 hours a week, getting shit on by the attending physicians, then hoping and praying that you get, you know, your placement or whatever for the next job. So by the time you're my age, you can finally get your first paycheck. Oh, but fuck you. Even though you get your first nice paycheck, 90% of that is going to be going to clearing off of your medical debt. And you've lived 10 years. You're probably now addicted to smoking, food, like some vice of something. There's no way. Sure. Again, you know this too. When you work really hard, like it takes it all from you. You're going to be addicted to energy drinks, nicotine, whatever. Like you need something. Yeah, it's not possible to do it natural.
It's true. I've gone back and forth, and it's like I'm like, no, I don't need anything. And I had like a pretty harsh caffeine phase for myself. I'm like sensitive to it. Yeah, I had to stop that because I wasn't sleeping. But
how do you? Because you travel a lot, right? Yeah, that's brutal.
It sucks. Yeah. I've recently introduced melatonin. Okay. I'm a very like natural type. I don't want to take anything, but I've succumbed to just like
interesting.
Just
can I give you a warning about melatonin though?
Yeah.
So Andrew Huberman says not to take melatonin.
I know, man. I know it's not good. I know it's not right.
It was something about he said like the label on the bottle can be anywhere between like 2% and 1,000% of what's actually in there.
What?
Yeah, and he said something. Don't take my word for it, but it was something along the lines of, "I've seen them give melatonin to rats and it shrivels their balls." So he's like, I think that it messes with testosterone.
Enough said, dude. I'm done.
My opinion,
enough said,
you should stay off.
I'm off it.
Stay off the melatonin.
I'm off it. It is as soon as I started taking it, I was like, I get why Michael Jackson had a guy with like an IV in his arm. I'm like, dude,
no, that was a whole other level, man. That's like what was it? Propofol?
Propofol. It was Propofol. But you start to like, dude, it's like you're just sitting there reading a book, and all of a sudden the melatonin just starts to like weigh you. You're like a stone statue, and then you're just like.
Did you read about this Matthew Perry thing? Oh, it was so fucked up.
So what actually happened to him?
Perry. So, I mean, it's really sad. I read his book, actually, after he died. And Perry was, obviously, everybody knows he was a drug addict.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's his parents, it turns out his mom was like the press secretary for Justin Trudeau's dad.
What?
Like when he was the prime minister. Yeah, he was actually, and apparently he beat the shit out of Justin Trudeau when they were kids, which is wild.
Matthew Perry beat up Justin Trudeau?
Matthew Perry beat up Justin Trudeau.
That's kind of boss.
Yeah, it is cool. But so Perry, it turns out when he was like a really little baby and he was crying, his parents would give him like benzos, like benzodiazepine.
What?
Like really fuck. And he was like, yeah, one of some of my parents' funniest stories is about me as a baby just sitting there like drooling out of my mouth when they were plugging me full of benzos because I was crying. He was like colicky. And so his theory of why he's so fucked up and addicted to drugs was because at a very early age that he had benzos. And he's talked about how the very first time he ever felt like anything was good in this world was when he was drunk at 14 years old. And that was the rat race. And then he becomes a fucking centimillionaire, whatever, from Friends. And that's why you can see his weight wildly fluctuate on the show because he was either drunk or he was on pills or he was on Oxy. But dude, the thing is with Perry is he died of a ketamine overdose, I believe. And they Los Angeles District Attorney filed this case against the so-called like ketamine queen, and they have text messages in there of the doctor and the girl who was selling him all this illegal ketamine being like, how much can we take this rich asshole for? You know, charging him thousands of dollars per hit of ketamine, of which they're buying. It's like
not very chill, dude, ketamine community.
Deeply exploitative shit, like really bad. It was horrible.
I have a lot of people are really into ketamine. I have a very kind of like weird thing because I knew a lot of like
skeptical of that.
evil hippies who were like,
on ketamine.
They got like addicted to that shit. They used to call it. They used to call it hippie heroin.
What's it called? K-hole, right?
K-hole, yeah. Well, dude, before it became mainstream, it was known like people were like, oh, it's hippie heroin because they would like nod out.
What does it do? Because I thought that it helps.
Dissociative.
But there's the depression aspect. There's like the therapeutic aspect, and apparently he'd been having ketamine in a therapeutic setting, but then I guess he got addicted to that. And that's why he died in that hot tub, man, because, dude, and it was like his assistant, his little drug assistant. They were working to procure him drugs and charge him thousands of dollars because they were ripping this guy off.
That's not right. It's called custying someone out. They're custying him. You treat them custy prices. Really? Yeah. It's not a good thing to do. But yeah, I've heard people who swear by it. They're like, if you do like, because you can do, like, you know, they make like little lozenges and stuff. So you could like lay there. My brother's all about it. He's like, you lay there.
He's a big K guy.
Big K guy. Big special K guy. He was really selling me on it. And it was like, you know, I'm like, and I get like if you're laying there, it's like a 30-minute ordeal. You come out of it. Right. He's like, it's good. It's like, you know, blah, blah, blah. But then there's doctors who like will prescribe you a little bit. Like you can just kind of have it to kind of like, because you can either like get into a K-hole or just kind of take the edge off. And I knew like these dudes that would just snort K constantly. But if you snort too much, then you'll just be sitting there like.
The other K that I see signs for everywhere, and I actually don't know what it is it kratom?
Kratom, yeah.
What is kratom? It's kratom like you see signs for this everywhere. CBD, we sell kratom. I don't know a single person who's ever used kratom. I don't know what kratom is.
I know it, dude.
I just know it exists, but it's everywhere. It's literally everywhere. It's every gas station in America.
Gas stations sell like full on. They sell drugs, or you can sell weed legally at gas stations now. They did it. It's the hemp farm bill allowed THCA, which is weed. The active ingredient's THC.
Is that the same as was it spice or whatever? Those
dude. So what's that then? Spice is a synthetic. So it's like if you take Delta 9 tetrahydrogen, whatever it's called. There's the exact molecule that's illegal. Spice is like let's remove a couple carbon molecules and like a hydrogen, and now it's like very similar, but it's legal because it's not technically the same stuff. It's like an analog or whatever you want to call it. Sure. So what kratom is, with the THCA stuff, it's like like weed picked off the plant is THCA because there's a carbon molecule. That's why if you have to make brownies, you have to heat the weed up to decarboxylate it. And that's what, like, THC is illegal, but THC is legal. So now you can grow hemp, which is just weed, with THCA, which is just THC, and it's legal. And you can sell it at a gas station. It's completely schizophrenic. Right. It makes no sense. Yeah. It makes no sense. But I mean, I think it's sick. You can mail it right to your house. But
really?
Oh yeah, you can just get it mailed right to you.
Are you a big weed guy?
I was for the longest time. I
can smell weed in here.
It wasn't me.
Okay.
It wasn't me. Yeah. I know you hate it. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
That was you, bro. You were blazing. Me and Saga ripped the blunt, dude. I like that.
Don't put misinformation out there, all right? The moment I came down here, my nostrils flared. I didn't want to say anything, but I did suspect you. I'm not going to lie. I immediately suspected you.
I was a big weed guy since I was like in high school through college.
But you quit, right? So it's a success story.
I cut it out, but here's the thing. It becomes too much, like especially when you have kids. It's like I just can't. I can't be high. Like,
can you tell that to more people? Yeah.
Some people claim, but like for me personally, it's like having like a weird panic attack at a playground. Yeah. Not serving your family.
That sounds horrible.
Like, oh fuck, dude, that's got to be brave for my daughter.
But everybody says it's chill. No, it's chill, dude. It's totally chill.
Dude, the thing is, the weed's different. The weed is so strong. I know.
Now. Thank you. Please continue.
It's a different stuff, dude. I've literally I was selling weed from 2008 up until whatever. Pretty embarrassingly recently, but the whatever. I don't even remember.
I'm gonna call 911. Maybe 2009. Philly PD.
Maybe 2009.
Is weed legal in Philly?
I knew a guy who got it's medical. Okay. I knew a guy who got caught with coke outside of the Delaware County. And apparently the Delaware County, or like whatever township police called the Philadelphia PD and they're like, we caught this guy with cocaine. We also think he's been buying weed from Philadelphia, and dude, the Philly PD just went hung up on it. He was in the room. He was like in trouble for it.
I mean, to be fair, they have like actual problems.
Yes,
like murders.
And they were just like, he's like, dude, the Philly PD hung up on the township police.
They're like, dude, we don't care about that.
But it is, dude, with the dabs, it has become drugified. Yes. So I like watched weed develop for years, like very close to it, and it was like. it became a thing that was like, dude, this is like, dude, like it used, it was like everyone talks about this. Like in the 70s, it was like 7% THC. Then you get like 14, 15 was like, wow, dude, it's like 30. Some of them are like 28 to 30%. And it's too much.
And they also, the percentage was that are sold to you. It's kind of like what I just said about melatonin. You have no idea whether that's correctly in there or not. So yeah, let's stay off the weed. Let me that. Also, if you'll allow me a weed diatribe.
That's fine. I'll give you one. Yeah. What my thing is now, it's like, so now they're starting to regrow it and introduce like the grow it so it's like only 7% with CBD.
Okay.
And that's very relaxing and it's not as psychoactive. It really can like make you, it's like the founding father weed. That's like the hemp George Washington smoked.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's very chill. You're not like, you might get like,
Well, he was doing opium too. Do you think people?
Was he doing opium?
Of course, they all were doing opium back then. That's how the painkillers happen. Yeah.
True, I guess.
That's
milk
a forbidden part of the 1900s and nobody ever talks about. The shocking number of opium and cocaine addicts that were up until like the 1920s. Incredible amount of society was addicted to morphine, opium, cocaine. You could get it readily across the counter. A lot of the doctors were going to prison because they were coke addicts and they were prescribing cocaine to different people. It's actually pretty wild.
Yeah, I think you can get it in prison. You can get like opium in prison in like the 20s. I think you could order it on commissary.
Wow.
I think so. I read a book about like an old like a burglar from like 1890s.
Not a bad way to spend the time. You're already locked up.
Yeah, you can just gobble it up. You could just take exactly. You could just gobble it up. I think it was like either the guards were selling it, but I remember the guy was saying in the book he just ordered some opium from the truck.
Well, it wasn't illegal for a long time. Yeah, I mean, it took a long time because there was a lot of, it's the same problems we have now. Like opium addicts at the time, it's like for a while they're on opium, they can't afford opium, you start robbing people to pay for your opium, and it's like, they're like, okay, we got to get rid of this.
Yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, dude, the Kratom now is, Kratom is a... It's not.
So what is it? Is
so
it
it's
a
technically
plant?
an opiate. It's a plant. It's a natural plant, but it has.
No, this is what they say about it's natural.
It is natural.
Yeah, it's natural. What did you just talk about? Oh, the cross plays with this. Yes, 40% now. It's like that's not fucking natural.
Exactly.
Okay? That's as natural as
the
the red tomato in a grocery store.
I totally agree. Right. I think they've ruined weed. Now it's called type 2 cannabis. They're walking it back, and I think that because dude, I would just like freak out. I'm like, this sucks. This isn't fun at all. Or I do think though, and this is like I do like saying this to people because people get very like bullyish with weed. They'll be like, dude, fucking 5 milligram. I could take a 50 mil. It's like this because you're a dumbass. You don't have anything going on in your brain. So
it's like you've actually cooked so much of your IQ off that you no longer have the IQ to understand.
No, I'm saying naturally they're a dumbass. They've always been people who can do like 200 milligram edibles. It's like, yeah, because you're a fucking dumbass. You don't have anything going on in your mind. You're just sitting there like, you're like when like a dog gets a brownie. You're just kind of like, or you metabolize it differently. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
But dude, the Kratom, they do snag people with the natural stuff, but it's like it mimics opiates. So people will use it to get off of like, you could be sick from.
It's like methadone?
Heroin, if it was a plant. But it also is different. Like if you take a little bit, it's energizing. But if you take a lot, it's like you ate like 4 Percocets.
I don't get it, man.
Dude, and people get addicted to it, man. And
no, I do know that. That's why I brought it up, because there is a lot of this weird stuff that, like Kratom, obviously weed now with the mass legalization, and nobody ever talks about it. If you look at the weed graph, like over 20% of weed users are using it on a multi-daily basis. Yeah. So that is like, imagine if 20% of people who drank alcohol drank like straight liquor all day, every day. That's not even close.
What is the percentage of people who drink alcohol daily?
Who are daily drinkers? I think it's like 7 to 8%. Actually, by the way, I'm not putting alcohol off the...
For sure.
Yeah, it's really bad. People who are alcoholics, it ruins your life. It will kill you early. There's all this stuff. And actually, it's weed and alcohol, almost all vices actually have the same effect where between like it's like the Pareto principle where 20% can be responsible for 80%. And so 20% of weed users consume almost all of the weed and because they're using it every single day and it's extremely high THC and it's psychoactive. Anybody who knows anybody who's ever owned a liquor store, it's like the vast majority of your sales are going to the same like alcoholics Honestly, it's really sad.
Yeah.
And then gambling is the same way. Like a huge percentage of casino returnees, like, you know, people go to Vegas and they have fun, but like if you have ever spent time in a casino, like the people that come every single day are just like pissing their life.
It makes you really sad.
That's the saddest part. Like that is really sad.
It's so when you see, especially the old people there, and you're like, damn, your kids stopped talking to you. You've worked your whole life.
Do you have sports gambling advertisers? Do you?
Oh, big time, yeah.
Oh, do you? Okay,
you can talk whatever you want.
Okay, all right. Well, then I'll say it.
It's unfettered free speech.
Well,
you think I'm going to restrict speech at the podium?
Sorry, DraftKings and FanDuel and all these other people.
It's not those two. But
okay, good. All right. Well,
we've definitely had them before.
Oh, have you?
Say whatever you want.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but you know,
can you get me in trouble?
I have become totally convinced. But I don't put cards on the table. I actually like to go to the casino. I think casino gambling is really fun, but I think it's very important that I have to go to the casino to a physical location. The stats right now on sports gambling, it's just like weed, all vices. Disaster. If you look at the amount of money that is being sucked out of people's pockets, it's horrible. So in September, in New Jersey alone, New Jersey bettors lost $200 million by gambling online, in full online gambling. They lost $400 million. They were gambling on sports, and a total of $900 million in a single month of September, just if you include also the casinos. So you can see that almost half of the money that New Jersey bettors lost. By the way, Jersey's not that fucking big. So we just talked about $1 billion that got sucked out of the market.
Crazy.
People are addicted to sports gambling, man. It's terrible. And the other thing is, if I studied, I went and I read a little bit about how casinos operate, and casino profits, like the amount that they take, is called the hold, like on a game. And the hold for DraftKings, FanDuel, and all these others is way higher because traditional gamblers in casinos, they'll bet the money line or they'll bet the spread. But these retards on sports gambling are buying and doing all these parlays that get algorithmically pushed. You have no fucking chance of winning your parlay. Okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, you're not going to win your parlay. Don't ask me. Check the stats and look at the profits for where all these people are coming from. So, dude, mass sports gambling has been a fucking disaster. Like, you've seen domestic violence has gone up in the places where it is. Bankruptcies are up. You're seeing a huge amount of credit card debt, 25% increase amongst the people where it is legal. And actually, I just read an article about Brazil yesterday where basically it's a social transfer program where the government is cutting checks to working class people. Those people are gambling almost 40% of their paychecks away on a consistent basis. So it's like a mass wealth transfer that's happening right now. And I mean, sadly, because you can do it online, just imagine if you could take your phone out and there was an app on your phone where you could drink alcohol. Do you know how popular that app would be?
Yeah.
Imagine,
or see naked girls.
Well, that's a big one. We'll get to that next. We're going to come next. This is going to be the Killjoy podcast.
No.
But imagine if you could like suck marijuana from an app that was out of your phone. People would be addicted to that. That gambling is honestly worse.
Well, it's a double addiction because the phone's addictive.
Yes,
and
exactly.
then you put addiction on top of an addictive device.
So you have algorithm, you have phones, and you have money that is now at stake. Every single state where this has happened has been an absolute nightmare. And you know, all you have to do, the thing is that the gambling companies legally they have to disclose all of this. So all you have to do is go and read their profit and loss statements and look how much of this is coming from the parlay bets. It's the vast majority of their profits, and yet you idiots keep signing up for it. And I get that it's fun, but it's not funny whenever your wife is like, hey, baby, can we buy these berries for our child? And you're like, oh, I actually pissed it all away on a parlay last night. And, you know, now you have guys who are, you know, you've seen this explosion and people are like, I'm gambling on women's softball or in Korea. And I'm like, bro, you have a problem.
Yeah.
You have a problem.
That's always been, people are like, that's degenerate behavior. Like the Little League World Series, like, you're a degenerate. You're a degenerate. Yeah.
You are a degen, bro. And this is my case. I think gambling should be legal. But it should only be in casinos, because one of my favorite parts about going to the casino is you meet the characters, right? You go to the craps table and you see a guy who hasn't showered in 3 days and has got his colostomy bag on. And by the way, he will teach you how to roll the dice. And so shout out to that man for showing me how to do it. But seeing him, I'm like, I don't ever want to be even in the same like universe of like whatever this dude is. But you can't see that when you're on the couch. You don't understand. You're the sucker. Last thing on this that I found out from Nate Silver's book is that if you are any good at sports gambling, you're banned. And so
that's kind of fucked up.
So if you win consistently on DraftKings or on FanDuel, they will cap your bet size to like $2. They're like, oh, you're allowed to bet $2.14.
That's bullshit.
Yes, but you know why? And then people are like, I'm actually really good at sports gambling. I'm like, oh, how you been on the app? They're like 3 years. I'm like, you're not any good at sports gambling. I'm like, it would have banned your ass.
Yeah, they would cut. That's everyone. No, I'm like breaking even basically. And it's like, they ain't fucking that.
It's like, well, first of all, you need to win 52% of your bets just to beat the house, because 2% is the vig that goes to the house.
Yeah.
But then over that, it's like look, you're not winning. If you're still gambling consistently on the apps, you have not won, and you're the sucker. That's just
what they should do. An easy amendment to this that wouldn't be such a money suck is that when you lose your gambling money, it's held from you for 6 months. They get to make money on the interest, and then they send it back to you. So you're
that
like,
would be nice, but
you're momentarily penalized.
I just read in New York.
I mean, why would they do that? They would be like, "Fuck you, we're keeping all. How about we keep all of it and make interest?"
These guys are making the biggest killing in the planet, and like the best part is all the states are doing it too because they want the money. But the thing is, look, they're going to pay for it because it's one of those where you're getting this fake tax revenue. But yeah, when you have to come and send cops to Johnny's house because he went fucking broke and he beat up his wife or his girlfriend or whatever, you're paying for that. You know,
he's blowing off some steam.
Right. Parlay goes down. He's going to house one of those plastic bottles of whiskey from Costco.
Yeah.
And we all know what happens next.
It is weird that when jobs are scarce, like it just people just end up beating up girls. Like if there's not good stuff going on, people are like, well, I guess I have to beat up a girl now. It happens across like every culture.
It's every culture. Actually, a lot of people got mad at me on the show because I was talking about it was during one of our immigration debates. I think you talked about it a little bit actually on your show, and I was just like, look. And by the way, just full disclosure, I married into an Irish family from Philadelphia.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so I have no discrimination against the Irish. But what I'm saying is, back in the day, I think it was reasonable to be like, well, you know, all these people are coming over here and they drank a lot of whiskey. And so nobody knows this. The very first thing that women did whenever they voted was ban alcohol. That's why the temperance movement was entirely driven by women.
Whoa.
And the reason why is because they were getting the absolute shit kicked out of them by their drunk ass husbands who were drinking a liter of whiskey per day on average to deal with, you know, the Industrial Revolution and all this. But it was also, let's be honest, it was part of their culture, right?
Yeah,
and so that's what people don't forget is like that. For some reason, it's intrinsic. Like alcohol, gambling, and beating the shit out of your wife. It's just a package deal.
It's one big thing.
You are signing up for that. Yep. You are 100%. So don't incentivize it.
Yeah, it's just impulses ruling the roost, and then eventually the curtain closes, and you're like,
right. Yeah, well, really what I think it is just somebody for the first time is showing the reality of what you've done, where you can rationalize your parlays away, you can rationalize all this, but the very first time, like I just said, we're like, hey, can we pay to go see, I don't know, like I want to go see my mom next week or whatever. Can I get a flight? And they're like, no, we literally don't have any money.
Yeah, or the ultimate being like, I told you the Chiefs weren't going to kick a field goal. And you're like, shut the fuck up. You didn't know that.
Yeah.
It is funny. There is a huge, because, you know, I'm all like Irish Catholic out, and it's like, like seeing someone fall at a wedding, I'm like, meh. Yeah. It's like, it's so normal. And like my wife would like cry. She's like, that's not right. And I'm like, that's so sad. And I'm like, Dude,
my
people
in-laws
fall
and
at
their family are not like
people
that.
fall at weddings. It is what it is.
I
Like,
did
stop being
see
a baby.
really
about
funny
it.
tweet and be like, I left Dublin and I moved. I forget where they moved, like somewhere in South America or something. And they're like, and what I thought was we were all having a good time. It turns out we're just crippling alcoholics.
Yeah, like family beach trips were just like adults hammered for 7 days, and I'd just be like, all right. And then the kids would get hammered. They would
East
pass
Coast
out.
beach culture is weird.
Oh, it's crazy,
I'll tell you
dude.
this.
It's crazy.
I had no exposure to it because I grew up here. But yeah, I went to went to Rehoboth, which is like the nice beach, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I'm like, man, these ladies are hammering Tito's at like 9 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, there's some crazy shit going down.
East Coast beach
now.
culture is like it's like quiet. It's not like as like cool like Margaritaville. It's just people just quietly
degen.
My
Just
uncles,
sitting there,
my uncles would be like, they would all joke. They'd be like, ah, man, who's gonna crack the first one? They'd be like, I don't give a shit, I'll do it. And you just crack a Coors Light. Now they don't let you drink on the beaches like that.
Really?
Yeah, they're
I
ticketing
saw a lot of people doing it.
Well, in the
they're
Jersey
doing it in the
Shore.
solo cups.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They used to, and they'll still come around and police you. I grew up going to Sea Isle, and dude, it was just beers, whatever.
Really?
Now it's like you have to have a cup, and they'll come around if you have alcohol in your cup. Because they can just write you a fine because everyone's going to drink on the beach.
Of course they are. Yeah. Well, and this is where my like nanny state instincts kind of. I'm like, all right, well, fuck off. All right, people are also on the beach, and that's just a money grab for. We need rules, but really, what it is like we just need a better culture around this stuff because we just got to acknowledge the downsides, right? That's all I'm asking. Everybody's asking like, sports gambling is the greatest thing ever. It's about freedom. You're gonna get and look at their ads, right? They're like, you're gonna get rich. You join free $15.
No, we'll give you $500 for $5.
$5 a $500 deposit. I'm like, once again, bro, like. Have you ever been to a casino? That shit doesn't get built based on winners. Like 99% of the people who walk out of there are fucking losers. The odds that it are you is almost 99%. So,
well, I think the gambling companies would be happier doing this because they do that little disclaimer, like, by the way, guys, if in case you
but that's mostly bullshit, and a lot of it is because they're required by the state to put it in there, and then what the states do is they take part of these losses and they fund these gambling. But it's like you are the receipt. The rise in sports gambling addiction has created the need for these gambling addiction centers. So it's like, just don't have it in the first place.
Well, the weirdest part about gambling addiction is that it's not even about winning or losing. Like I read some
they like
book.
when they lose. That's the craziest part. They love it when they lose.
Or it's more like the flow state of just being like, it's not the winning or losing.
Absolutely.
It's just going from thing to thing, and your brain's totally focused on something.
Again, I get it. I like it. I love to play baccarat.
See, I don't like to gamble. I'm just filled with anxiety the whole time when I
love
win.
games of chance. Poker is more actually. I think I could justify poker because I wouldn't even really call it gambling, although it is technically like kind of a game of chance. But there's a lot of strategy and math. Obviously, like. The famous Rounders quote, it's like the same 10 people may end up at the finals for a reason. It's not a game of fucking chance. Whereas if you go to blackjack competitions or baccarat competitions, it's you get lucky, all right?
Yeah.
Like, that's how it works. I see the appeal of both, but there is something. This is where I'll flip the script, man. The magic of the cards. Like when the baccarat thing.
That's
and
exactly what it is.
You're like, 9, 9, 9, 9. You're just sitting there. That moment, the anticipation.
And it's fun.
And when you hit it, oh my God.
It's so fun.
God,
yeah, it's unbelievable. Well, it's also.
But I play like $15 tables in Charlestown, West Virginia, next to toothless Chinese women who are getting their Chinese ash on my. I prefer, honestly, I'd rather be around them. I love them. Shout out to the. You always want to gamble with Chinese, if you're playing Baccarat, Chinese and Vietnamese. They know what's up.
That's a good idea. That's a good call.
And the less teeth they have, the more good at the game they are. They have patience. They have all these superstitions about dragons and colors. And
that's the thing, though, man. Because I was like sitting there one time backstage at a comedy show, and they were like playing dice, like in the green room, as like they had this little box, and I was like, it is just people interacting with magic. People who are attracted to gambling.
Yeah.
It's
magic.
It's like a divine thing. You're like, oh.
And everybody. Craps is also definitely most fun in the game in the casino. Although it is minus EV every single bet on the craps table. So. But when you play, the magic of it is it's a crowd's game because, and I love craps gurus, right? Like I was talking about the diabetic guy, and he's like, yeah, he threw it over here, threw it over here. It's like the first time he throws to the right, he's gonna roll 7, which means we all get fucked. So he's like, he about to roll that, take your bet off, and I was like, all right, got it. And he was right. And I was like,
dude,
oh,
my only time playing craps,
they know something.
My only time playing craps, a guy was like, just do what I do, and I was up $1,300 very quickly.
Holy shit!
Very quickly.
$1,300?
Very quickly.
Whoa!
And I was just
you're playing higher stakes than I am, man.
I think I was just drunk too. Just like, it's fine. And then I got cocky. I was like, I know what's going on. As soon as I started doing my own bets, I was back down to 600. I just picked it up and I was like, thank you, sir, and just walked. I was like, I'm fucking.
I mean, you left up. That's that's.
I will do that. I'm ruthless at a casino. If I win $100, I'm out.
Good.
I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. I just won $100.
But it could be 200.
That's to me. I'm like.
Yeah.
I get so disgusted when I lose.
I'm
feeling I get. I'm like, I think about just them just like taking like the time I spent into like work and life, especially when I was like just working a job where I was like, I could be like, oh, that was a day of my life.
Yes.
And I would just think of that just getting like sucked into a vault, which is a huge chamber
to pay
of money.
for free drinks for these fat alcoholics who are like,
it would kill me.
Just sitting in the slot machine like.
No, it would fucking kill me. The worst part is I don't really gamble much anymore, but it was like when I first did it, I was in Vegas for my cousin's bachelor party, and he was like, do this, do that, and I won the first 4 times I gambled. I won every time.
What game was it?
Blackjack. And I would just win. I would win like
very high variance game though. That's the problem. You get fucked so easily,
dude. I'd win like $200, and I'd win 200. And I'd just get the fuck out. And I would spend all my code was at every dollar I won gambling, I'd spend it on everyone around me immediately. And it worked.
Yeah, you got to spread the love. You got to get the juju. You need the luck.
Just exactly. And then like I tipped the dealers heavily, and then like I was like, I think I'm good at blackjack, and I instantly lost like $700 so fast, dude.
Oh yeah,
like 15 minutes. I was just
because that's what they do, because it's a high variance game, and they know they can wipe you out way before you're gonna wipe them out. So what they want to do is just deal all those hands per hour, and already. Blackjack, I think Blackjack is a 51-49 game, I'm pretty sure, even with perfect base. Were you playing basic strategy, like perfect?
No idea what the fuck I was doing. There was a guy, no idea. And there'd be guys like, dude, you got to hit. And I'm like, no.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they get mad at you. Actually,
get furious.
If you don't play basic strategy correctly, because if you fuck it up, you're going to fuck the whole shoe up for the entire table. And so they get very upset.
They were very displeased with me, but I was like, bro, this is not my problem. We're not on a team. You're not sharing your money with me.
Gamblers know this. This is Gen Pop shit. You're like, like you get this Gen Pop shit.
I'd be like, dude, we're not on a fucking team. We're not splitting this money. This is my call. And
no, but it is a team, because if you fuck the math up, then he's gonna hit it. He's gonna get the wrong card because he's playing math and you're not. And so that's what screws. But Dana White has his problem, theory. Man. Yeah, Dana White is like, sometimes you got to go to war with the shoe, and you got to. He's like, you got to turn basic strategy on the shoe. I was like, I don't really think that's how math works, but I mean, he's super rich, so he doesn't care.
Yeah. I heard he likes to gamble.
Oh, he's
heavily.
Me and my friends who like to go to the casino, we will hype ourselves up with Dana White clips. Yeah, because it's just like, because he has like a love of the game. Like he's like I'm rich as hell. I can get on the jet and I can go anywhere else. If my kids are gone, I'm going to the casino. Yeah, he's just like, that's what I do. It's what I do.
It's just scary. Once you're that rich, you have to play with big sums to excite yourself.
He plays for millions. Like I think he said his dream is to play $1 million per hand on baccarat. $1 million a hand. He said I think the highest he's gotten is like 300,000. To be fair, one of the reasons they probably won't let him, and that's one of the reasons I like baccarat, is an actual 50-50 game.
That's what I thought.
So the house edge is like 0.05%. So you actually have you have like good odds, but like better than fucking blackjack.
For sure, yeah.
Any of these, especially crap. Craps is a shit show. It's the most fun game in the casino, but every single one of the games, like I said, is minus EV. You're almost certainly going to lose money, like whenever you play. Damn. Especially in the long enough timeline. So if you do win, like, you just get out of there. Be like, if you're up, like if you have 100 and you won 200, get the fuck out.
Balls out
immediately.
Yeah.
Same with roulette. Do not play 000 roulette. That is the biggest scam in the entire casino.
What's 000?
So on roulette, if you could just bet black or red, The way that the house has its edge is in the old days, they had a green 0. So after a while, the casino execs were like, what if we had 2 zeros? We're like, maybe these idiots in Vegas will, and people are drunk and they're like, oh, there's only 2 zeros.
I don't even think about the zeros.
Bro, the math goes from like 49% or whatever to like the house edge goes from like 1 or 2% to like 7%. And then after a while, they couldn't add 3 zeros, so they added like whatever the casino. No, they added a third one. So they go 0, then 00, and then they have like the MGM logo on the wheel. So now the edge is like 11%.
I thought you were saying they added 1010 and then a third, but it was a 00.
No. So there's a 0, then there's a 00, and then there'll be like MGM or Caesars or
just
whatever.
A blank space.
You're just pissing your money away. Like people, there's the meme. It's like if you win, you're like put it all in black or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, well, check the zeros because if there's 000, you're fucked. All right. Like you have not good odds.
Dude, that's the. You know what I've done though with the poker or not poker. The last couple times I've been in a casino environment for like stand up or something, a lot of times they give you chips.
Really?
So something I've had fun. They'll be like they'll give you like a couple. Like
just let me know the dates. I'll come with
you.
Yeah.
They'll give you like $100. They'll give you like $100.
Oh man, yeah.
You could break that down.
We could turn that. Yeah, we could turn it into 150. Yeah. We'll turn it into 150.
Dude, what I started doing is when they give me chips, I put it on. I go to roulette or blackjack. Yeah. I put it all on one hand, and if it wins, I give it to the dealer. I say, here you go.
I love that.
It's kind of a fun thing.
Nice.
And if I lose, I go, hey man, whatever. It feels good.
That does, yeah. I mean, they make, dude, the people they have to deal with. Like, what a shitty job. Like, I'm sure they make a lot of money, at least some of them, but probably the good ones. But oh god, I can't imagine. You're dealing with the absolute like dregs of humanity.
Especially like at their worst, like fucking up and like being like,
I hate that too when people get mad at the dealers and they're like, it's your fault. Like you're not.
I know that guy sucks.
I'm just like, dude, fuck you. But then you also don't really want to do anything because you're like, this guy's kind of crazy. So I'm not gonna be a whole white knight. Like you put your hands on maybe, but like up until that, you're like, I'm just like, can we get security over here?
Yeah, dude, it's I've never got bit by the gambling bug, man.
That's good.
I tried to be a bookie for a while.
Whoa.
I tried, and it was just like...
Yeah, but where were you getting your lines from?
It was like my friend knew another book. It was like a sub bookie thing where I was like sending them kind of just bets, basically. But it was my job to like collect them all.
Really?
Well, just my friends. It was just my friends. And then
but what about when they don't pay?
So here's what happened. They were like, I don't watch sports like that, so I didn't know what the fuck was going on. So they would just, if they lost, they would call my, and they would just leave me voicemails all weekend, being like, put another one, and they just kept doubling down. And then eventually, like some of my friends owed me money, and I just got to the point where I was like, I'm not taking your money for this. And I just like told the guy, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I just felt bad. Like if you like sell something to somebody, that's like, yes, you gave me that, but to be like, yo, the Bears lost, you owe me $250. I was like,
and you actually have to collect it too.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't want to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the big thing, man.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, East Coast sports gambling culture has always been there. I don't know. I mean, I grew up here. I don't remember thinking or hearing like other parents. I guess I grew up in a Bible Belt area, so they wouldn't be doing it. But I don't remember a lot of money changing hands on college football. But now these days, college football is actually even more where the action is.
I could see
because
that,
apparently it's like there's the mismatches or whatever. There's like underdogs and for somebody who hates gambling, I know way too much about gambling.
It's a love-hate relationship. That and weed too. You don't know a lot about weed. You don't know a lot about weed though.
I don't know a lot about the experience of weed, but
have you ever smoked weed?
I think I smoked weed when I was very drunk when I was in college once. Okay, and that's pretty much it.
That makes sense. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah.
What'd you blaze?
I don't know. I mean, it's what, dude, you're at a party.
Blue Dream.
Somebody passes you, whatever. It probably was fake. It was probably like not even marijuana. It was like somebody's grass that he'd bought off of somebody else and got ripped off.
Well, dude, the K2 is big in prison. That's like the stuff you're talking about, spice.
I know.
And that fucks people. I have friends that are like...
lose their minds.
Yes, dude.
Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. I think these guys, they'll do anything. Like speedballs and shit. And I have friends that are like... Bro, the K2 is fucked up.
Really?
You're in jail. You're in like the county jail, and you just blaze K2 and have like an absolutely satanic experience. He's like, dude, it's for real. Like terrifying.
I think I saw some videos about that. For some reason, my YouTube feed has been pushing me a lot of prison content.
That's a good.
You can go down a serious rabbit hole of prison tube. Shout out to Johnny Mitchell, by the way, the Connect. You should have him on your show. Actually,
what do you do?
He's a comedian. He's like 6'7", but he does this show called The Connect, where he interviews. When he went to jail as a weed dealer, and he interviews like other people who were drug dealers, and then also talks about their prison experience. So I actually did his show. He's an interesting. He actually likes politics. That's why. We talked a little bit, but some of his content is really good.
Dude, it's the best.
He interviews like high level drug kingpins.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, tell me about the story, but then also like, what was it like to be in federal prison or whatever?
Yeah.
What a nightmare.
Dude, I just finished a book about an LSD dealer who got caught in the early 90s. So he got sentenced for like 20 years.
Whoa.
He never even got caught with acid. It was just all, he was doing Western Union
conspiracy.
transfer. Yeah, exactly. Got a conspiracy charge, 20 years. And it was he was in jail during the race riot, like the crack laws.
Sure.
And he had a altercation with a lieutenant, like one of the guards, and he was a white guy. And when the crack riots happened, it was just black inmates having riots or doing riots. And the lieutenant was like, he incited the riot, sent him to fucking Marion, which is like a super max, and he had to do I think 3 years in Marion. Before he ended up only doing 5 years out of the 20 years.
Right.
But
Well, I think everyone likes prison content because it's like, what would I do?
Exactly.
I thought about that too. I'm like, well, I'm not white, not black, not Hispanic, and everything's racial.
You'd be an other. You're
an other.
Another. That's what it's called.
But how many others are there?
Not a lot.
The other Indians in prison are going to be like doctors for Medicare fraud. You know, they're like, hello, doc. You know, like,
I think it's called others. I think it's like Inuit, Indian,
Inuit.
Yeah, it's like
actually they're probably pretty good, right? They can fight.
Exactly, pretty jacked.
They're good with blades.
Your numbers are not great.
No, it's not good.
So I think it's like I got so deep into prison shit, but it's like
So then what would your strategy be? My strategy would be getting my parents to put money on my books, right? And then we pay the others for protection.
That's the big thing you can do.
Okay.
My plan was always to pay the Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh,
so you can pay the Muslim Brotherhood to protect, but then it's like, it is like racial in
But
prison.
I could fake it, and I could just grow my beard and say that I was Muslim, right?
Yeah, and you can get a good. You can get the Muslim diet too.
Oh,
you'd have to answer
the
a few
halal
questions.
food. The halal food is better.
Yeah, people do the kosher diet. That's a big thing.
Really,
if you can prove like you're Jewish, and you're allowed to switch your religion every 6 months or so to get a different diet. I swear to God.
I read that Ramzi Youssef, who was the World Trade Center bomber, the 93 bomber, he apparently stayed in his cell for 10 years straight whenever, because he refused to do a strip search because he said it violated his religion. But then apparently he was like, okay, I'm now converted to Christianity.
What?
But apparently the warden and all of them don't believe him. So it's set up for, I don't really know what's going on, but I think he has started to, he's finally left his cell after 13 years.
He's a Christian now.
Well, he claims he's Christian.
Are they going to scope out his butthole? Or he's like, all right, I'm ready.
Well, I think you have to do that thing where with the squat and cough or whatever.
Yeah.
He refused to do it. He's like, I won't do it. So he literally, he did not leave his cell in Supermax in 80X Florence or whatever for 13 years. It was totally crazy.
And after 13 years, he's like,
I think broke. Kind of I mean, it's understandable. It's like you spent 13 years, you literally have never left. And you're like, okay,
that's so impressive. I would make 13 minutes, and I'd be like, you know what? I'm just gonna show this guy my asshole and get it over with.
They say they sleep a lot. That was the interesting thing.
Yep, that's the big one.
You can train yourself to sleep 12 hours a day, but it's like, what do you do all day? Even when you're awake, that just sounds terrible.
You work out, sleep a lot, and
in your cell.
Right. Yeah, and it's the guy in the book I read about the LSD dealer, Joel Blazer. He was saying he got schooled on like techniques.
Whoa.
Yeah, like just nothing hands on. He said he never was a punk. That was his term.
A punk.
But he was like going into it how like you like use a sock and you flip it inside out, so you're hitting like more of the soft area. And then at the very end, he said you'd apply force to the under part of your head. And he's like, and it's so funny him writing. It's like my orgasms were intense and powerful, and it's like, damn.
Yes. Yeah.
But
I mean, that's all he's got. Did you watch the show Escape at Dannemora? It's on Netflix. It's really good. It was created by Ben Stiller. and it's Benicio. It's Benicio, and then the guy from There Will Be Blood, the guy who's the twins. Anyway, Paul Dano, that's his name, Paul Dano. And so those two are inmates who like basically sweet talk this woman, this like obese prison worker, and then they both start a relationship with her, and they get her to smuggle in tools, and then they literally tunnel out of the prison. It's a real life story. It happened in 2015. So I watched the show. It was a fantastic, really good acting. And then I went and read the real story. Dude, it was wild. Like it's just high. They're both in there for murder. Like one guy literally murdered a police officer. The other guy like butchered and kidnapped an old man for money. These are like no shit killers.
Yeah.
Locked up in this high security prison in, I think it was in North New York. Like, upstate New York.
The Adirondack. Yeah, up there.
Yeah, it was in the Adirondacks.
Yeah.
And so they were up there, and they were able to get her to smuggle in like hacksaw blades. They cut their way out of their cells, were able to make their way like through the pipes and everything, use a sledgehammer, hammer through multiple walls, and then cut a hole in a drain pipe or whatever, crawl through the pipe, come up out on the other side, crawl through a manhole. And they were on the run for like 23 days. One guy almost made it to Canada. They shot him like 10 miles from the Canadian border. Yeah, one guy was killed. The other guy, sorry, spoiler alert.
What year was this?
2015. It wasn't that long. Yeah, dude, it was like
they shot him at the. Well, I guess if he's that high profile.
Well, they were. A trooper was like, "Hey, who are you?" And he just like took off running. And the other guy apparently was like a drunk. And they would find like hunting cabins, and he would just be like, "All right," and just grabbing whiskey. It was just
like a bear. He was like a bear.
Literally, he was like a bear. That's a good way of putting it.
He's like Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
He was just walking around.
Yeah, so that the other guy left him. He was like, "Fuck this dude." He's like turned into a drunk. He's never gonna make it. And then
he's not gonna make anything of himself.
And so then he got killed, and then the other guy actually almost made it to Canada.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. He almost. The weird part of the show is. It's structured really well. The first like 6 episodes, you're really rooting for the prisoners. And then before you get to the last episode, they do a flashback that shows what they did. And you're like, wait, fuck these guys. Like, this is terrible. Because you don't know what they're in there for. You know they're in prison, but then they're like, oh, he literally murdered a cop. And then the other guy like kidnapped this man and tried to extort money from him and fucking like butchered him and cut him up into little pieces. You're like, dude,
his parlays didn't work.
Yeah, you're right. I'm like, we gotta get this guy out of here. I'm like, this is not good.
Yo, guys, welcome to the advertisement portion of the podcast. I'm on my motherfucking Assassin's Creed shit right now. You guys can't even see me. I was doing this earlier to ensure audio quality because I'd fucked up the audio of the ads because I was recording through my laptop like a dumbass. Now I kind of like the look now that I got my phone out. All right, guys, here, big thing, and I try to add some tranquil music to the ads because it's kind of jarring. You're just listening to a podcast. You give your brain over to the podcast, and out of nowhere, it's like, hey, listen up, we got enough. And it's like, fuck, man. Fuck, how about a heads up? So what we're doing, we're going to add a little gentle music. You can kind of get in the zone. You can chill. You can kind of use this time to kind of drift off, whatever you want to do. But we are going to do the advertisements. And I got to say, here's my number one advertisement right now. I fucked up and I'm doing shows. Well, hear me out here. I failed to promote my shows in the Irvine Improv, SoCal. I'm so fucking SoCal. I forgot to do the ads or make a flyer for the Irvine show. Oops, my bad. It's next weekend. Thanksgiving weekend, Friday, November 29th, Saturday, November 30th. 2 days, 4 shows. Come out to motherfucking Irvine Improv. And I'll be honest, I'm not just saying this because I'm doing a show. I love Irvine. Irvine was the first place I went to in California. And I was telling someone recently, I'm like, I fucking love Irvine. And they lived in LA, and like, are you kidding? Are you trying to be funny? I'm like, no, why? And apparently everyone from LA just snubs Irvine. Like, I would never. Fuck you guys, dude. Irvine rules. LA's fucking bullshit. Irvine, we're talking Laguna Beach. We're talking motherfucking Newport Beach, conservative ass stronghold down there in SoCal, dude. Shit. Come out. I love Irvine. It's literally the first place I went to in California. I'm very excited to go there. I'm going to bring my whole motherfucking family. We're all going to do Thanksgiving out there. It's going to be sick. So Irvine Improv, Friday, November 29th, Saturday, November 30th. Let's go. Let's show these LA fucking pussies, dude, who's really fucking SoCal. They're not fucking SoCal. They're north of Irvine, bruh. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Take a moment to say thank you to someone in your life, including your therapist if that's someone you'd like to shout out. If you have multiple reads this month, perhaps highlight someone different each time. Well, let's see. Last week I highlighted my mommy. I'm thankful for my mommy. I was going to do my daddy this week. I'm very thankful for my daddy, but you know what? Know who I'm going to thank this week? Our almighty creator, guys. How awesome is God? Come on now. How awesome is the fact that you can call it the Big Bang, whatever you want to call it. The universe was created out of an infinitesimal, however you say that, a teeny tiny, incomprehensibly small void, nothingness. And the universe has exploded out of nothingness, and that nothingness is the substratum of all that exists today, and it still exists in the universe. And that's basically God. How awesome is that? Thank you so much for that. I'm so grateful. Guys, this month is all about gratitude, and along with the person, the cosmic deity I just shouted out, there's another person we don't get to thank enough, ourselves. It's sometimes hard to remind ourselves that we are trying our best to make sense of everything, and in this crazy world, that isn't easy. Here's a reminder to send some thanks to the people in your life, including yourself. And that this is the time for a personal endorsement. That's what they're asking for. Yeah, I think, therapy is good. You gotta do something, man. You gotta get outside of your ego. That's the thing that's keeping you in, your egoic struggles of just, I want more, I'm not enough, blah, blah, fucking blah. And therapy is one conduit to escape yourself and to try to forge a better life. Or you can just become one with your creator. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapist at any time for no additional charge. Let the gratitude flow with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/MSSP today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MSSP. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. That's right. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 or more players for a shot to win up to 100 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Guys, Prize Picks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineup stays in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half for whatever reason and doesn't return, Prize Picks keeps your lineup live. Sign up today to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. What? It's guaranteed. Think Justin Jefferson will get more than 83.5 yards next week? It's a pretty good guess. Lamar Jackson will pass more than 1.5 TDs? Oh man, cook up hot takes with your friends and win real money this football season when you and your crew run your game on Prize Picks. What's better than you and your crew, dude, just cooking up hot takes and running your game on Prize Picks? Download the Prize Picks app today and use code DRENCHED to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code DRENCHED on the Prize Picks app to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Lucy is made for your nicotine routine and delivered straight to your door. They don't deliver it to your window or just kick it onto your lawn. Guess where they bring it? To your door. It's amazing. Guys, it's 100% pure nicotine and always tobacco free. Lucy isn't like every other nicotine pouch company that's owned by Big Tobacco. They're like the mom and pop shop of pouches. Have you ever heard about breakers? They are the nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule that can be broken open to release extra flavor and hydration in case you're thirsty. Break a pouch. If you know your pouches, you know that the nicotine doesn't hit in immediately. and neither does the flavor. The geniuses at Lucy came up with a brilliant way to fix both those problems. They put a mini liquid capsule inside each Breaker's pouch. And I haven't tried the Breaker's pouch, but I'll be honest, Josh Cabazzo, one of our producers, Josh is one of my favorite people. He is the absolute fucking man, by the way. He tried a Breaker pouch on this very episode, like while he was recording it. And Sagar gave him one. He had one as well. And Josh was like raving about it. I forgot all about it. He's like, dude, that shit was fucking awesome, by the way. He liked it, so I can't give you a personal endorsement. I haven't tried it, but Josh has tried it, and I trust his word. And he loved the liquid surprise. Let me tell you guys, he said it perked him right up. Guys, let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/drenched and use promo code DRENCHED to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co and use code DRENCHED to get 20% off. And here comes the fine print. The Lucy products are only for adults of legal age. And every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Yes. You know what we all need to get more of? Off our ass. With bold flavors and a refreshing citrus kick, Mountain Dew will get you off your ass and have you feeling like you're on an actual mountain. A mountain where the weather is always perfect, your friends are ready to hang, and a day of epic proportion awaits. They gotta fire the guy who wrote that fucking piece of shit paragraph. Guys, but guess what doesn't suck? Look how fucking blue that is. What is this? Voltage? Look at this. Look at that shit, dude. You can put this in a Windex bottle and go, it's like, no, I'm just drinking Voltage, everybody. Don't you squirt it right in your mouth. Look at this motherfucker's crazy. And you go, maybe I fucking am. Let's get off our ass together, brother, and hang on the perfect mountain. A day where epic proportion awaits. That's what I like. That's the kind of fun times I like to have with my friends, guys. When we all drink our Voltage and our Baja Blast, you know what game we play? You know what fun and competitive social activity we engage in that I'd like to talk to you guys about? Let me tell you guys, man. Look, when we drink regular Mountain Dew, I told you already, we wrestle. When we drink the fucking blue ass, look how fucking blue this shit is. When we drink this, oh my God, dude, we play a secret game. Me and my friends, we play a secret game in which, how do I say, we all take our turn doing something fun. And the last person to, dare I say, arrive at the party has to chug the Voltage full of, you know what the fuck I'm saying. You guys don't even know what's going on there. Voltage Mountain Dew. What the hell is sorry guys, I blacked out. I don't even know what the hell I was talking about. Guys, the mountain is calling. You should answer. Grab your friends. Grab an ice cold Mountain Dew wherever refreshing beverages are sold, and do the do.
Yeah, the prison culture shit is like fascinating, man.
Absolutely.
I'm glad I've
You
never
wanna
went,
go.
but I kind of was like, damn, I kind of wish like
How much weight were you moving then when you were selling marijuana?
decent amount, like
Pounds?
yeah,
Whoa.
yeah.
So you
Like,
could have gone. You actually could have gone.
I could have went to jail. In Philly, it was
Yeah.
like you could have 5 pounds and you wouldn't you could like get locked up, but you wouldn't do like a sentence at
Okay.
a certain point. But that's what I've heard. But like before though, like in the 2000s, it started getting more lax. By the end of it, nobody was going to jail for weed. Even like the cops would find a half pound of weed on you and just be like,
don't care.
Jesus Christ, and just take it and make the fuck out of here.
How does it all work though? Like in terms, not the cost. So were you selling to other dealers because you had enough?
Yeah, eventually it was like I would
Right.
do both. You would get like the way it would work is you'd have to like. I remember I like saved all my money so hard, and I eventually saved up $1,600, and I bought a half pound, and then I
Okay.
got to like actually make money off of it.
Yeah.
And then eventually I started. You just get it fronted to you. You like find somebody, and they would front me like 30 pounds of weed.
Yeah, that is the interesting thing I read from Johnny's podcast. Is like there's a lot of consignment
A lot of consignment.
in the drug business.
And then double consignment. I would get something from it and double consign it to other people. And then you have to kind of
what if he doesn't pay you and then you got to pay the guy?
You tell him, hey man, I'm falling on tough times. That's the thing. It's like you're never supposed to meet that person, like the top level person, because they want to keep like an air of like, because they're gonna tell the guy like, yo, tell him I'm a fucking murderer. But I met the guy.
Really?
It was, wasn't.
Were you ever physically threatened? Did you ever see weapons?
I got robbed at gunpoint. Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What was that like? What happened?
It was surreal. It was like I got threatened with a club one time. That was embarrassing. I gave in to the club just outside. This guy was like, I want to fucking hit you with this. And I was like, all right,
what
dude.
kind of club? Like a handmade
like
club?
A wooden, just a fucking like a 1920s police officer baton, dude. He was like, but I was in West Philly, like trying to buy Percocets.
You did the right thing.
Yeah, and there was 7 guys around me. And I was like, seriously, guys, where are my Percocets? And they were like, dude, we'll fucking bash your brains in. And I was like, all right, you guys can keep the $200. You win. You win this round. But yeah, it was that. And then I had a guy one time, he got robbed and blamed it on me. I think he just took my money, but he came out, like we were in an apartment. He was like, something's got to, he like cocked a gun and walked towards me. And I was like, oh shit. That time it was just like, everything just goes super slow. I remember just being like very slow, terrified too. People were like, dude, if someone pulled a gun on me, I'd fly. It's like, I was frozen, totally frozen.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like,
fight or flight. Yeah,
exactly.
Totally
Second time, you
got robbed twice.
Oh, well, that time I got like, I paid this guy money to go get something and bring it to me. And he's like, I got robbed after you gave me the money. And I was like, bro, it's fine. Was like, it's all good, man. And he's like, nah, man, this is fucked up. And he just fucking like cocked a gun and like walked. He was like, did you do it? And I was like, how the fuck what are you talking about?
Oh, like you
did I set him
up? Right.
I was like, why would I do that?
Oh man.
Whatever. Wow. But that was the whole thing. And then the second time I was in an apartment and it was like someone had owed me a bunch of money and I was bringing them more stuff. So I had like the money they owed me and like about 4 pounds of weed. And he was like, going to give it to some other guy. And then this just dude comes up in a ski mask with the kid who was like supposedly his customer. And the kid set it all up. But that one I was like, I remember everything slowed down again, but I was able to read their faces. And the kid I knew was very much afraid. And the other kid, I was like, he's pretending to be afraid. And then once the guy with the ski mask left with all the money and stuff, I was like, you did that.
Did you beat him up?
I started choking him.
Good.
Pretty badly. And then the kid I knew was like, stop. Because I was in like a blind rage. You're almost you have like a gun in your face. You're terrified.
That's horrifying.
And I was just fucking just holding this kid's neck. Like, I know you fucking did that. And the kid's like, stop. And like, thank God. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I don't think I wasn't like violent like that though. I was never. That was the only time. It was like almost all my money.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, it was pretty.
How did you
up.
Get out of this? What got you out of it?
This podcast,
really? Is that really?
I wasn't on Percocets. I was selling them. I never.
Oh,
I
was selling Percocets.
I'm not a vice. I was never really like a vice-ridden man. Porn, obviously.
So you were
my downfall.
You were a true leech on society.
I was. Absolutely. Yeah, I had no.
You honestly should have gone to prison. I'm not gonna lie. I think you owe 3 years of your life to the state.
I think I should actually. But now I do service through high-paid podcasts.
No, yeah, that's right. You're doing a service.
But I do. I honestly. It's not like a sexy tale because usually you have the redemptive arc of like, and then I got caught. But I was pretty principled. Like I remember like I was like, pills are evil. I didn't know anything about them. I'm like, oh, these are very addictive. Coke, I was like, this stuff's no good either. But weed, there was a thing where it was like, this is good for people. Because I was smoking so much of it. I was like, weed is good for people. I was like, people need weed. It's good for you. I thought it was good for me. I was obviously killing it in life. Fighting people for Percocets.
People need to be more like you. Like if you smoke weed, you can also end up in West Philadelphia with a club in your face. That's what marijuana will get
That was
you.
for pills.
Okay,
that was for pills.
But you were
weed
high at the
was
time.
chill.
You were high.
I was high forever.
There you go.
I remember I tried to start a policy where with every customer I would smoke a blunt with them, and I ended up smoking like 9 blunts, and it was just.
How do you even function?
I didn't. I wasn't functioning.
Oh, so do you still smoke a lot? You said no.
No.
Right? Okay,
now it's like very. I honestly try to. There was a big impulsive element of it, but now I've been trying to do it where I've tried to do this for years. Where like I almost like incorporate it into a meditation practice. But then you get into it, you're like, well, why do I even need that if I'm meditating? So that was kind of like, well, so now it's like special occasions.
How much better did your sleep get?
So much better. That's the thing with weed.
Yes.
You can even say like, well, I'm sleeping better, but your REM sleep is trashed.
Yes. Thank you.
That's
what I was
true.
about to bring up. I was
It's
like,
totally true.
There's a lot of people, there's a big psyop by the weed guys who are like, oh, if you smoke a bowl right before bed. And it's like, actually, you're nuking your REM sleep. It's like people, you know, when you get on an airplane and people are like, just gonna have a glass of wine just to go to bed. And I'm like, actually, you're
not
getting
sleeping.
way shittier sleep. Yeah, it's like you're actually not sleeping at all.
Dude,
You're
nobody wants to hear this.
Semi-conscious, but it's
Nobody wants to hear this. I tell people all the time. It's
absolutely
like, and the weed does fuck up your REM sleep. It's like,
no,
you
it's
don't
empirical.
dream. You
It's
don't
true.
dream. You
Yeah.
don't dream. And everyone knows when I stop smoking weed, I have crazy dreams. Like that's because your REM rebounding.
Interesting.
Same as alcohol. Oh, dude, it's like I was completely like when I was younger. Also, I was making a living off it. I'm like, weed is awesome. This stuff rules. Everybody needs this stuff. Everyone needs to be selling this stuff under me. That's what happens with heroin, though. Heroin, if you're using heroin, you try to convince people to do heroin because you want to start selling it to them, so then you don't have to pay. It's kind of yes, it's very, very evil. And you're like want to inject them too. Yeah, I remember someone explained that to me, and I was like, someone offered me to sell heroin. I said no. I said no, thank you, sir.
That's evil. I mean,
heroin's evil. The pills were evil, but no one knew what the fuck they were.
Yeah,
I came out of it. I got a
is Percocet the same as oxycodone? No,
oxycodone. Yes, Percocet is oxycodone mixed with acetaminophen, Tylenol, basically.
Okay.
So oxycodone and Oxycontin and Percocet are the same thing.
Is it the same strength? Is that
no?
What was the whole like pill thing in the 2000s then?
So
that was OxyContin, right? Or OxyContin?
It was all of them.
Okay.
It was Percocets. There's a bunch of them. It's Vicodin was big. Vicodin was hydro something. Hydrocodone.
Hydrocodone, that's right.
That's
right.
Vicodin.
Yeah,
And Vicodins were less desirable. If you had Vicodins, people would be like, oh, fine.
Right.
But Percocets, people wanted them. And then the Oxys came out, which was just like a 5 milligram Percocet, 10 whatever it was. Oxy would have been like 40.
Yeah, it was like 80, right?
It went up to 80.
I read a book about it, and I remember I watched some documentary about the Sackler family. That shit is evil, man.
Dude,
in terms of the cash programs and those pill mills, and they had total knowledge.
Dude.
That's really what led to the heroin spike, all the black tar heroin,
Big time,
and everything.
dude. And
these people had no idea what they were taking.
It wasn't just the Sacklers. It was every doctor in the country.
Absolutely.
Dude, I got I would get a sore throat from my college campus, and they do on Percocets, and I'd be like, no.
Yeah.
But when I was like 19 or 18, and I got my wisdom teeth out, and my friend was like, bro, I will pay you. He's like, you'll get, if you get pills, I'll buy them off you. And I'm like, whoa. So I'll give you $200. I'm like, what? I was like, for sure.
Yes.
I hate medicine. You can have my medicine. And dude, and it was like, I remember coming out in like of my wisdom teeth in a haze, but remembering like, I asked them, I was like, what am I going to get? And they were like, oh, we're just going to give you like ibuprofen. I was like, I'm a real baby with pain. Is there anything else I can have? And they're like, yeah, we'll give you like, I think it was like Percocets or hydrocodone. And they just gave me a full vial. And that was the whole thing that set the whole thing off, is I made $200 off of it. And then once I went to college, I was like, I got to find more of those things. And my friend was like, yo, these things are awesome. So I didn't do them.
Interesting.
And then I watched firsthand there was like this apartment complex. Because at a certain time I ended up finding like, I would get like 2,500 Vicodin at a time. Whoa. And I remember my friend would bring them into this like apartment complex, and they all get distributed throughout there. And I watched this whole like little ecosystem of people like degenerate.
Yeah.
That's when I was like, oh, and I'm like 19, 20 at the time. And I was like, this is fucking bad.
No, it's bad.
So,
yeah, the pills, man, that
I
is
should go
really
to jail,
scary.
dude. I'm such a piece of shit.
You just got to give back to society.
I
man.
do
All
though. I do.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's I'm all
good.
service now. I'm all service.
All right.
I'm wildly overpaid, but I'm a wildly overpaid servant. That's all, dude. For real though, the thing is like, this is why I like I've been researching the world religions a lot. There's a really good book called The World's Religions by Houston Smith, and he goes into like the connective tissue between like Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism, everything else, Islam, and I do like growing up in a Christian like environment. It was they don't sell it very well to young people. It's like, this sucks. It's like it's just a bunch of shit you got to take on face value. I started researching Hinduism when I was like mean, it's a classic stoner move. Just be like so high and be like, oh, dude.
There's nothing more annoying than white guys who are into Hinduism.
I know.
Then George Harrison wannabes. Just like, fuck off. Bro. In India, they literally laugh at you. They're like, yeah, we'll take your money, but
I know.
Sure. Yeah.
But it is a beautiful religion.
Yes, it's
a very, and it was like, for me, it gave me a concept of God from researching it from that angle. And I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense.
Good. Yeah, that's great.
But I like their relationship with pleasure from what I've read is like, it's not as, and correct me if I'm, it's not as like forbidden. It's like, yeah, if you want pleasure, go get it till you're tired of it. Or is it?
Kind of. Well, it's hard to say, man, because, even calling Hinduism a religion, obviously it is a religion, but it is intrinsic to the land of India. And I'm really convinced of that. As in, like, the practice of Hinduism, like, you don't go on Sunday. You just have temples everywhere. People stop on their way and off from work, like at the end of the day for special occasions, for little stuff, like you'll go and you'll ask a blessing. It's not in the Abrahamic faiths require like rigid practice, and this is much more like a part of daily life. So the religion itself doesn't like say yes or no or whatever about, I don't know, pleasure, hard work, etc. It doesn't like prescribe rules, but the Indian culture definitely also plays like a huge part of it. So I'm not really convinced. That's why I think Buddhism is a religion. I think that actually is a religion, and that's one that can transpose into, Western society or whatever. But Hinduism, like, you really got to be in India if you want to be
that makes
a
sense.
real Hindu, I think.
Yeah.
Or at least practice it in the way that it's meant to be practiced. You can try, obviously, and everybody can do their own thing. But there's a huge amount of people who are Hindus who are atheists. They don't even believe like in God.
It's more, you're saying it's more of a cultural
It's
kind of
it's part of the Indian culture. Like like when you're there, it just makes sense. Like that's how people practice their lives. Like each village has its own deity. The way that there's a certain type of blessing, or they call it a puja, which is a ceremony, which is the type of puja that you would do for, I don't know, this milestone in your life or whatever. Whereas like Abrahamic faiths is like on Sunday or on Friday we pray. We pray 5 times a day, and we do it at this time. And the the whatever, the chant of the prayer, and with the meat that we eat is like this. Where even amongst Hindus, like 40% of Hindus are vegetarian, but 60% are not. So there's no yes and no on life or on how to live. Like it's just very much part of the culture over 8,000, 9,000 years.
Yeah, that is it is such a funny stoner move though, to be like, dude, I think I'm used to mushrooms
and
You're
yoga.
Like, dude,
it's like girls who are into yoga. It's like, shut the fuck. They're like, my shavasana. Or they're like, oh
yeah,
God.
that is tough when they start you start like 4 Sanskrit words and you're like, sukha.
Yes. Or the Om tattoos. You're just like, spare me, man.
I will say though, if from like just like a
isn't that a Hindu? Isn't that the Hindu deity? It kind of looks like it. What do you got going on over there?
This might be Shiva.
That's Sanskrit. That's Sanskrit down there. I can't read it. Yeah.
Oh, this? No. English.
Oh,
dude, this was a shirt I designed and tried to sell as merch. And it's a very low seller.
Shocker.
I do think though there's something religiously. Let's just say in the United States, it's like Christianity it's cool. It's getting a resurgence.
I don't think so. Statistically, no.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's just the internet memes. I
think you're thinking of trad wife.
I'm thinking of trad wife.
If you take a look at the stats, Christianity has never, not Christianity, religion. We have never lived in a more secular country.
Yeah.
Honestly, even coming back here is shocking. Like to Texas in the modern, I literally grew up here. This was a deep Bible Belt state. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
And to watch it become like cosmopolitan is weird, honestly. Yeah. Even when I go back to College Station, I don't know. I guess I just don't feel the same. I don't live there anymore. It's just kind of different. But it doesn't just feel the way that it did back then. And in general, stats-wise, the evangelism, Catholicism, all practicing religions, and the rise of people who just call themselves spiritual or whatever has never been higher.
Right.
And that's really, the right-wing trad people are the ones who blame that for where we are. But honestly, kind of to make it political, I think that's why Trump is the first, like, real secular president. Like everybody knows, like
he
Trump
loves the
is
Bible.
not
What are you talking
religious.
about, dude? He loves the Bible.
But it's like, he loves it so much that he sells a copy. But 30% of the people who voted for Trump are literally pro-choice, like over 30%. That's crazy, right? If you think about it in terms of the abortion election and all of that. So the mass secularization of America has made being conservative, like just though the Texas I grew up in, George W. Bush was literally my governor. Yeah. That type of conservatism, it's fucking gone. Man. It's totally gone.
For sure. Yeah. I think to bring it back to my main point, I do think like there's a lot of people who have left organized religion who are going towards kind of spiritualism, but everyone has I think now it's like everyone has a very strained relationship. If people are trying to like practice some form of like God in their life, I do feel like researching other religions helps people kind of like conceptualize it, because you're like, sure. I'm not going to do this, but you can read that and like, that kind of makes sense if you look at it like a giant consciousness.
And then
universe.
even then, I could defend.
What are your stances on that?
What, religion?
Yeah, religion, God, like believing in God.
I'm not religious at all. I grew up around here, so I still have a very like side-eye view of a lot of the Bible Belt stuff.
Yeah.
But I think it's good for people. Now that I've been removed from it for quite a long time.
Yeah.
There's it's like the South Park episode about Mormonism, where like, look, this is some batshit crazy stuff, but the truth is like they're living a better life than you.
Yeah.
You're so it's like maybe we're the crazy ones, right?
Yeah.
They're the ones who believe in Planet Kolob or whatever, but they have 9 children. They're really happy. They help each other. The Mormon Church has no debt. They make sure that you get very cheap education at BYUs. If you stay in the faith, they take care of you. They take care of each other. I grew up around a lot of Mormons. They're some of the happiest people I know. They have like multiple children. They settled well. They seem like they're doing like really well in life, and they get to they have a big community aspect where you always have just dozens of people who share your values, who are around, who if you're out of town, somebody can come watch your pets, or if you need help with your kids or whatever. So like they're the winners in life, man. Like that's what people need to take away.
That's my question is like that's what I've been trying to like read about and like think about a lot is like what is the grounding force for like people's lives, and if it if it dissipates into like if there is no, that's like what religion has been forever, and now people are like the antidepressants, like all that, people are now like you have to like back up the molecules in your brain because you're sad because your worldview is inherently kind of bleak.
Very, very well said. And also, like wokeism, quote unquote, is a religion. Any sort, or being anti-woke is also a religion. It is, yeah. Politics is a religion.
For sure.
Religion will find a way in its life whether you find religion or not. The thing is about it is what I, would advocate for is that I think especially in big cities and like in elite circles, there's a real sneering at religion, but they don't look at it in the way that I just said, where it's doing quite a lot of good for people who are in the faith and the community. So for me, I'm just like, look, do whatever you want to do. And actually having lived all my entire adult life in mass secular America, we have a lot of problems, right? Like the gathering place of the secular American is the bar. It shouldn't be. That's weird, actually. Like waiting until you're in your mid-30s to even try to start having children. And then by that time, like, I don't know. I just think there's a lot of choices. They should be turning it into Christ's blood.
They should be turning it into Christ's blood.
It's just, there's just choices that you make that make it all about you. And one of the things that are really important about religion is like, actually, no, it's not about you. It's about other people. And so by doing that and by choosing the secular elite path, you are literally pursuing something that is just all about you. It's about the pursuit of your own pleasure, about your own money, about all of this. But it will strip away any of the great things in life that will genuinely make you happy. So if you're not religious, then you have to actually consciously seek that out. And I'm telling you about this. You have children now, right? Like it's probably harder to connect and find like groups of other parents. Whereas if you grew up in Texas in the 90s and you went to church, that's dusted, bro.
You're done. You're done.
Day one, it's sold. Like Someone will be at your house when your wife gives birth. They will have food waiting in your house.
Yeah.
And all this. But if you don't have that type of community, that's really hard.
You're
And
stuck.
the number of people, actually, there's a really interesting like American Family Studies study that shows that the number of friends, particularly among men, the number of like male friends that people have has an all-time low. I think the record number is actually in the 0 to 1 category of people who consider themselves like close friends. And so if you think about it, like in that community aspect, people are lonelier than ever. They're having difficulty really finding a mate. They're really having problems in terms of fostering close friendships. So they're doing what? Betting parlays on gambling in order to, they just want to feel something. So
Stimulate the brain.
They're stimulating the brain.
Yeah, that is
Exactly.
sad. That's my problem is like there needs to be some sort of cohesive organizing force, and most of them are negative. Where it's like again, it's like fucking Proud Boys, all that. You like the things are, and it's not even like a lot of it I think does come down to the media because it's like it's like. You don't have to take your worldview or your life prescriptive path to the media, but it's like they are experts, they are this, and it is looked upon as like this is an authoritative source of information.
Yeah.
And it's just mean. Like everything you see is just like, this guy is such a loser. Let me tell you about this guy. And it's on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's bad for people mentally. Like,
well,
a
definitely, but I will give that's a bit cope also because people blame the media. And it's like, look, that's what people want. Like at a certain point, like
Sure.
it's true. I could be so much more successful, wealthy, and famous if I just did that. I actually am actively giving up.
That's
a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying.
that.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. It's
no,
like,
I know, but that's the choice that I'm making. But the truth is that is what most people want. Most people want to fulfill their base instincts. They want to have that, that dopamine rush of saying, yeah. I mean, honestly, Shane's bit about the Fox News dad. I mean, I actually, the first time I met him, I was like, that really is like probably one of the most important bits you've ever done because it's deeply true.
it's in the vernacular now. People will say, I have a Fox News dad. Yeah.
It is a deeply true, like, it's a bit, it's a comedy bit, but that is like an archetype and something that really does exist, like in American society.
No, it is. It's true.
And it's I would flip it and say there are also MSNBC moms out there,
Big
right,
time.
who are just as bad on wine moms and all that. But it is a cancer on American society. But honestly, that's what they want. Like I was talking with Lex yesterday, and I brought up one of my favorite media quotes, and it's from a book called The Loudest Voice in the Room, and it's a biography of Roger Ailes, who was the chairman of Fox News and the creator. And he said, people want to be informed. So people don't want to be informed. They want to feel informed. And I think that is like the most deeply true thing about media that I've ever read.
Yeah, no, that's true. I guess what I'm saying is like, it's just bad. It's bad because it's like you were saying, there's a financial incentive to be like a major dickhead.
Yes.
Which when I first saw reality TV, I was like, this is bad.
Yeah.
This is creating a pathway.
Right, but it's
to being
good.
just a absolute. It's so
yeah,
bad.
it's so good.
It's
though.
so
yeah,
bad.
No, it's bad for America.
If
but
you were
it's fun to
smoking weed
watch.
back then, you would have been like, "What the fuck, dude? This is so fucked up." I remember I was just high watching reality TV. Like this is modeling a type of behavior that also pays off genuinely,
Narcissism,
which taps into people's own like biological drives. And I was like, "This is not good because that's what's being modeled. That's what's you're pushed unconsciously to do." And like you were saying, like, dude, if you wanted to like really double down, any of us can do it.
Oh, it's
Hang a couple American flags back here and be like, let me tell you something, motherfucking.
I get so annoyed and be like, you're a grifter or whatever. I'm like, bitch. I could make way more money.
I could grift.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like, if I wanted to grift, I would grift you bitch. Oh, yeah. Be like, if I just sat there and be like, look at these liberal tears that are flowing from their faces.
I'm telling you, all the channels, you put an American flag behind you,
so
you
simple.
sell your merch hat, and it's just
especially
like.
if you're me, brown guy, be like, brown guy loves Trump and all this.
I know, dude.
So bored. The problem is that I get bored, man. I find those people so utterly boring that I have no interest in talking to them.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it is humiliating.
But you could make a lot of money.
a shit ton of money.
Especially if you're a black guy is the top of the market value. If you're a black guy with a red hat, let me tell you something. Right. It's like
you'll be famous overnight. MAGA memas will be sending you $5 a month and being like, "Have you seen this nice young man?" yeah.
But yeah, I do hope we can like somehow move to something that animates people other than like, you think people will ever be animated other than their base instincts by the masses, or do you think there will be like an actual like
Gen Pop? No. Gen Pop will always be the same.
always be?
Yeah, look, America, society, these rise of mass media has always looked exactly the same. Like, people think it's worse now than it ever was. Total bullshit. If you go back and you look at the yellow journalism era, like, it was insane.
That's true.
People were, slamming each other, and I mean, imagine this: America's news in the 1800s was literally political. Like, when you would read the news, you would read the Kentucky Democrat, or you would read like the Kansas City Republican. Like, your literal newspaper was the party that you supported. And one of the ways that people would get interested and instigate politics is socialists and others would be like, we're starting a socialist newspaper, because the news itself was a political vector.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. The news,
because I was totally bought into like, dude, it's never been this bad.
No, absolutely not. It's bullshit. So like, the thing is that in the old days, the rise of yellow journalism, of the penny papers, people like William Randolph Hearst and others, and before him, like Joseph Gordon Bennett, it was all sensationalism, tabloid. That's where it all comes from. And that was overwhelmingly popular. What happened is that the old days that we romanticize is actually a very unique time in American history, where the vast majority of Americans were getting their news from the network TV. So in the 60s and the 70s, everybody romanticizes Walter Cronkite, all this stuff. Let me tell you something. The news was just as fake back then as it is today. It's just that, thank God, we have the internet to be like, no, it's fake and it's bullshit. Because it's a slog, but people should read it. It's called Personal History by Katharine Graham. She ran the Washington Post. She was the owner of it. And her father bought the paper, and then her son is the one who sold it to Jeff Bezos. But so she ran the paper for basically her entire life. Her husband ran it, then he committed suicide. She took over and ran it for decades. And if you read that paper, actually, if you've ever watched the movie The Post, it's directed by Steven Spielberg with Tom Hanks, and it's about the Pentagon Papers. Meryl Streep plays her in the movie. And it's really like, when reading that book, you're like, she's getting politicking with Kennedy is at dinner, and he's like giving them advice on how to write in the paper. And her husband, who was owner of the Post, is friends with JFK, and he's skewing the coverage in a certain way. So everyone has this romantic nature about the 60s and Cronkite. It's like, no, they were just as partisan as people are as today, as Rachel Maddow and these people. But America didn't know. They had much more higher like institutional trust, and cable news exploded that, obviously, after the network era, and then the rise of blogs and everything. But people were really romanticized this, the news was fair and balanced. It's like, no, it's not. The news is what got us into Vietnam. The news,
true.
No, it wasn't fair and balanced. These people were writing columns and justifying all this bullshit. They knew what was happening. They didn't report any of it. It was only in 1968 we finally tell everybody the truth. By that time, 500,000 Americans are sitting in Vietnam. JFK, we used to go and hang out, and all of his secretaries, McNamara and all these guys, were hanging out in Georgetown, which is a very rich neighborhood, at their fancy-ass mansions, secretly telling them what they should write in their papers. Like, dude, it's always been as corrupt. People just didn't know it. Yeah,
I feel like Trump did kind of crack the. He parted the veil to be like,
absolutely.
Yo, this is actually, a lot of this is bullshit.
The roots of Trump are there's a famous clip, 2012, Newt Gingrich was the Republican debate, South Carolina debate. And the opening question, even I will admit it's a crazy question. They were like, Mr. Gingrich, I don't know the circumstances. He's on his third wife, and he divorced his wife. I think she was going through cancer or something like that. Oh, it was terrible. It was bad. It was bad. And it was the second time that he'd done something like that. Anyway, so that was the opening question. And Gingrich is like, let me tell you something. That was one of the most disgusting acts, and the mainstream media is a direct participant, something like that, in the Democratic Party. And the pop, as you would say, from the audience, roars. Like, you can hear it on the microphone of whoa, and all of that. And I watched that clip because all the ingredients for Trump were there the whole time. It's just like you have to go and look for it. Like Michelle
He was the first one that
Bachmann.
tapped into that.
Well, he was the first one who attacked the media on the stage and flipped the debate and made it about them. And it was a referendum. It was like, no, fuck you, actually.
Whoa.
And you could see John King is kind of taken aback because he's never experienced this before. And now it's the norm in Republican politics. People expect it. At that time, it was crazy. It was shocking. But yeah, I mean, I watched that clip a lot because I'm like, that's it. That's where Donald Trump, 2015, the famous debate, and Megyn Kelly's like, Mr. Trump, you've called women pigs, he's like, only Rosie O'Donnell. And there was it's
everyone. Yeah,
the
crushed.
crowd just roars, man. And it's like, that was it. Like, that's the moment that he won, in my opinion, in the 2015 primary. Broke politics forever. But the ingredients were there. They were all there.
It's funny that he was like that was like one of the first dominoes that toppled the mainstream media, and he was just trying to get a fourth wife. He was just trying to get something new. He was like, bro, nothing's going to stop me.
Yeah.
Not the entire mainstream media.
No, I think what it is in all of this is that the base has always hated the media. It's just that the politicians, they need the media. I mean, this is another like fakery out of all of this, is that the idea that the Republicans hate the media, like nobody craves media attention more than Republicans.
For sure.
Specifically mainstream media. There are some good ones out there who actually understand that the news is bad and like don't want to give them access, but in reality, like as much as they say they hate it, like they want to be on CNN, bro. They like it. They want to go on Fox. They don't, I don't know.
So speaking of the politician stuff, so Matt Gaetz, that's something I can't like wrap my head around. He got appointed. That's his name.
Attorney General. That's right.
Attorney General.
Yeah, he's nominated to be the Attorney General.
And what the big thing about him is that he might have trafficked kids.
So man,
that's a weird one.
The details are very strange. So and to be fair, the DOJ did drop their case against him. So they investigated it and they leaked a lot of the details. So he was never convicted or even prosecuted. Of any of this. And there genuinely was some weird. I'd have to go back and look at the details, but somebody was trying to blackmail him for like $25 million, and that's how some of this stuff came out. But like empirically, he was definitely like hooking up with like very young girls and like hanging out with sketchy people and getting blackout drunk, like all while he was a congressman. So the detail, as I understand it, 2021 to now, there's been a 3-year investigation in the House Ethics Committee about Gaetz and his behavior that was instigated by an attorney who filed a complaint claiming to represent an underage girl who says that she slept with Matt Gaetz whenever she was underage. Now, obviously, though, she may claim that, but as I understand it, the feds did investigate at least some of these claims, and of course, they haven't brought charges.
Sure.
So the report itself was due to be released, I think tomorrow, actually, from the day that we are taping. And that report now will not be released because what happened is that Gaetz got nominated to be the Attorney General, and he resigned as a House of Representatives. So the House Ethics Committee, 2 days later of his nomination, was supposed to release that, but they will no longer release the report because he's no longer a sitting member of Congress, considering his resignation. So there's some background.
That's kind of sketchy, yeah.
Look, I mean, his behavior has also made it a little weird in terms of, first of all, just what he admitted to is wild.
Also, why would he be appointed, though? It almost seems like he'd have perhaps dirt on DJT.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
No, I don't think it's a dirt thing. Dude, Gaetz is just he's one of his biggest...
He's one of his bros?
No, not bros. He's one of his biggest defenders on television. He's one of those people who, like, anything goes, like, he's all in. I mean, look,
it seems tactical. I'm saying to abandon Congress, have a higher job 2 days before potentially the shoe drops.
You could read that into that if you want.
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, but at the same time, like, why would Trump go along with that scheme then, right? Like, because for this, Trump would have to be like, okay, Matt, I'll bail you out. But
that's what I'm saying. That's hence the dirt. I don't know. I'm just wildly speculating. I'm trying to figure out why appoint somebody with such a sketchy record.
Oh, I mean, I think that the case is simple. Gaetz is a true believer. That's what it is. He's been all in for Trump for 8 years. He was his biggest defender on television. Mm-hmm. Trump loves him. He always goes on Fox, and Matt Gaetz is always like, I'm all in for Trump. To be fair, Gaetz is an interesting guy. Like, from my perspective, he has generally been anti-war. Like, he's been sponsored a lot of stuff with progressive Democrats about trying to end forever wars. Okay. He's somebody who wanted to pardon pardon Edward Snowden. He opposed the Julian Assange stuff. You'll like this. He's very pro-weed. He's one of the most pro-marijuana members of Congress.
I don't care about weed anymore. I like mushrooms. Right,
okay. But, well, we're coming for that next. But he had, he's actually quite libertarian is the way. He's pro-Bitcoin, you know. And he's been a heterodox guy for a while. So I'm not that, worried about. People hate Matt Gaetz because, look, he's kind of an asshole, like media-wise.
For sure.
He's got a reputation about town, and he likes to come in and he likes to mouth off. Can we put it that way?
Yeah, for sure.
He's got a bad, like the Republicans hate him because he's the one who mounted that coup against Kevin McCarthy and got Kevin McCarthy kicked out. So a lot of the establishment types hate him, but Trump loves him because he's loyal and he wants him to like root out a lot of the people who are in the Department of Justice who he would see as like, deep state or enemies or whatever.
For sure.
And I honestly think Gaetz would do that, but I mean, it is crazy because AG is like a real dude. You're the chief legal officer of the United States. Like you have to determine the legality of president's actions. You direct the Department of Justice and the FBI, like what type of cases we're going to prosecute or not. Like you make the call on some like really big decisions. Like you have to write the legal justification sometimes for what the president is doing, work with the White House counsel's office. I mean, it is a real no shit job. Like it's a real job. I'm
glad you said that because that was my next question.
I had to go look it up.
Attorney General?
I had to go look it up because I was like, yo, does he even have a law degree? But he does. Yeah. But I was like, I don't know if he's a lawyer,
That's fucking wild. So it is we're about to enter what's the Senate and the House are Republican now.
Yes, the Senate
We'll
and the
get
House
two
are
Supreme Court picks, most likely.
Alito and Clarence Thomas. That's right. They'll probably resign. Although Sonia Sotomayor, one of the Democrats, she's 70, but she does have type 1 diabetes. And Democrats tried to get her to resign because they were like, hey, you need to go so that Biden can appoint somebody. But she pulled an RBG and she's like, I'm not going anywhere.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Damn, because they wanted one.
Oh.
Yeah, because we're going to enter into like a... What's up?
Can you believe that she did that? These people are such narcissists. She's
I can totally believe that
believes in power and not even being part. I mean, I don't really care, but it's more from a liberal perspective. It's like if you think this is fascism and the end of democracy, I'm like, bitch, then resign. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I know.
You're literally type 1 diabetic, 7 years old, and you're obese. Like, what do you think's gonna happen? Look at a fucking actuarial table. Like,
dude, it is sad though if you think about like even like what happened to Biden. It's like being that old and being driven by kind of like the power drive until like your brain just falls apart. It's pretty fucking terrible.
I mean, I say it's sad, but it's also like pathetic and deeply egomaniacal and narcissistic. And that at the end of the day, that's what it takes to be a politician. Like that's the truth. He, by the way, has been the same his entire life. So I talked about this book yesterday with Friedman called What It Takes. It was written in 1988. It's about the 1988 presidential campaign. That's where Biden had that plagiarism scandal. He's been an egomaniacal, narcissist, chip on his shoulder guy for his entire life. So, what they say about when you get old is it just makes you more of what you already are. Like you're just more, if you're already an arrogant fuck, like you're just going to be more of an arrogant fuck when you're old. Like that's
so sad, man.
It's true. Yeah.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
That was my overarching point with religion. It's like I feel like as a society, we need a vehicle for self-transcendence so that you don't become a just 80-year-old walking around demented, like trying to lead the country.
Yeah. At the end of the day, that's like genuinely like self-idolatry. He's like, I am the one. I will stop Donald Trump. I'm the most important figure. Nothing is bigger than me. It's pure narcissism, and he's chiefly responsible for being a terrible president, but also for the loss of the Democratic Party. It really, it's crazy. Yeah, if I were them, I would be freaking out. I would be so furious. I mean, nobody has fucked their party more than Biden since George W. Bush and his handling of the Iraq War.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think the future of the Democratic Party is going to look? Because I thought the same thing. Like, dude, if they don't I think they're going to need an outsider. They're going to need a Democrat.
Yeah, that was my prediction. Not necessarily a Democratic Trump, but if we're in an era, so for example, like Obama like rose from the ashes, right? Because, he was a no-name senator. He gave it a great speech in '04, big fucking deal, okay?
Yeah.
But then he came out of nowhere. He had anti-war credentials, and Harry Reid is actually the one who was like, you should run for president. He's like, you're not a good senator. He's like, you don't like it here. He's like, get out of here. Go run for president. He's the first person who put that in Obama's mind. But with the rest of them, like if we look in the past, Bill Clinton also came out of nowhere in '92.
Right.
We had 12 years of Republican rule, 1980
was
to
it Reagan,
1992.
Bush?
It was Reagan and it was Bush. And Clinton, I mean, he was a no-name governor from Arkansas, but he created this thing, the Democratic Leadership Committee, which like basically moved the Democratic Party much more to the right and made it more of like a neoliberal thing. And that's how he was able to win like a major victory in '92. So somebody will come. I think that person needs to come from the ashes, though. I think anybody tainted by the stain of like wokeism from the 2010s and the Great Awakening onward, on top of like the Biden and all the trans shit and all this, plus, just this whole last decade has been a nightmare, right?
It collapsed in on itself.
And it collapsed in and of itself. So anybody really tainted by that at the national political level, they're going to have a tough time, in my opinion. That's why, even though I think Gavin Newsom's very talented, and I think that Josh Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, Pete Buttigieg, and all these other people, I think that they like to believe that they could overcome it, and maybe, right? Like Trump could fuck everything up, and he could be a nightmare, right? In terms of his popularity, and it'd be easy to beat him. Anybody could, but if he doesn't, and if he governs even reasonably well, 50% approval rating, you're going to need somebody with like real political entrepreneurship and skills to be able to rise out of that.
Yeah, and they kind of, the Republican side has a kind of like I feel like a deeper roster. They could tap that are also like RFK. He can like talk. He's not like a total robot.
Well, he's not
a
a
politician.
Republican, right? So he's whatever.
He's independent.
He is. He's an independent. He's endorsed Trump. Yes, although I don't think RFK will ever run again.
I don't think he will.
I
don't think he will. But I'm saying they seem to have like a Tulsi Gabbard. Like they have like a deeper roster of people. Maybe that's just me because I'm biased. But it's like
maybe
I don't know if anyone like like you're saying like these like Newsom, Buttigieg is like. I really think they need a new person.
Absolutely,
entirely.
You need somebody who is totally untainted by the system, and that's real. That's what Obama was. That's what Bill Clinton was.
Yeah,
I mean the appetite for. Although I will say the appetite. The thing is about the Democratic base is now it's rich white people, and the thing is about rich white people is they don't really give a shit about a lot of stuff. They just want to win. Like I'm serious. Like they are just like we want to win. They're like, oh, you need to say what? Okay, whatever. Like say it. Just win. So it is a little different this time because this time around, as whatever narrative they're sold about what will beat Trump, that's who they're going to nominate.
Yeah.
That's why they nominated Biden. They didn't care what he stood for.
I know.
They were like, we need Trump out of here.
Yeah.
It was that's
like,
what it's going to be like.
Bring out the dancing black ladies.
They threw
everything. They were like Beyonce, Cardi.
So were you as shocked as I was that they get paid? I had no idea that these celebrities
got paid.
I had no idea.
I didn't know.
I was so naive. I thought celebrities just did it because they supported them.
If they didn't get paid, it's because they're at the Diddy parties. So like you better show my W2.
Yeah,
it's just so weird to be like we're gonna have
$1 million to Oprah. $1 million.
$1 million, dude.
She's a billionaire. What the fuck do you need $1 million for? What are we doing?
I mean, it's a nice little treat, though.
Yeah, sure, but
we'll give you a mill.
It's like, don't you already support Kamala? Like, just do it, And that's the thing is, I don't think they're getting paid to say something that they don't already believe. But if you already believe it, just do it for free. Like, why would you? Like,
I don't think they believe it. You can't.
Maybe you're right,
You
bro.
can't guarantee. Like, there's no way. There's no like. Again, it's like Republicans. I'm not like a big Republican guy, but I really like zoom in on like the liberal Democrat, like the modern liberal Democrat type. It's like I don't really see a coherent vision at all. It's too bought in on the postmodernism, which is in itself is self-contradictory and goes nowhere.
Definitely.
So that's kind of what happened to them. They it was their like. Trump was the right's energizer battery pack. Theirs was like the postmodern racial power versus, worldview.
Yeah, it's very odd.
And it just literally collapses in on itself and it contradicts itself. Like, there's no hierarchies. It's like, well, who do you prefer, Trump or Biden? Well, there are hierarchies, all that bullshit. But it's like they're gonna have. If I were a Democrat like leading the campaign, an outsider candidate, and I would come by and be like, if you're a Trump supporter, I still love you, man. That's all they have to. That's all they have to do.
Yeah,
all they have
I
to do.
mean,
Like, bro,
they
I
made
love
the
you.
whole dictator fascist playbook that they ran this time. That was very stupid,
Yeah.
that they did. So I don't know how they're going to do it, man. I really don't. I have confidence that they will figure it out just because people are too triumphalist, as in, I know I was talking about this. 2008, Obama wins, right? They're like, we will never lose an election again. James Carville literally wrote a book called 40 More Years about how the Democrats will be in power forever. Demographics are destiny. It's over. It's a white party. And now Donald Trump has won 2 out of the last 3 presidential elections. The last one, he won the popular vote and he won Latino men. He basically completed a racial realignment of the U.S. politics.
It's insane.
Imagine going back, to 2008 and telling me that was only 16 years ago, man.
Yeah,
it wasn't
dude.
that long ago.
And Obama lost his juice when they trotted him out to be like, go yell at young black guys. And
Right.
like, dude, it just is like, man.
It's like you sneering. Just like that's the I have Obama derangement syndrome. Like, I hate Obama. And, like, not for the reasons that, like, white boomers hate him. We're like, he's destroying this country.
I was working construction when he got elected, and it was a somber day for, like,
for
just
the boomers.
white, like, boomer age white guys. They'd come into work and be like, they were just mad he was a black guy.
Yeah.
That was it. They came in and they were going, it was kind of funny.
Yeah.
But I do agree. I think there's something very sinister about wrapping yourself in that, like, cultural identity. And
I
like,
call him the Instagram president. He's this fucking, he's just this cultural elite. He's everything that he supposedly stood against. And
I know.
The way that he governed, he came and he was supposed to end the Iraq War and the financial crisis he was supposed to solve. He fucked both of those up. We had a horrible economic depression for the the entire period. I mean, look, if you want to look at the wealth inequality, the explosion, the lack of wage growth, that all happened under Obama. He got lucky that Mitt Romney ran against him. All the ingredients to be able to beat him were there. Romney just ran a terrible campaign. And then immigration in 2014, he overinterprets his mandate and he's like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to do whatever I want on immigration. And he goes all in and he does DACA. And honestly, that is responsible for Donald Trump because what he did is he both polarized the liberal base on the issue of immigration, which was amnesty first, maybe border security sometime in the future, but he also energized the Republicans who were like, oh my God, when they have power, they're going to mass legalize literally millions of illegal immigrants. And that it leads to the 2014 executive order leads directly 1 year later, Trump comes down the escalator and says, no, we're going to build a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. So there are direct consequences for these actions. And immigration is the number one reason, in my opinion, why Donald Trump was elected. Like, there's no question. Even
what do you think about the population collapse that's going to come when all like the boomers go and
I
they
think
have
that's
less
fake.
kids? You don't think we're going to have to be just importing people?
No. And I think that's a very convenient explanation. I mean, look, at a certain point too,
if the numbers dip, how's it not real?
No, what I'm saying is that the idea that first of all that we're gonna have population collapse and we're like Japan is just like not true. But there's first of all, but the second is there's this presumption that the only way to do it is to import like basically like second class citizens from South America.
Did you ever read The Next 100 Years by George Friedman?
I have not read that book. I think I'm familiar with the thesis.
That's his big thing. Yeah,
right. So I mean, this is a very popular way that people justify like mass migration. First of all, like there's another way, which is you could try both economic and social incentives to change the picture. But the other thing is there's something like really sick about this idea that the only way to like that the birth rate itself is the only thing that matters and not like what the actual makeup of the United States is. And all the secondary and the secondary tertiary effects of what mass illegal immigration like does to the U.S. economy, to U.S. society. It makes a mockery of like U.S. law. And like the entire way our immigration system works is just totally fucked up. Like people don't understand. Like our immigration system is totally unique in the Western world. The entire rest of the Western world has basically merit-based immigration. We are the only country still left on family-based chain migration. So what that means is that, so I'm a U.S. citizen, right? And so, because I was born here in Bryan, Texas, but the way it would have worked is my parents who immigrated here, their family members have a preference in the U.S. immigration system if they were able to sponsor someone to come to America. It doesn't matter whether those family members are they college educated? Like, who are these people, right? Like, do you have a degree? Like, what's your job? Like, are you able to support yourself? That makes sense. If you migrate to Australia, they're like, they have a points-based immigration system. So they're like, a college degree, cool. Oh, you speak English? Much higher up at the list.
For sure.
Right? That's how it should work. It should be merit-based. It should be based upon, are you going to benefit the America? Now, people get very squirrely about this because it is contrary to the way that what I talked about earlier, the 1800s mass immigration.
Yeah, that was my mom's dad. Came over.
But
no, it was the 1900s. Sorry.
Right, but here's a good quote that I heard: "We don't make immigration policy for our grandparents; we do it for our grandchildren." Just because in the 1800s, we had what? Industrial Revolution. We needed a shit ton of basically just like bodies to sit there. You shovel. Oh, you can swing a shovel? Cool. You're fucking Slovenian? Who cares? Whatever. But that's not how the U.S. economy works.
Yeah.
Like, the U.S. economy is a service-based economy. Our manufacturing jobs are high-tech manufacturing. Like, you need to be able to speak English to function in America. 12 million people illegally entered this country in the last 4 years. 27% of them don't have a high school diploma in Spanish, by the way, so they're barely literate in Spanish. 20-something% of them have barely completed a high school education by Latin American standards or wherever they came from, and then only a small portion are actually college educated. So look, be real. Look at the stats. What is that going to cost the United States? Are they bad people? Absolutely not.
For sure.
But it makes a mockery of this idea of, first of all, of just order. Like, in terms of being able to just come here, no matter who you are, you can just raise your hand and fake say, I fear for my life.
Yeah.
You're an economic migrant. Let's all be honest. And if you interview these people, they'll tell you the same. They're like, I came here for a job. I don't begrudge you. That's fine. But the point is that you can't allow that system to be in place where basically the cost of the bill of all of this is going to come down to us. So we need to dramatically shift to an actual merit-based immigration system. That's number one. But two, what we really need to do is also consider, after that period of massive immigration, of European migration, we had social chaos in this country. We actually were becoming like ethnic. There was a whole war over this. Teddy Roosevelt gave a famous speech. There is no we're done with hyphenated America. And hyphenated me like I'm a Slovenian American. He was like, no, we're all Americans. We need to be done with hyphenation. And that led to a complete shutdown, basically, of U.S. immigration from the 1920s up until the Immigration Naturalization Act of 1965. That immigration moratorium actually allowed for assimilation, where the term white became popular because it's like, as you know, if you read a book, ask white Protestants, were Irish people white in 1920? Absolutely not. Okay, they're like Lithuanian. They're like, you're Lithuanian. You're not white. Okay, that was bad. Just so we're all aware, that was bad. And so the change in that, we need to go through that again. Like, we need to completely change the way that our foreign-born population has never been as high than previous from the late 1900s, right around when we had the same immigration moratorium. We're signing up for the same levels of problems, where our heterogeneous population is just way too removed from each other. We don't have a common civic understanding or any of this. And the truth is that if you just keep importing 1 million people per year, and then the vast majority of them are illegal, no disorderly process, like, dude, this just breaks the civic foundation of the country. Like, it's just not going to work. And I say this to somebody whose parents came from India. Like, but that's my point, is I'm here now. I'm a citizen. Like, I have to care about my children, my grandchildren. What country are they going to grow up in?
Yeah, and it's also, it's like, so it is kind of a bullshit thing to be like, well, since your parents came, you have to decide. It's like,
so
I can change my fucking mind.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, they left the third world so I could live in the first world, and I can make up my own mind.
It's amazing.
The best part of coming to America and to the West, anybody who is from like a Western or a non-Western country will know this. in non-Western countries, you're kind of like told what to do. There's a path, and there's a rigid class system, and there's like, this is how we live our life. And like, that's the best part about coming here, man. You can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. The social mobility here is better than anywhere else in the entire world.
Dude, and that was the problem. I went to school for social work. Like when I got my graduate degree in social work, and you were like, if you brought up social mobility, the teachers would be like, that's a myth.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. I was literally be like, no, it's not. They're like, that's a myth.
Does wealth give you privilege? Absolutely. But actually, I think I read that people who are born in the upper quintile, if you look at the across generations, after like 3 generations, their kids are usually back down.
Shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves.
Yeah,
that's
shirt sleeves to shirt
3
sleeves.
generations.
Yeah, exactly.
It does have extreme money has a degenerative effect.
Oh, absolutely.
It's obviously incredible, bounty to be born with a ton of money. But dude, it like kind of warps people big time.
One of my favorite books is The Fall of the House of Vanderbilt, and it's exactly about this. And it's basically, I think 100 years after Cornelius Vanderbilt died, his generations, not a single one of them was a millionaire, not one. And the first Vanderbilt after Cornelius Vanderbilt to make anything of himself was one of the only Vanderbilts not to be born with money. His name is Anderson Cooper.
What?
He is the first Vanderbilt, member of the Vanderbilt family, to not be born with money. The first one who was broke, who made anything out of himself.
What the fuck?
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Anderson Cooper is the first successful Vanderbilt in like 200 years.
Since Cornelius,
the Commodore.
I've heard he's a Vanderbilt, but it's always like he's a CIA.
Yeah, his mother was Gloria Vanderbilt. Yeah. And I mean, and you read their stories, the money just destroyed them. It destroyed their family.
Yeah.
All of them just became like degenerate dilettantes who became, they were addicted to alcohol and drugs, and they would blow it on these gigantic houses, and they got caught up in the British rat race, and they all became dollar princess. I love the term dollar princess.
What's a dollar princess?
A dollar princess is in the 1800s, American industrialists were filthy rich, and the way to have social mobility is they were like, we need to get our daughters married to English lords, but the English lords were broke, and so they were like, oh, we'll marry your kids. So Winston Churchill's mother, she was a dollar princess, Jenny Churchill, and they hit the Duke of Marlborough. I forget exactly what his name. He was another Churchill. I think it was Randolph Churchill. He married one of Cornelius Vanderbilt's, I think either granddaughter or great-granddaughter. Same thing. He bailed him out. So he literally he could rebuild his house. And after they got married, he was like, by the way, I don't give a shit about you at all. He's like, I literally don't care.
Yeah, do whatever
He's like,
you want.
I married you for your money. He's like, I'm just going to go do whatever I want to do. Like, I'm just going to go live my life. Yeah.
That's that's crazy.
No, it's horrible. It's horrible. Her life ended up, it was a nightmare, unfortunately, for her.
Yeah. Well, it's also very rigid. I know if you have generational wealth, it's like you can get cut out of the will, then you're fucked.
Yes, there's stuff like there's all of that, and then you have that house, the Biltmore, down in North Carolina, the largest house literally ever built in the United States. It was built by a Vanderbilt. It's just, you read about them like this guy would have like 7 marriages in the course of his life.
Dude, I did work in Arlen Specter's estate. He was dead, and it was, I think, one of the
senator from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Yeah.
I painted his house.
Really?
Me and my friend helped paint his house.
Did you ever ask him about JFK?
Huh?
About JFK?
They were dead. He was dead. I should have asked him, but that's why I think he got a nice little estate.
Yeah.
But dude, it was just like his surviving family members, and it was for real like sad, man. Like we were in there like using oil primer, and the lady came in and was just like, "This smells." We're like, "Yeah, we had it's fucking oil paint." She's like, "Well, I have a party coming in." We're like,
you should have told us.
Okay.
Yeah.
And dude, she started spraying, just walking around as if you were like an inanimate. She would just spray perfume in the room, and if you were standing there, she would just go like right in your face.
Jeez.
My mom was a maid for the DuPonts, and she said it was the same thing. She was a maid at the house of the guy who was like it became like a psycho killer wrestler guy.
Wow.
She was down there, and she said it was like, she was like, I remember it being like, it was a very sad, it was just like a sad vibe in the house.
I mean, after 100 years, basically destroyed them all.
Yeah.
And it is very sad because most of them, the burden of, and it's not just them. I read another book about the Astor family. I mean, John Jacob Astor was like one of the first like real millionaires in the United States. He was a slumlord in Manhattan. He was like this Dutch slumlord. He was like, hey, He's like, how many of you immigrants can I charge $20 today? And his family, like they become these titans of society and all of that. And one of his great grandson, I think, died on Titanic. He was the richest man on the Titanic, and he died on Titanic. His 19-year-old wife, who just impregnated, she got off. She had a baby. He became the Titanic baby. Because he was literally in his mother's womb whenever she was saved off of the Titanic. But basically after him, and he was, by the way, ended up being like some degenerate playboy. You know, so it's like it didn't really live up to it. So.
That is the funny thing. You can achieve. It is very funny though to be like you can achieve at the highest level. Just so your grandson can just like crash a boat while he's like coked up.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
one day
it happens
just
all
blow up on a river.
The Rockefellers, John D. Rock. He was kind of a psycho, actually. But his son actually was relatively successful. He seemed like a good guy. His son's Nelson Rockefeller. He was the vice presidential nominee for the Republicans, governor of New York. But after that, things start to drift off, and now we're in the fifth and sixth generation. You're like, who? It happened to the Kennedy family, dude.
Yeah.
It's like the longer you go down the Kennedy family, you're like, is there anybody impressive in the? I saw JFK's grandson going around the DNC when I was there, like filming TikToks and stuff, and I was like, bro,
that's the
like
kiss of death.
John F. Kennedy's grandson.
I know.
I want to shake him. I'm like, live up to your goddamn father, your grandfather.
That's got to be a crazy family to be a part of.
Oh yeah, I just want to be like, if your great grandfather, the patriarch, could see you, he'd be sick. Like looking around,
just fucking
dancing. Yeah, he's like taking selfies, and be like, "Hey guys," like you suck, dude.
Just Lady Gaga, like.
Yeah, I was like, dude, this guy blows. He's a dandy.
It is absolute dandy behavior.
Yeah,
it just does suck because it's like you want to do well, but it's like if you kind of like if you just try to go for the absolute top.
Yeah.
It does, like, without a vision of some sort, you just end up just kind of like...
I think that anybody who comes into even, like, a modest amount of money, like, you probably need to do some serious thinking.
You do.
And you really need to be like, okay, like, what is my life going to look like?
Look.
Children, like,
this is why people need to sell a lot of weed when they're 20.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I did this. I had the hero's journey. I came into, like, I would make, like, $4,000 a week and just be like...
Holy shit.
Dude, I was killing it. Well,
4,000 times.
I lost all of it. I lost all of it.
4,000 times 52 is how much? That's $200-something thousand.
As like a 25-year-old dude, and I got to like
and that's all cat. You're not even paying taxes. Yeah,
I pay taxes. No, you get the ego inflation, and then like I got the rug swept out from under me. So that was one of the best experiences of my life to lose all to get like the ego pump, and then to have it just ripped away from you. Because otherwise, yeah, dude, if you catch that, like, it gives you the thing, like, when things are going well, I have an understanding, like,
you think you're a boss.
They can definitely not go well very quickly.
Oh, absolutely. So, also, I would just say, I've met a lot of people who are, like, super wealthy, and all of them are pretty weird.
Yes.
Like, every person I know, every person I've ever met with 100 million more net worth, I'm like, dude, you're a weirdo.
Well, you can't connect with anybody. You can't talk about like if you even broach certain subjects. 80% of people are going to be like,
you want to know funny? I was talking to a guy,
nice.
And I was like, yeah, you know when you're in an airport, and he's like, oh, I haven't been in an airport in 20 years, and I was like, whoa. I was like, oh, because you fly private. I was like, I've never even been on a private plane. And I was like, that's a crazy. It was just so casual. He's like, I haven't been in an airport in 20 years.
I know.
I was like, whoa. It's just
okay.
Like, what a life. Yeah. Like, what does that even look like?
Yeah, dude. I was talking to somebody one time excited about like flying first class, and he was like, dude, my kids have never not flown private. And I was like, I didn't even think about that. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, but that probably really fucks them up. I mean, what are they going to do then whenever they have to fly economy?
Either they'll be stoked. Oh, here's the thing. I remember I grew up in like a upper middle class suburb. So like I moved to West Philly, and I was in the hood, and I was like, this is so cool. And then so maybe they'll just be on an airplane and be like, wow.
Maybe. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you're, what is it, like C on Southwest, and you're like trying to go for the middle seat or whatever, and you're like, my life sucks.
Yeah, true.
Like And I'm talking about plane. And now I'm talking about, you know this, you're a Northeast guy. Megabus, like when you're taking like a midnight megabus to New York City to take the cheapest one. And you're like, well, I'll take a bag. And when I get there, like change in a bathroom and
Megabus
put a new
was
shirt
nice.
on.
Megabus, we did there was a Chinatown
Oh,
bus.
the Chinatown. I know the Chinatown bus.
Was
I know what that
just
one.
A pregnant lady driving it. And you're like, what the fuck? But dude, yeah, it's
stomachs up against the steering wheel.
Yeah, for real, dude. There was for real a pregnant lady driving it before.
But drug addicts are like freaking out in the back, and someone's like, "Hey, can y'all keep it down back there?" I'd be like, "Shut your goddamn mouth!" Yeah,
that is true. It is. Yeah. It does kind of set the bar too high, and then it's like all you can ever do is be disappointed in life, or like again, I did eventually become very disillusioned with life in the hood. I was like, this is sad. I was like, this is so
sad, bro.
It's so, dude, it's for real so sad.
Yeah, because the systems are like designed to just keep everybody down. And I mean, look, they have individual responsibility for sure, but like also the way the entire thing is designed, it's like they keep it contained. Nobody cares. Everyone just wants to pretend like it's over there. And
it's for real. Like it's like I remember I bought a house in West Philly with my brother when I was like 21. It was like the house was $27,000. I lived in there. Whoa. Yeah, it was pretty fucking awesome. But
cool. Did you hang on to it? Did you sell it?
We sold it, and then it got knocked down immediately. It was structurally, it had a tree growing through the basement. It was bad. But but I remember like going into like my neighbor's house, and they were like, it's funny because when you live there, like there are a lot of like when you grow up, like I grew up, my parents watching Fox News. It's just the news being like, black guys are up to no good again, and it's like, so you get this like skewed picture. And then you meet the individuals, and you're like, "Damn, these are like some of the nicest people." Then there's people like just doing monstrous behavior. Mm-hmm. But I remember like the first time I walked into somebody's like my neighbor's house, it's like visually jarring because it's like everything's just fucked up. Like there's no symmetry. Everything's built fucked up, and it's like I remember like being there's just like bugs, and just being like, "Fuck, dude, that's like it was like just crazy."
I know.
But then it's like, that's why you have to do good. That's like the brutal reality behind all of like the, let's save everyone political messaging. It's like, dude, you have to bail yourself out at the end of the day. You just have to. It's sad. It's not fair.
I look at it.
You have to do it
two ways. As in, we have to, of course, like design and move systems to create like a quality of opportunity. But you also have to have a responsibility given the circumstances. For example, like, I don't know, any money, anything that you're working with, I'll often be like, what a bullshit. For example, and you guys probably have this too. Crystal and I co-own our shows. We're small business owners too. And we have to deal with all the small bit and all of the paperwork and all the fucking accounting and all the shit behind it is mind-numbing. It's stupid. It makes no sense. Yeah. It's genuinely not fair because these major corporations and all these other people get all of these crazy tax breaks, and we're sitting here trying to figure this stuff out, and it sucks all of our time, and it's super stressful. Yeah. And I could just be like, oh, it's not fair. And it's actually not fair. The people who are small business owners, you get fucked. Like, that's the reality. Yeah. But you just have to do it, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to spend 10 hours of my goddamn time learning the ins and outs of all of this to make sure I'm not getting ripped off when my account
Why don't you just pay an account? Oh, you double check the account.
Dude, you got to double check,
you
man.
Do,
I mean,
that's
look,
true.
I'm like you know, Patreon and all this. I want to be a good steward of other people's money. Like, I don't be pissing people's money away.
That makes
sense.
It's not
nice. You can't do that to people.
That makes sense, yeah.
I mean, it's a serious responsibility when you're like, hey, pay me $10 a month. Like, it's not a fucking joke, dude. Yeah. You're like, actually, you have to become a steward of that money for real.
Well, hold on, like, man. If people want to give their money, man, that's But no, I agree. You got to give them something. You got to do something.
Yes,
you can't just piss it away.
You're working for them, and you can't just, and it's also money. It's like, look, I grew up Indian, so we're fun. We money, it means something. You're taught from a very young age,
dude.
Like, and I don't care how much money you have. Like $100 will always be $100 to me. I know exactly what that buys, and I know what it means and what it does, and like
it's funny because it's in where I'm from in Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania. There's been like a massive influx of the Indian population. Everyone I know, like people have like landscaping companies. They're like, bro. They're like just haggling on the fucking lawn. He's like, their lawns are this fucking high. Yeah. And then they'll be like, oh, I'm not paying it. It's like, my cousin's like, bro, they haggle me to fucking death. It's really funny.
Yeah, fuck him.
But
right? yeah.
That's what he gets.
Yeah.
But dude, it is Yeah, it is. Like it's one of those things. I feel like Indian. It's like they were out of the race conversation for a long time.
Of course we are. Yeah, we're the inconvenient minority. Because Asians in general are completely invisibilized by U.S. racial discourse.
Big time.
I mean, look,
but you guys are killing it, dude.
Yeah, we're the
Just
richest
sick.
people in America.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I'll say this: it's not really fair because Indians in America are like so-called like the twice selected elite. And so
why do they say that?
Because India's 1 billion people, okay? But the caste system where Brahmins, which is the top caste,
I know.
Those people, so you do know. Brahmins, 40%, I think it's only like 1 or 2% of India. My math could be wrong, so Indians. But 40%, so 1 or 2% of India, but 40% of Indian Americans are Brahmins. So that means 40% of the people here are part of the top 1 to 2% already of the Indian caste system.
Really?
Yeah, because they're doctors, engineers, lawyers, people who are highly educated. So part of Brahmin culture, that's where I come from too, by the way.
Okay, come from Brahmin.
But I'm saying our family has generations.
That makes sense. You wouldn't be able to get
of revering like education, family. We don't drink alcohol. We're like, this is how we live our life. Like our life is about family. It's about furthering the next generation. Individualism really as a concept is like not part of that. And that's actually why I think it meshes really well with America is America will drag you to individualism. America will drag you to a little bit of consumerism, a little bit of like you can be whoever you want to be. But the backstop that you have is like, no, this is not what we do. Like money, we don't spend it on stupid shit. When we have money, we spend it on books, on education. So my upbringing was like the budget is limitless for anything educational. The budget is like zero for anything stupid.
For fucking around,
And no offense, white people, but I have noticed you have proclivities for new cars and for nice sneakers.
Check my ride, bro.
And nice kitchens, and so I'll be like, so your kid's got $25,000 in debt, and you've got a new fucking kitchen. Interesting. In our culture, that shit does not fly.
Yeah.
But that's why I would say Indians are very successful in America because it's like we're both obviously highly educated. That's number one. But two, I really think the culture is a huge aspect of it. The way that you revere money, you think about family. There are no Indian parents out there who have the money who are not paying for their child's college education. It's just it would never happen. And in white families, there's this weird hyper into like they got this like boomer mentality of like they've got to figure it out. Because back in my day, I'm like, well, have you looked at inflation? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I know.
And they're like, well, they'll get it when I die. And I'm like, yeah, but it's actually way more useful to help your child out when you're 18, 19 to 25. Those are the foundational years of your life. So it's a mindset difference.
That was the one. No, dude, I appreciate you saying that. That was the one thing my parents were actually really good about is like, don't go into debt if you ever avoid it at all costs, and also keep a low profile. Like don't try to. My dad does spaz. He has like phases where he has like 57 bicycles in his basement. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but they were and now my parents weren't like educated really. They went to high school and they got out and that was it. But they were very like that was the one thing I think that's the thing I'm gonna copy off of them. They like sent us to like an all boys Catholic high school, paid for our college, and it's like. That's the one thing with my kids. It's like I'm looking for schools for my daughter right now, and it's like I was telling my wife, I'm like, because her mom's big on. A lot of people I know are like the public school is just as good, and it's like I don't think so. I genuinely don't think so. It's like
I'm assuming you live in a nice area. It probably is.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, well, then
a lot of Indians.
I think you're probably fine then, man.
But that
I
went
to public school. Yeah.
The public schools around me it's newly nice, so the public schools are. But it's like you compare it to a private school, and it's like you've done well for public school.
I'll give you two cases. I'll give you the case for.
It's just not, my point is sorry before I cut you off. My point is if you can afford it, you should spend money on your kids' education.
Oh, definitely.
That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And so in that case, it's interesting. But more what I meant in terms of that is sometimes people will be like, I don't know, like I knew a girl who wanted to take a graduate test, like study for the GRE, and she was like, oh, my parents won't pay for my GRE test, thing, but they have the money to pay for it.
That's
but they're
crazy,
like, you have to work to go for your GRE test prep. I'm like, what? Like, I
Yeah.
was like, who are your parents? Like what?
That's so ruthless.
Yeah. In my head, I'm like, that doesn't even fly. Like, it's just, but if I was like, hey, Dad, so if I was like, Dad, I need $5,000 for a GRE prep course, and I was like 23 or whatever, he'd be like, absolutely. But if I was like, I need $5,000 to go hang out in Saint-Tropez, or it's like, he's like, what?
Get
like,
the fuck out of here.
No way.
Yeah.
Like,
no, that does make sense.
That's what I'm talking
Well,
about.
and a lot of the suburb like that I'm from, I've learned that many of the families are just debt. It's just like the whole thing runs on a giant balloon of debt, and it's like kind of
Americans
terrifying.
are obsessed with debt. Americans are obsessed with consumerism, and I can't. My dad, when he was making good money, he was rolling around in a 1988 Mazda with no air conditioning in 150 degrees.
It's such a
Texas,
beast move, though, dude.
With his windows rolled down, and he refused to get it. He eventually sold it for $1,000 after he put 200,000 miles on it. So it's like that's where I come from. It's like, do you need a new Raptor truck, Texas? Probably not. It's like these guys, no offense, but if you look at the average car payment, Texas is the highest average car payment in the nation because all of these idiots are rolling around in trucks. You don't need a brand new truck.
Trucks are
you don't
like
need
$80,000
Raptor. It's ridiculous. Like, sorry, you need a Toyota Camry, or a Hyundai, or like any of these other cars. They're great cars. They'll get you. So I'm actually a big proponent of Dave Ramsey for the vast majority of people. I think Ramsey, what you were just saying, I think his like common sense approach, if 95% of people followed their life that way, they would be better off. He preaches like avoid debt, don't use credit cards and all of this. I personally am a big credit card point fiend, but I pay it by balance and all this stuff. But here's the thing. I think what he gets at is what we were talking about with impulse control and all that. It's look at the stats. People can't control themselves. They're only paying the minimums. They're taking out 35, 40, 50% debt or whatever on their APR, HELOC loans and all this. He's taught me about financial products I didn't even know existed. I'm like, wait, so people out there are taking 2 mortgages and then another mortgage on top of that one? How do you sleep at night, bro?
Dude, it's insane.
Oh my God. I actually cannot imagine. So if for anybody out there who's listening, if you listen to Dave and you actually take, at the very least, like take some of the advice to heart. The number one thing is budget too. No matter how much money you make, you still need a budget. And the reason why is you just need to know where your money is going. And you need to be conscientious about every dollar that you spend. So like you were just saying, like you and your wife need to sit down and make a choice and be like, we're sending our kid to private school. That means this is our nut. We need X, Y, and Z amount per month. This is how it looks like. And we're saving, and this is what it looks like.
I have an open mind right now. I'm like, I've looked at like 4 schools, and it's like I've noticed a huge difference between public. But it's like if I see a public school that works, I would go. I'm not like one or the other. But
so I went to both, so I can make the case. Yeah. So I was very lucky. So I grew up in College Station. I went to public school for the first 16 years of my life. My last years of high school, my parents. We moved to Qatar, and I got to go to a very fancy private school. It was part of the deal.
Like an international.
The American School of Doha, right? Okay. So I went from a school where probably the median income of the parent was like, let's say like $40,000
for sure,
to a school where the median income of the parent was probably like $300,000.
Like an elite school.
It was an outrageously nice school, and we were flying for school trips, like. Everybody there, their parents work for Exxon, and
dude, that was one of the schools we looked at. Like, we're gonna send your 4th grader to France for a week. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, no.
That's what my last years of high school were like.
That's crazy,
and I will tell you, I definitely loved it. I loved it, but I would worry that if I had grown up in that environment, and anybody out there, if you've ever interacted with people who are in that bubble, there's a lot of downside to that, man. Like, that's when you were talking about the first class thing. We went on a school trip once, and one of the kids had never flown economy before, and we were all flying economy together. He was like 17 years old.
Like, what the fuck is
this? He had
this?
never been in economy class. He'd only ever flown first, and frankly, he was a pampered little bitch. It's like, and the people like that, like there is something important, and I think about it too. Where, about the people that I grew up with, I didn't even love them that much, I'll be honest with you. But it was important. I got to interact with people from all across different walks of life. I think public education is very important. And I actually think at a young age too, I think in high school, I could make a really good case if you have the money to go to private school. If you look at the stats, private schools send the vast majority of their kids to Ivy League and to other schools, especially if that's what you want for your child. But K through middle school, it's not really about education.
Really
it's about socialization.
Yeah.
And so for socialization purposes, I don't really want my children, just me personally, like to be growing up in a bubble. And in that bubble, like I've spent enough time now in elite circles that I can see how dangerous that it really can be to the mind and to how that person can eventually use that privilege in others. And first of all, they're over-interpreting their own success. Like this idea of like, they'll be like, oh, we're doing pretty good. I'm like, you are not doing shit. Yeah, I'd be like, I'm doing good. You're not doing good. Like, you have not done anything. And
yeah, dude, it is weird, man. That's the kind of the thing I've been struggling with. It's like, because I don't want to be like, get them older and be like, what the fuck? You could have sent me to a nicer school. And I'm like, I don't want you to be a dickhead.
Yeah, but you can also just track each of your children and like, what if one of them is real? Like, there are different types of schools. There's magnet schools, there's math schools, there's sports, there's drama, there's like all these other ones. Like, you gotta. What I would do is I would be like, okay, well, first of all, again, K through 8 is about, it's not about education. Actually, a lot of that education, my man, is on you. All right?
Exactly.
So if anything, you're trying to pay somebody else to teach your kids how to read better. That's about you.
You got to do it.
You need to step up in the house.
I'm fucking, what are you talking about, dude? We spelled her name the other day.
But that's what I'm saying. You got to be keeping that shit up every day.
Tutors and shit.
After school. Not even tutors. You need to be engaged. You need to be making sure that you're sitting there and making this stuff done, because that's where the parent really is the most important.
Sure.
Of course, middle school, high school, when we start talking about SATs, and that's when I think education and the quality of teacher can really make an impact on them. But that's by the time they're starting to become like formed as a human being and may have an idea of what they want to do. But those initial years, I think it's really just about learning how to like be a person in the world, about how to interact with others, following rule, like what does it mean to like live in a society and be in like this ordered weird thing that we call. So that's the purpose of school, man. Like,
for sure.
End of the day. That's why homeschool people are fucking weirdos. Can we all be honest? Have you ever met a normal one? They're freaks, all right? It's true, man. Like, it's true.
I know a couple people. I know people who are homeschooling right now. They're gonna be pissed at you, dude.
I don't care. I mean,
we met one homeschooled kid.
Sometimes they do it in pods and they're okay.
We met a homeschooled kid in my baseball team, and like we drove him to tears.
Yeah, you should.
It was,
and he deserved it. Yeah, I mean,
it was
like,
so
to be honest, he deserved it, dude.
Well, there is a huge aspect of the socialization for sure.
Yeah, it's important
for sure. But then it's like
important.
with the public schools, like, well, what are they getting socialized into? Then you look at all the other shit they had going on with like, like when like, don't tell your parents if you want to trans, come to us and we'll send you to
That's fair.
That was the shit that was free.
You're living here in Texas, dude. What are you worried about? You're actually
these schools, dude, now all the schools, I'm in Austin.
Yeah.
So the schools are like, dude, they're pretty fucking, they go pretty hard with that shit. And that's the stuff that I'm like, but I don't know.
What about the rest of the burbs around it? Round Rock, Fredericksburg, all those other, they can't be there. I mean, I grew up around here, man. Like those are some Bible Belt.
You've been gone for a long time, dude.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, right.
This place changed. You left, bro.
Yeah. that's true. I guess you're true.
But that's kind of, I don't know. I went to a wall. We can get out of here soon. How long have we been doing, Josh? Damn, dude, we almost did a Rogan. I'll let you out here in a second, but
sweet.
I was laughing. Today we toured because again, it's like I'm going to public schools. I'm just trying to find that's the one thing I will try to give my kids the best in education.
Well, you should. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with doing private school.
But I will say today. So I was thinking that I went to a Waldorf school today. I don't know if you're familiar with Waldorf.
I know. I'm familiar with what it is.
Dude, I've never seen anything like that in my life. And it was like almost, theoretically, I'm like, it's all the stuff I like. And I saw the reality of it and I was like, no, it was just like almost creepy.
I agree.
There at one point, there's one dude in the tour, no matter what the person said, he would go, oh, that's so important. And like, dude, at one point, they were like, we have climbing trees and we have trees we don't climb. Those are the climbing trees. And he goes, oh, yes. And then they were in another room and they're like, for math, we have a tactile sensory aspect where we have these marbles and they're actually counting the and the guy literally over marbles goes, oh, yes. I was like, dude, would you shut the fuck up?
That's so weird.
There becomes a point of it where it is like,
There's some millennial
It's like
trends.
a fake savior.
Yeah.
Like we did the entire Odyssey school play in 4th grade. It's like,
yeah.
all right, dude. Like
There's
who's
some
this
millennial
for?
trends, like the Waldorf. I need to look more into it. I'm not 100%.
I think they do well. I think it
Yeah.
has like. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say gentle parenting is the one that I've become familiar with. For
Yes.
This millennial trend of being like, they don't say the word no, right?
Yes.
Everything is about redirection. And the Indian in me is like, how can you possibly turn out like a well-formed adult? Like, actually, I would say a majority of adulthood is learning how to deal with the consequences of the word no.
That's
It's
what
like,
adulthood
you want a
is.
job? Fuck you. No.
There's a
You
giant
want more
no.
money?
Yeah.
Fuck you. No.
There's a giant no hovering over your entire life.
Yeah, it's literally like you're like, or you want to go on a date. It's like, what are 99% of these women going to tell you? No, absolutely.
I know.
You're a loser. Actually,
I know.
Yes.
Yeah, I go back. So it's like I grew up in like the rigorous old school, like if you get in trouble, you get hit, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I do think that's not a good idea to do.
Probably.
I think it's genuinely. It's like I don't think it's the end of the world, especially if you're not like getting drunk and like coming in for no reason. If there's like a rhyme and reason to it, it's not the worst thing. But I do think the punishing physically makes you as a kid like, I'm not going to tell my parents anything.
That's
'cause
right.
I don't want to get smacked. In
No,
the
but
head.
they need consequences.
They do need
of a
consequence.
kind, right? Like you need to
Yes.
take away the things that they like,
Yes.
or be like you're in the silent treatment or stuff like. I think consequences are really important because man, when you get shielded from it, and honestly,
Yeah.
even I remember like that first time when you're 22 years old and you graduate from college and you're actually out on your own and you really you're like, oh my god, like this sucks. Like, sometimes you make a bad decision and you're sitting there, and you're like, holy
Dude,
and this is on me. And I'm by myself right now. Nobody's gonna bail you out right now.
And I'm
man.
telling you, the worst possible is when you're making bad decisions and it's paying off
Yes.
because eventually it all hits you and you go, oh, and it comes for everybody, dude. And
Absolutely.
you go, oh man. And the older you get, you go, there's no way. I gotta live my way through this now.
Yeah,
and it's
you're
like,
right, bro.
I
It's
agree.
very
Well,
important.
dude, thank you so much for coming. I can talk to
thank
you
you for
forever.
having
I
me.
can talk to you
Yeah,
forever, dude.
I really enjoyed it. This is actually pretty fun.
Dude, thank you,
Yeah,
man. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The Wild Wild West.
Mr. Novak, how you doing, bro?
Man,
How you like the Mister? I've been trying to be way more respectful lately.
have you?
Mister, yeah.
The Mister would just fucking piss me off. Fuck you.
You don't like a Mister?
No.
I love Mister.
I just feel like it's like an authoritative figure.
Yeah, you don't
And
like that.
I have
You don't
a
like
problem with like authority and conforming.
Where's the authority problem you think come from?
My fucking father.
Yeah, but
he
I was
is a
just scared.
crazy drug addict, Hell's Angel guy.
But he was still authoritative. He was still like,
in his own demonic, fucked up way. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
he
yeah.
was really disconnected from reality, and he lived in his own world, and his own world looked like he rode with the Hells Angels, and everything was transactional, a business, while under the influence of crack or fucking meth. And so like he was the guy that like he would come home at 2:33 in the morning, and when he was awake, the whole fucking house was awake, and everyone was gonna wake up to sit on the sofa to watch him and his biker buddies party. So authoritative in that approach.
I see what you're saying.
So-
Damn, I thought I had a problem with authority. I just have an Irish Catholic father who spanked my hiney. And I'm like, dude, I don't
Fuck,
want to
that's
hear
a wet
it.
dream for me, you cocksucker. Fuck off.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I have a fucking authority problem. Mine must be nothing. Because I think that is real. The link to authority problems is just your relationship with your dad.
And my mother's go-to my whole life as a child growing up, she's like, and when I just couldn't figure out fuck about shit, she's like, we should put you in the Marines. Like, if you don't,
Yeah,
what
thanks.
do you think I want a fucking muscle-jacked fuck waking me up at 4 a.m. to 5,000 push-ups? You could fuck off.
Yeah, that would spaz you. I have one of my moms, someone like my mom knows, got dishonorably discharged. Just from what I heard of just waking up and being like, get the fuck away from me. And they're like, dude, you're out of here.
Dude, that's
bad.
that approach does not work with me.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Well, because I already am wired with like, if it doesn't make sense to me, it's wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like right out of the gate, I have a lot of shit going against me because a lot of things don't make sense to me. So I walk around like wrong, could do better, should do better, blah.
Yeah.
So it's what I've learned in life for me is that it's all about approach, right? And today it's much easier for me coming from a position of simply understanding as opposed to being understood.
Yeah.
You know? So like I just accept you for where you're at, the jarhead for where he or she's at, you know, and just it's cool.
Yeah, that was something that blew my mind during COVID, and I've like mentioned this before, but I still can't get over it. Like I would, I didn't realize how much I did this, but like, especially during like so before COVID, I didn't know that I was really doing this, but I'd go through a supermarket and like every person I saw, it would just be this like weird invisible battle in my head where I'd be like, look at this fucking guy, fucking pussy, jerk off.
For
and then I would
sure.
see a lady and like, fucking chick's not even hot. Is she looking at me? No, she's not, fucking bitch. And like, and you're doing this like crazy maniacal thing in your head. And then COVID, it came to a fever pitch because there was like the mask first, no mask. And then it was like,
Yeah.
it was just like, it just all came to a head where I was like, dude, why am I this stressed while taking a walk? And I started doing a thing where like, when I would be out at a grocery store, I would really focus on not having like a silent battle against people and instead just like wishing strangers well and like you were saying, exuding that, whatever that
Totally.
energy is. Dude, I felt so much more comfortable in public after that.
Yeah.
Which was like, it was like a revelation for me.
I love being right-sized by humanity. It just happened to me recently. And I'm really good at like, again, I really have dove into this whole spiritual aspect of my reality and believe
When you say
in it.
right side, sorry, what do you mean?
Like my ego will allow me to create these delusional narratives that aren't even fucking real. And then when I'm proved wrong, when I really believe I'm right, I'm like, dude, I am a fucking asshole. And it just happened. You're a Philly guy, right? You'll relate to this story. Had a crazy weekend. I was in New York, all kinds of stuff going on. I drive back and I have like these weekly dinners at this place in Fishtown Sunday nights. And you know, Fishtown's kind of oversaturated with like a lot of hipsters.
Sure.
And in my mind, hipsters are just kind of tattooed, bearded, angry people for no fucking reason. It's not like they lack resources or whatever.
Yeah.
I create this narrative. So I had a long weekend and I'm trying to park under the L to go to this restaurant I go to, and there's this ice cream truck, and it's fucking just submerged with hipsters getting ice cream, and that's cool, right?
Yeah.
But as I'm doing this 3-point turn, someone I've actually like, oh, he's fucking pissed, dude. He's got a problem. So now I haven't even seen the
getting
person.
revved off.
I'm ready, and I'm like the most fucking passive aggressive. Like I cringe at the thought of confrontation, but if you caught me on the right time, I'm like, it's fucking on.
Yeah, let's go.
So as I'm parking, I see him, and it's a hipster with tattoos and a beard who I already have created an issue with, but I don't even know this person.
Yeah.
And he locks eyes with me as I'm hoping he would so we can fucking get to it.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh shit, you're so-and-so. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, dude, I fucking love your work, man. And he had a camera in his hand, and he was taking portraits and
You
stills.
just socked him in the
he's
face.
like, can I get a photo of you? This is what I do. And I'm like, dude, fuck yes and fuck me, right?
Yeah,
Because like
yeah,
I
yeah.
walk around just like at times,
Yeah.
and that's what I mean by really enjoying being right sized. Because
Yeah.
I have a job sometimes that consists of knowing everything. Right. And that places me in a lot of positions that I don't really like to enjoy.
Yeah. When you say you have a job of no, what do you mean?
Because like, you know, for so long when I was caught up in addiction, right? When logical people who knew how to stay sober would suggest to me what I might want to do in order to save my life, I'd suggest why they should fuck off.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I know. I was too smart for my own goddamn good. Right. And then I got to this place where the pain became so unbearable. I was able to look back and recognize that like every common denominator in every one of my problems was me.
Yeah.
And maybe if I just get the fuck out of my way, I might stand a chance of living a better life. And what I do know is that I don't know. Because when I think that I know, there's no open mind. I am not teachable, and I'm definitely not willing to try anything that I don't agree with.
Yeah.
Which just sets me up for a fucking you know, all these terrible experiences.
Yeah, take me back through that. So what was like, how did you, what's your story? Like, how did you get in that? Obviously you're saying like, you know, family or, you know, home life, not great. And then like eventually to like, you know, gaining a ton of notoriety. Like, what was that like for you going from like the beginning to like the thick of all that stuff?
Well, it's you know, it's a very interesting narrative and storyline, I believe. Because I come from Baltimore and you're obviously from Pennsylvania, so there's a lot of similarities at this table. But coming from that home life of a pretty chaotic household and a father who was pretty out of his fucking mind, I believe I was genetically predisposed to addiction or alcoholism, and that paired with the atmosphere I was brought up in, it just made sense.
Yeah.
But throughout that journey, I was blessed with a skateboard, and I fell in love with skateboarding, and another guy from Baltimore named Bucky Lasik.
Yeah.
Who
I played him on Tony Hawk for sure.
He's my fucking, he's the man. He's the
Really?
legend. And he was from Baltimore, and he kind of recognized the talents I possessed. So he took me under his wing and got me sponsored by PAL, and that's where the skateboarding world took off. But then we would go to Cheapskates in Pennsylvania, the skate park.
Was it Boards and Blades or what?
Boards and Blades was later
After?
on,
Okay,
and
right,
that
right.
was right off Route 1 right there.
I was a young boy at Boards and Blades, and you would
Totally.
see like Bam
Yeah,
and
we
Squab
would come
through,
skate
and I'd
there.
be like, oh,
we filmed like some of
fuck.
the CKY shit there.
Yeah.
Like the stunts and stuff.
Yeah.
Naked Dave doing an ollie over the pyramid, and then Bam, I think kicking him or punching him or something like that.
Yeah, that was always legendary. You guys would come. We were like 12. We'd be like, oh, dude, fuck.
Yeah.
Like dude, trying to do one heel flip. Like, this fucking rules, dude. I'm going to get sponsored.
It's it. Pro board coming.
Oh, it was
As soon as I get this heel flip.
Yeah, they're coming. Spitfire's coming for me, dude. Once I get that.
Need a manager at this point. Too overwhelming. But nonetheless, so I meet Bam, and then we at that skate park called Cheapskates, which was clearly before your time. If Boards and Blades was when you started.
Yeah.
And
Where was Cheapskates?
I don't know. It was in
Okay.
Pennsylvania, and we
Somewhere.
would drive up.
Right on.
And Bam would always be there, and he wasn't sponsored at that point. Bucky and I were, and we were instantaneously became thick as thieves. And we'd practice for this one contest every year, which was the NSAs. They'd have in Bricktown, New Jersey.
Okay.
And either he would win or I'd win. And one year I didn't show up, and he was there, and he went to Bucky, and he's like, yo, Bucky, where's Novak? And Bucky's like, I think he's on heroin. And Bam, at such a young age, was like, well, what's that? Right? And not such a young age, like 12, 13. It was like 16, 17. But
That's pretty young
when
still.
you're consumed in like a nice, wholesome life that revolves around skateboarding and a good family, like you don't have conversations that consist of those words.
Yeah, sure.
So it was at that point that his career in skateboarding totally excelled and took off, and mine went to complete shit, and I chose to pursue a life of heroin and addiction. Fast forward some time later, I'm really sick one day. I can't come up with any money. But at this point, I wouldn't even acknowledge a skateboarder, right? It was like, it was the equivalent of like looking at the woman you like get away, the love of your life.
Yeah.
You're like, dude, if I just did a little, like, so it hurt me like that.
Yeah.
So I'd avoid skateboarding like the plague. But one day I was really sick and I couldn't come up with money. So I decided to go to this skate shop in Fells Point called Select. And I asked, when I get there to try to get some money, like, we're not going to give you money, but Bam was here yesterday with the Toy Machine team. And he asked if we ever saw you. We said no. And he said, well, if you do, give him my number. So he leaves his number. And a couple days later, I call, and it was the number to Fairman's skate shop in town.
Westchester.
Yeah. And I call Fairman's, right? Timing is everything in life. I call Fairman's. It's not even his skate. It's not his house. It's Fairman's. I'm a homeless heroin addict. I pump in some change into the fucking payphone, right? And this change is like my lifeline, right? So I got my finger on the thing. Like if it don't answer, I don't get beat for the money. So I'm like, but Dave answers. He's like, yo, he was just here. He's next door at Kuma, which is the sushi restaurant in town. He's like, hold on, I'll go get him. So he goes and gets him, comes back. And then that night I'm on a Greyhound bus from Baltimore to Westchester. And he's like, yo, come live with me. You know, you can, at this point he had done the CKYs, and then Viva La Bam had just started, and he allowed me to be a guest on the show and started to get paid by Viacom, and I could do all this shit. I just couldn't. I could have a credit card. I could live at his house rent free. I just wasn't allowed to do heroin.
Okay,
that was the stipulation.
No problem.
I was cool with like coke and alcohol because that was like I wouldn't steal your shit when I wanted more coke.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So that was kind of how I like. And then throughout that process, Bam would always be like, "Yo, your stories are like the fun." He always loved the positions I ended up in as a direct result of my heroin addiction. Like letting gay men shave my asshole for rent money and fucking, letting men blow me for more dope and just getting stabbed in the head with an ink pen and fucking like all this nonsense. So he's like, yo, you can live at the house. And now I'm starting to get appearances in Jackass. He's bringing me along and he kind of calls me like his walking television. But he then one night we would go to Kildare's after a rap. We'd rap for the day. Cass and the crew would go there. And humongous table of like 40 or 50 in a bar. And, and he'd like tell this story, tell that story, and you could literally hear a pin drop. And it was then that he's like, "Yo, you're gonna write a book." Now I had not graduated high school at this point. I had no GED. I had nothing. I had no part of ever wanting to write a book. He's like, "You're gonna write a book." He gives me a notebook and a pen, and he goes, "You're to carry this around all the time." He's like, "I don't give a fuck if I don't even see you writing in it. You have to have it in your hand. The first time I don't see it in your hand, you're going back to Baltimore."
Damn.
So like the scales of justice were very equal there, easy to weigh out. Homeless in Baltimore, letting men blow me for heroin, or carry this fucking notebook and pen around and write my story. And still be on a TV show, drive a car, credit card, paid by Viacom, blah, blah, blah.
And you were maintaining sobriety, like relative sobriety?
No,
not even close.
So he would like, I never was allowed to do what I really wanted to do, which was opiates, whether it was like Percocets or heroin. That was very frowned upon, and he made it very known to everyone in Westchester and the people we worked with to not give me any.
Gotcha.
So people listened. And but nonetheless, and the second book that I wrote, Streets of Baltimore, really dives into the psychology of an addict or an alcoholic, because I knew that I'm being presented this golden ticket, right? I can become this household name, making money, I can live in this fucking mansion, drive a car, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But I know that it's only a matter of time before the rug gets pulled out from under me. Because I can't stop getting high. Yeah. So he's cool with the coke and the alcohol and because they don't really understand addiction at that point.
Sure, yeah.
But like inside of me, I can't wait to get back to Baltimore to fuck. So I'd tell him lies like I have to go back and get my favorite pair of jeans. And I'd fucking go back and end up there for 3 weeks.
Damn.
And just lost in Baltimore shooting dope. Jeez. And so he'd kick me out. I'd go to rehab and a lot of wash, rinse, repeats of that.
Sure, yeah.
Later on, he then comes with this new idea. I'm going to write this book. I have no desire to write a book, but I had read a book called A Million Little Pieces by James Frey. Brilliant book, and I love the outline of that. So I'm no fool by any means, and I went and I just copied his outline, and I wrote a fucking 12 chapters, pen to paper, right? No laptop, anything. And my co-author is a man named Joe Franz, who made all the CKY videos.
Okay, yeah.
Filmed the Viva La Bams and Jackass, and he did not want that job, but Bam was like, "Dude, you're gonna do this," because no one wanted to work with me. I was like, I was not a good fucking employee. My behavior was rather erratic, to say the least. But he made him kind of do this, and then a year later, I'm like, "Yo, I think I've finished." And Bam started reading. He's like, "Dude, this is really something." So then he gives it to Joe. Joe turns 12 chapters into 23, and we get a literary agent off of Bam's manager, finds me a literary agent, shops around, and it gets fucking picked up, and it does like really, really well.
What was it? This is your first book,
right?
The
first book,
was
Dream Seller.
Dream Seller. That's a nice title too.
Which was fucking, I mean, it's what I did for a living, right? Like I'd make people believe the unbelievable. I'd build your hopes up to like make you believe that like it was going to be different this time.
Yeah.
Just in hopes for you to believe in me enough for me to get some cash out of you.
Yeah.
To only apologize and just to wash, rinse, repeat.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what my life looked like for a long time. But that's how I ended up in all these places and doing all these things. That what I didn't know then that's really rad now is that's life. It's live forward and learn backwards.
Yeah.
And I didn't see that I was kind of being tasked with this fucked up position of addiction or alcoholism to then be later on blessed with recovery and use the very same platform that I gained notoriety from as being just this fuck up drug addict alcoholic to being this guy that's like, yo, if you want help, like I will help you. I have all these avenues to like get you out of where I once was.
Yeah, can you put that into words? I'm always kind of fascinated by that when it's like, because it is obvious to anyone who's on drugs, when you know someone who's on drugs, you're like, dude, if you just don't do drugs, you won't have as many problems. And they're like, I have to do them.
Sure.
And it's like, what is like the thought? Is it even a thought process, or is it just like a genuine, just like urge?
At that point in time for me, I got to a place in life where any person, place, or thing that stood between me and a bag of heroin must and will go. And it was never personal. It was just business, right? Because I'm a good guy with a great heart, and I was raised by a loving mother who taught me to show kindness and compassion to humanity. But don't catch me when I'm withdrawing. You know what I mean? So it's like, so what, I own treatment centers today. I own sober living houses. I'm totally immersed in that world. And the truth of the matter is, we are amazing people that have been diagnosed with a deadly disease that makes us make terrible decisions. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
At least my story.
Yeah. So you're saying like, like the process of like having, I guess, that urge versus like, like you said, in some way you kind of know like, yeah, this isn't going to go well.
So I remember,
but you just have to, I have to do it.
Prime example, we were kind of getting into it a little bit before we got on. I had just done a year in George W. Hill Correctional Facility, right? They let me out New Year's Eve. I'm living in Westchester, and I have an amazing fiance at the time who's now my ex because they continue to get between me and drugs. So they have to fucking go.
Yeah.
And she's moved our home while I was incarcerated. She redecorated it, really tried to love my addiction out of me. And I wanted to be done with it. I really did. That night I was released, I called up one of my buddies who rode with the Pagans, who partied with us in Westchester, and he brought over some Percocet 30s and a couple Xanax. Now, I had been sober for a year up to this point.
Yeah.
And I'm on parole. Like, I know what the deal is if I fuck up. I find myself in Ryan's pub in Westchester because I live right down the street, and I told my chick, because she'd watch me like a canine. I'm like, I just have to go up here to say hi to whatever. And I go, and I'm in the pub, and I'm sitting on the toilet, and the toilet paper dispensary is to my right. And I crush up 2 Percocet 30s and a half of Xanax. And I have it in my billfold, and I'm about to put it in my nose and sniff it, and I'm literally crying. I uncontrollably crying. I can't stop crying because I know that as soon as I do this, I'm going to begin that behavioral pattern that takes me where I don't want to go and makes me do things I don't want to do, but I can't control myself.
Yeah.
There's no room for logic at that point.
Jesus, man.
And that's kind of what my day in, day out looked like for a long time.
Yeah, that's a good explanation of it. Because I know it's not like a thing with like words. It's just kind of like you also don't, and it's like it's pretty fucking rugged, man.
I remember that night. I'm in the bathroom. I'm doing this, and I could hear people out in Ryan. You know where Ryan's is, and they're having a good time. They're waiting for the ball to drop. They're laughing. They're fucking playing. They're cheersing, and I'm in the stall just crying uncontrollably with a fucking rolled up bill up my nose, getting ready to sniff
everything
I love away.
Oh.
And that's what addiction is
Yeah.
as a whole. But it didn't start that way, you know?
Yeah. How did you end up starting to do heroin? Because that was like a big jump from like skating. And just like, was it the pills first?
It was the fucking hallmark progression, you know, the alcohol, the weed, stealing the herb from the dad, and then the blow, because he sold a lot of blow. And things just progressively got worse, but mine was genetics. So, you know, I have a mother who was a nuclear physicist. I have a brother who is an attorney who works in the White House.
That's awesome.
I have a sister who works in the hospital my mother ran, but they are by a different father. I'm the only one by my father.
Gotcha.
He was an addict and his father was an addict.
Yeah.
You know, so I believe I was fucked from the gate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The thing now is that, like, it's like, you know, my poison has become my medicine, and like, it's turned out to be the biggest blessing that's ever happened in my life.
Yeah, that is the thing with. I feel like addiction. It is like it's almost like a weird spiritual practice if you think about it. You just kind of like, rather than like meditating, you're just getting so fucking high all the time. Totally. Your life just collapses, and then now you have to really kind of. It gives people, I think, a deeper appreciation for life if they make it through. That's my
and that's the thing, right? Because here's the reality, and this is why people are so just like frustrated with battling the disease of addiction. Mm-hmm. Statistics state, theoretical evidence dictates that I or anyone else that is sober are to be high or dead, right? Like the data collected, the analytics fucking from all over these studies that are given states that the majority of people die as opposed to find sobriety.
Yeah.
And I remember getting out of my last facility, and you know, BAM was always a constant theme throughout my life. And I stopped over and I saw him, and he's like, what the fuck? What was different about number 13 treatment center? Why not 12 or 10 or 6 or 4 or 3? He's like, what did you have, like a meeting with God or something? And I didn't say it to him because it's just too much for one to grasp. But in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I kind of did.
Really? So that's what I've heard before. Wasn't that what AA was founded on? The guy Bill
and Bob
went to like Carl Jung, and he was like, bro, either find God or you're toast.
Yeah,
in a way.
So you know, I'm not religious. I don't particularly care for organized religion. Sure. But I'm insanely spiritual, and it's like, where's my spirituality if I judge your spirituality? Mm-hmm. So like acceptance is the answer to all in world.
For sure.
But I didn't understand that. See, the truth of the matter is, and this is a blanket statement that I'll make for anyone that's in addiction or in recovery, is that we didn't get here because we took the short bus to school. Quite the contrary. We end up here because we're too smart for our own fucking good. And then I land in a seat of a 12-step meeting or a treatment center that literally has the ability to save my life, and I fuck around and outthink myself right out of it.
Yeah.
Right? Because recovery is one of those weird things that works so well, people stop fucking doing it.
Yeah.
Think about it. It's such a mind fuck.
Yeah.
Right? So what I didn't know is that, like, the last thing I tried was the first thing that worked, right? Because I was just too smart for my own good, and I wasn't quite willing to buy into the process. It worked great for you guys, but I'm a bit different.
Yeah,
right?
That's everyone I've known.
Totally.
Like, I'm not one of those guys.
Yeah, for sure. And at the end, when I was optionless, literally, I was homeless, I was moneyless, I was friendless, I was carless, loveless. Just that was me. I had no other choice but to buy into the process. And I didn't even want to do it then. I begrudgingly did it, but like, fuck it. I have the time, and no one's expecting or requesting my fucking presence, so let's run it. And the craziest thing happened is it started to work. I experienced the 12 steps, and what happened throughout the 12 steps is I had a spiritual experience. And the definition of a spiritual experience is simply a psychic change. Mm-hmm. Meaning that I, Brandon Novak, today no longer look at things the way I did then.
Do you remember what kind of kicked that off exactly, or was it just kind of
pain? Pain. I had to end up in a place where the pain was so fucking unbearable, right? Like to where my back was against the wall, and I had nothing else to do to get myself out of the position that I had created for myself.
How long did that take? How long did that take of like doing heroin?
Well, my overall resume with alcoholism and addiction was 22 years.
Okay, wow.
So, but the last 10 were really bad.
Yeah. What did that look like in terms of like you're saying like the personal pain? Was it like obviously like there's probably physical discomfort and all that stuff, but like just like alienation from everyone you've ever known? Were you like kind of like kicking yourself over like how much better things could have went? Like what was like the real primer?
All of the above. But what I didn't know then that I know now is that each one of my attempts at trying to find recovery were not failures. Despite me thinking they were, because like I would use in treatment, I'd get kicked out, I'd leave, I'd use the same day. And as any blessing happens to anyone, it happens unbeknownst to us, right? Like if I knew when and where a blessing was taking place and I was to report there to receive said blessing, I'd fuck that up, right? So like I had to be put in this place where these seeds were being planted unbeknownst to me. And then finally, on that day where the appropriate amount of pain was created, where it became so unbearable that I was finally willing to do what I had never been willing to do, which is become open-minded just long enough to pick that phone up, ask for help, and then the craziest thing ever, but fucking follow through with it. I started to see that like none of this was what I thought a failure. Like it all played its part when it was supposed to, so that finally when the opportunity met the appropriate time, an event was going to take place that was going to create this outcome unlike anything that I could wrap my feeble mind around. And I saw on my way into that last treatment center, like it's like the skies parted and I walked across the sea and everything they said made sense. And just like it hit me. And I knew that like, I get it. It makes sense now.
Yeah.
It all makes sense. And
so you knew even just heading while on the way there, you're like just something flipped.
Because they would be like, dude, I own facilities now, and my favorite thing is to run groups with my clients, and I can't get enough of that. And I'm like, who in here thinks that you're in here because of drugs and alcohol? And the majority of them raise their hands. And I'm like, you're all fucking wrong. That's not why we're here. The drug and the alcohol is not the problem. So right out the gate, no wonder you keep repeating your behaviors, because you're fighting the wrong fucking opponent. You're in the wrong ring. You're going to lose every time.
Yeah.
Right? The problem is the thinking and the attitude and the behavior. Right? So as long as I continue to repeat the behaviors, I'm going to repeat the outcomes where I end up in a place where the only answer is a shot of heroin or a glass of wine.
Yeah.
So once I realized the alcohol is the solution, not the problem, I've now identified, right, who my opponent is. It's my behaviors. So I had to change my behaviors to change the outcomes. I started to then gain a better understanding of the reality of my situation. And what I learned is the reason why I got beat so bad is because A, I always underestimated the opponent that I was up against because I was the great I am. And B, I never gave it the time, attention, or respect it deserved.
Yeah, and you're talking, when you say that, you mean like yourself basically? Or like, because it sounds to me like it's like you were saying, like, yeah, fucking heroin, fucking keep making me fucking do it. When in reality, it is like it's yourself, and nobody, even without drugs, nobody wants to admit that like they're a complete problem.
Exactly, and again, this isn't just substitute the word drugs for whether your things porn, sex, food, shopping, gambling, fighting, fucking, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? These are the solutions to the problem. And you were talking about it during COVID, right? Prior to COVID, you'd walk around with all these narratives of these people. And then all of a sudden in COVID, and it made me think of it, we were kind of forced to be with ourselves, by ourselves, to look at ourselves, which is what we avoid by fucking fighting, betting, shopping. You know what I mean? And then I start to look at me, which is why I got high for so long, right? To escape the shitty reality I created for myself as a direct result of continuing to shoot dope. And then finally, when I got into a place where I could start looking at me, I realized that I'm the problem. right?
Yeah.
There is no their part. And the longer I think that there is a their part as to why I'm this way, I'm just the victim. So now I'm going to drink because of my shitty life. And you would too if you had a life like mine. I'll justify why, right? The brain is the fucking problem in every area of life.
Yeah, dude, it does. It can fuck you up, man. You can, it can really fuck you up. You can do anything and just be like, get something in your head like, oh, I'm not good enough.
Totally. And then it just snowballs.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
It's insane. But if you're aware of it, then it's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, true.
And now, like, the longer I stay sober, the more work that I do, it's amazing. What I do know is that I don't fucking know. And I don't take credit for any of this.
Yeah, how long have you been sober for?
Coming up on 10 years.
Oh, nice. So it's been a while.
Yeah. And now all I do, I dumb my way into this shit.
Yeah.
And now I always say I came into like sobriety as a king and I worked my way up the ladder to become a humble servant. And the more people I help, the more I give away, the better my life is, the more I gain in return, which makes no sense.
Yeah.
Right? Like in any business transaction, if I give you something I have, I'm to walk away with less. In this weird, magical, spiritual world of recovery, anything that I give you, I am walking away with more.
Yeah, dude, that I remember that was like a weird shock for me when I went to school for social work for a while, a couple years ago. And I would get like inmates housing. That was like a thing I did for like one of the field placements. And then there was this one guy who was a fucking pain in my ass. He'd always like call me and just be like, "You're not doing shit, blah, blah, blah."
Sure.
He was under the gun because they were going to take his kid, a bunch of shit if he didn't find appropriate housing. And I remember the day I found him a house, we're both in this place, and I called him up. I was like, "Yo, dude, we got it." And we both were so happy. And I was like, that was such a funny, for something so dumb. I mean, it's a big deal. It's a house. But I remember like I won this like comedy contest, and I was like, this is it. And then I got the guy a house, and it was literally the same feeling.
Again,
it was the same exact feeling of like
timing and opportunity meeting to create a beautiful outcome.
But it is a weird thing. That was like a weird thing for me when I was like, oh, you can get just as happy for doing nice things for people as you can, like, achieving some sort of personal victory.
Any monetary fucking victory.
Exactly. And it's like, it is honestly, I would argue that like when you do something like awesome for a person, I think it feels better than if you just like kill it in some way with like a sales thing.
Straight up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. No matter how much, for me, what I did for the majority of my life is I just like rearranged the furniture on the Titanic, right? For years, and I swore that this way was going to be the proper placement to make sure my ship doesn't sink. And I would always do that. And then I learned that like it is what it is, right? Stop overcomplicating a simple process, and because the world kept right sizing me, and I just kind of. I took me out of the equation. I thought less and just did more because I surrounded myself with like people who genuinely were also really good people that were just trying to make humanity a little bit better today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, that is a nice thing. And it's one of those things too. It's one of those things I think people sneer at. They're like, making the world better. It's like,
sure.
What the fuck else are you going to do, dude?
Yeah.
Just be a dickhead all the time. But it's like, I feel bad personally, it's like, so you have, people, they go through, drug addiction. There's like this whole thing. It's like, everyone, when, I would imagine you're a drug addict, there's like a part of it, like everyone knows I'm an addict. People are talking shit on me, everyone, blah, blah, blah. But then almost like you reach a point where you're like, I don't give a fuck. And that's like a very freeing experience eventually. Whereas there's people who don't ever, fall into a deep drug addiction, but they never get to really face their own like self-defeating mental patterns. And in a way, it's almost like the person, in my opinion, who goes through addiction and gets out of that ends up having, I think, a richer existence than if you never really have to face that or come like face to face with yourself and like really look at yourself. Because there's people who get
100%.
through life good on paper, but it's like, they're tortured.
Absolutely.
And it's like, I always thought it was like a shame.
I couldn't agree with that sentiment anymore. That's a spot on fucking example.
Because everyone I know who's in recovery is like, they're very open. There's like you can, and I almost like you can tell. It's like, okay, this person really has turned a corner, because it's like something switches, and it's like nobody really knows exactly what that is, but it really is the only the most consistent factor is having some sort of spiritual experience or like, you know, like an awakening experience.
Studies show that people that do what the studies show that sober people that do what other sober people do in order to stay sober have better odds of staying sober. So like there's not a black and white one size fits all. And you can try another method or another avenue that could equate to the same result. But I got to a point where the stakes were way too high and I was tired of rolling the dice and I kind of wanted to start working smarter, not harder. So I just bought into what the group does in order to stay sober. But the funny thing was, you said it, you know, it's all a thinking problem, right? And I always have this alcoholic brain that lies to me my own voice. And it always makes me believe the unbelievable. Yeah, and it creates these delusional narratives. And I walked around for years thinking that no one in this world knew that I had a problem but me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like I thought that I was kind of keeping it contained. Just enough to continue to enable my behaviors, which is getting high and justifying the outcomes.
So that's crazy. You really didn't think people were like hip to you at all.
Not nearly as much. So I didn't, right? I thought that no one in the world knew that I had a problem but me. And then when I finally bought into the process, what I learned is that everyone in the world knew that I had a problem but me.
Yeah, that's
right.
awesome.
I was the last person. Why? Because I possessed that job that consists of knowing everything.
That's really funny.
And I'm like, fuck. Right. And
that's so funny.
And that's what I again, right. I was ignorant to the process and the reality of my alcoholism because I lived off of justification and minimization and deflection. Right. If only she didn't come home from work early, she wouldn't have found my needles on the table.
Yeah.
If only the parole officer's fucking husband would have banged her out, she would have been mad and gave me a piss test that fucking got me dirty and sentenced me to 6 months.
Yeah,
All this
it's
nonsense.
always other people's fault. Yeah.
So finally, the craziest thing happened. I started to take accountability for my actions and started pointing the finger inward and realizing that, whoa, like it's me and my behaviors. And I started changing my behaviors and I started changing the outcomes and I started to like the results I got. So it snowball affected into this.
Yeah. It's just crossing that like threshold to even consider the possibility.
It was so simple though. I missed it. I overlooked it.
Yeah, dude, I think most people go their whole life without ever saying it. But
dude, everyone says, what's the answer? What's the answer? What's the answer? If any of us had the answer, we would bottle that thing, we'd sell it, we'd be a billionaire a billion times over.
True.
I believe it's so simple as just helping one fucking person. Someone took the time to stop and help me. I, in turn, helped another. 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8, 8 turned into 16. Before you know it, you're changing the narrative, which is ultimately changing the outcome. It's so simple. Just slow down the process and help one person.
Pardon the interruption. This may or may not be Sean Gardini speaking. And this may or may not be Sean Gardini on camera. Who is speaking and who is on camera is not important. I've come to tell you that Sean Gardini is doing stand-up comedy shows. The upcoming shows are in Cleveland, Ohio, December 8th, Buffalo, New York, December 10th, and Baltimore, Maryland, December 11th. Please come to those shows if you can. The tickets are at SeanGardini.com. Thank you.
Hear me out here. I failed to promote my shows in the Irvine Improv, SoCal. I'm so fucking SoCal. I forgot to do the ads or make a flyer for the Irvine show. Oops, my bad. It's next weekend. Thanksgiving weekend, Friday, November 29th, Saturday, November 30th. 2 days, 4 shows. Come out to motherfucking Irvine Improv. And I'll be honest, I'm not just saying this because I'm doing a show. I love Irvine. Irvine was the first place I went to in California. And I was telling someone recently, I'm like, I fucking love Irvine. And they lived in LA. And like, are you kidding? Are you trying to be funny? I'm like, no, why? And apparently everyone from LA just snubs Irvine. Like, I would never. Fuck you guys, dude. Irvine rules. LA's fucking bullshit. Irvine, we're talking Laguna Beach. We're talking motherfucking Newport Beach, conservative ass stronghold down there in SoCal, dude. Shit. Come out. I love Irvine. It's literally the first place I went to in California. I'm very excited to go there. I'm going to bring my whole motherfucking family. We're all going to do Thanksgiving out there. It's going to be sick. So Irvine Improv, Friday, November 29th, Saturday, November 30th. Let's go. Let's show these LA fucking pussies, dude, who's really fucking SoCal. They're not fucking SoCal. They're north of Irvine, bro.
Yeah, so how did you get into the recovery homes? When did you start that? And like, what was that like?
I had my get well job was washing dishes for $6 an hour in Levittown, Pennsylvania.
Oh, nice.
At a diner called Mary Ann's. At 38 years old, I'm busting suds in the back with a coworker who's fucking 14. Damn. My brain told me that, and this is after skating, jackass, fucking author.
Yeah.
My brain told me I should have, at the very least, been the president of the United States. And I'm fucking busting suds with Brian here for $6 an hour.
Yeah, what was that like?
Struggling. I had heard the word humility, and it sounded fucking cool, and it rolled off the tongue right, but try swallowing that fucking thing.
I'm 38 right now, dude. If I had to bust the
Imagine
suds.
fucking you leaving here and going back to Levittown, Pennsylvania, to Mary Ann's Diner. Shout out to Rich, and they were great guys, and the owners, and busting suds for $6 an hour. Next to a 14-year-old
How long did you do that for?
1 year.
That's long. That's
I
time.
had no idea what my next move was gonna be, right?
Yeah.
Because my qualifications didn't state that I had any special qualities.
I know what you mean. You can't be like, yo, let me hop on a TV show real quick.
Yeah,
Get
or
the
like,
fuck
let me
out.
fucking. I don't own a computer. I skipped that whole. I went from skating to heroin.
Yeah,
I wrote my book pen and paper. I can pawn laptops. Great. I don't use them. Even to this day, I don't email. I got my first ever computer during COVID. I used it 7 times and gave it the fuck away.
Really?
Yeah.
So are you all like, do you fuck with like the Instagram and all that
Yeah,
shit? Okay,
I
so you
like
do
that. But
Gotcha.
like the thought of an app gives me anxiety.
I got what you're saying. Yeah.
Right? And I'm just like stubborn by nature. So
So you're busting the suds for a while. Then
Yeah.
How did you get into the?
But I started like that job that I thought was so fucking beneath me turned out to be the foundation of who I am today. And I think by social standards and regards, I could be considered a pretty successful guy. I have all these different businesses and properties and blah, blah, blah. But it all came from washing dishes. I started to like show up early. I'd stay late. I took pride in washing these dishes. I called out one day in a whole year because of a snowstorm. Like those behaviors started to change. Then my outcome started to change. I started to become self-sufficient. For the first time in my life, I was paying my own recovery house bill, $165 a week. I was buying my own groceries, my own cigarettes, not relying or depending on anyone.
Yeah.
I stopped like, and then what happened was someone asked me to speak at a candlelight vigil for someone who had passed away. And because, the 12-step program, AA, and all that, it's anonymous. So
Sure.
You don't know really what's going on there. But when I spoke at that candlelit vigil for people who had lost their lives, someone like had filmed it and it started making its rounds on social media. And then an organization reached out to me and they're like, would you like to come speak at our facility in Florida? And I'm like, sure. And they put me up at the W in Fort Lauderdale in the penthouse. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are they going to like ask me for a donation? I wash dishes.
Yeah, dude.
And they had come up with this whole design, right? Again, the blessings taking place unbeknownst to me. If I knew any of this was going to happen, I'd fuck it up royally.
Sure. Yeah.
And they had put together this whole plan and presented it to me. And I'm like, dude, I didn't even know this world existed that I live in today.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of gave way. And I bought into what they would say. And in those meetings, they'd say, like, in order to keep what you have, you have to give it away. And
Sure. Yeah.
this is cliche as shit. And I vowed to myself that when I was in a position financially, I was going to recreate that sober living house I lived in.
That's cool.
And do for others what it had done for me. So literally on my 5th year anniversary, I opened up my in Wilmington, Delaware, my very first men's sober living house called Novak's House with 10 beds. And that has since turned into 7 houses for men and women in Wilmington, Delaware with 75 beds. And I fucking travel the world, and I have generous friends or just strangers that want to give back, and they occasionally stroke a check, and they provide money that I have in the scholarship fund. And my mission is to provide a bed for anyone in need of sober living after completing a treatment center. I refuse to let price be a deterrent as to why someone can't get help. And then, unfortunately, the demand was met. I kept fucking expanding, and I really wish that wasn't the case and these didn't even exist.
Sure.
And I'm like, dude, I can help more and I can be better. So then I created Redemption Addiction Treatment Center in Wilmington, Delaware. Well, in Newport.
Okay, yeah, that's
right next to it.
Down there, yeah.
And it's an outpatient facility where people come during the day, 5 days a week, or nighttime groups.
Mm-hmm.
And I always tell people I'm on par to create like a David Koresh Waco, Texas compound vibe, nice. Minus the gun and the fucking religion.
Yeah.
But I want to create this place where people feel like they want to be a part, right? It's all deliverance. Like I started this podcast at. It's all with how you present something to me. Right. So what I try to do is to create this whole fucking environment that people want to be a part at, as opposed to feeling like they have to.
Yeah. What was your, did you have any, like, when you went to any treatment centers, did you have ones that you felt like, cause you hear some people like, that place is a fucking scam. They're just fucking taking my money. Like, did you have any places you thought were just like churning people in and out? Or do you think that's just people's like perception of the place?
I think it's just opinion based. I think it's people's perception. The treatment center that I ultimately got sober in, people would be like, you'll never get sober there. It cost me $2 to get into. It was a Catholic Charities program in Baltimore. And if you looked out, you weren't allowed to look out the blinds, because if you looked out, they were literally serving dope and coke and crack on the corner.
Oh, Jesus.
It was like a bottom of the barrel kind of joint.
Yeah.
But I believe it takes what it takes until it takes. And who are you or I to say what it will be for it to take?
That makes sense.
It's between you and the maker of whatever you choose to fucking call it. Because it's not like once you get to this appropriate program, they give you this secret pill for the cool kids. It's fucking recycled rhetoric that you hear in all the facilities.
Yeah,
it's
that
like,
makes sense.
fuck.
Yeah, that does make sense.
I believe the perfect treatment center is whichever one you get sober in.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a say. I didn't get to pick my sober date.
True.
Again, that was a blessing.
Yeah, like they gave you the right massage.
Yeah,
and like the place
finally
was
they fucking gave me a happy ending with a massage, and they played my favorite song.
That might turn me around.
And I come God, and here we are. I'm the spiritual fucking guru. Fuck your way into recovery. That's
You're right.
not the deal.
Yeah, true.
I wish.
There is a very unsexy element to it where you're saying, like, you can be in like a place that people think sucks really
Straight
badly.
up.
It really is a wholly internal process.
I'm a firm believer you can get sober in a fucking pub sitting on a bar stool with a bottle of Jack in front of you if you're ready.
Yeah,
Straight up.
What do you think about like the California sobriety people do, where it's like, I'm California sober, I'll like drink and smoke weed and shit, and like,
dude, I did this TMZ thing. They did a special recently on Matthew Perry.
Oh yeah.
I read his book, brilliant book, by the way. Whole newfound respect for that man. Rest in peace to him. But they were doing this hour-long documentary, Harvey and them, and they reached out and they wanted me to weigh in on it. And they asked me the same question. And the truth of the matter is, I'd be really ignorant if I sat here and pretended to possess the answer of like how to live a perfect life with coming up on 10 years sober. That's like, my mother'd be like, fuck you, asshole. You should have did it your whole life, you idiot.
Yeah.
So like, all I know is my narrative because it worked for me. I'm never going to tell anybody what you should or should not do. I believe with California Sober, with MAT, Suboxone, Subutex, Vivitrol, Methadone, if it provide you a life that you believe is worth waking up and getting out of bed for every morning without the thought of wanting to kill yourself, I'll fucking drive you to the dispensary. Who, you know what I mean? Like,
Sure,
fuck
yeah.
me for thinking that I have the answer.
Yeah,
I just have my narrative. So what I always say is that when I'm kind of giving a talk or working with clients, if you can find more similarities than differences, it might make sense to pay attention.
Yeah.
But if not, that's cool too.
Yeah.
Right? Because everyone at the end of the day, you're entitled to your own process. You were entitled to have that realization during COVID of like being a fucking asshole to strangers that did nothing to you.
Sure.
And if I would have robbed you of that process, you might not have come to the conclusion that you have today where just being kind is the right way.
Yeah.
So looking back, if anyone would have robbed me of one less fucking sleepless night I caused my mother or pain that I made everyone endure, like I might not be here today.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So
Yeah,
it's
it's kind of a personal
Yeah.
timeline for everybody.
For sure. And it's like, and I'm not saying that my way is the right way. It's just my fucking way.
Yeah.
You know?
Because I know that's a big battle. When I was in social work school, there's like people who are like, it's called like harm reduction
Sure.
versus people who are like, nothing, you better knock all that
I'm
shit
a big
the fuck
harm
off.
reduction guy.
Yeah,
And at the end of the day, it's like, who the fuck, like, that's between them and their higher power.
Yeah.
Like, all of a sudden, I believe I'm God and I can predict what your fucking best outcome will be for your life and your situation. Fuck.
Yeah, true. You
It's,
don't know.
and I'm a spiritual guy, and if I'm a spiritual guy like I say I am, where's my spirituality if I judge your spirituality?
Yeah.
Right? So, like, I believe my higher power is everything. I think it's crack. I think it's heroin. I think it's life, death. It's like, what's love without sadness? What's joy without sorrow?
Mhm.
Right? You have to have all these, without those fucking overdoses, without life support, without fucking ruining my life, I would not be the child of, I hate to say God because people are like, oh, this religious fuck, but a child of God today who I really like do my best to help humanity. I wouldn't be here. I'd still be in that position of like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You think you haven't figured out, you fucking idiot? You deserve what you get.
Yeah.
And that's where I'd probably be.
Yeah, well, it is funny. People, I've talked about this before, but it is funny how that is like the God talk's taboo now. Before
Totally.
it was like you couldn't talk about sex. Now you can be like, I'm fucking jizzing. And everyone's like, but if you're like,
Yeah, they had the whole Me Too movement at that point.
true.
Yeah.
That. But if you mention God, people are like, what the fuck?
Totally.
And it's like a pretty wholesome, I think it's a very wholesome concept. But it got tainted by, I think, people just being like the religion aspect of being like, you're going to hell because you fucking came.
For
and
sure.
It's like that.
And that's a shame. But
Sucks.
But you need those people, right? Those people are just as important as the other ones that aren't those people to make me realize how much I don't want to be like that. Because
Yeah.
without those people, I'll turn into that person.
Yeah.
Because I don't have like a warning sign or like like who I don't. I need the bad to remind me what I don't want to become, so I practice good.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's gonna like, because every even like religions, like concepts of God, like go through waves where it's like we used to think it was like fucking fire, and now we are like there was like the mythological hero of like there's these entities in the sky that we can like be like, hey, please help us. That'll like change everything, and then like that like around like an organized like testament of like this is the guy who came down from heaven and Amnita. So now I wonder if it is going to regroup in like some different conception that people will universally buy into, or if it'll just be like a fractured thing forever.
The older I get at 45, I see that things just evolve, but then just come back around.
Yeah,
I was looking on the plane the other day, and there's this chick who has, as you see, these new things are like the big headphones.
Apple Pros.
Where like your mom used to have it back in the 80s.
Yeah.
And no one's doing the AirPods
Yeah,
anymore. It's
Yeah.
just like Miami Vice, like fucking color schemes and chicks wearing baggy ass jeans have now come back.
I know.
So
yeah,
it's like,
kind of weird.
just live long enough and you'll realize that like shit's not that heavy.
Yeah.
and it's gonna be okay. And the fact of the matter is, you don't really have much say so in any of it, anyways.
Yeah.
For me, that's what I do, and I just kind of remain like, I don't know what I remain. It just depends on when you ask me.
No, that's true. So, and then I'm curious too. So,
Yeah.
you were doing the Viva La Bam stuff, and all that stuff fell out. Like, what happened with all all the people from Jackass? You guys all still talk, or like where did like was there like a big falling out, or like what happened?
Nah, I mean everyone's good. I was just with Steve-O in LA a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he's kind of doing his thing.
He's killing it. Pontius, I love him. I speak with him, and those two guys I probably speak to more regularly than the most. Bam is battling his own demons, and unfortunately because of that, we seem to be in two different places where there's just not a lot in common at the moment.
For sure,
so we don't really just pick up the phone and chat. I think if I had to make a prediction of what would kind of connect us again, it would probably be skateboarding.
That's cool.
That's always been the common bond and theme throughout our relationship.
Do you still skateboard?
Yeah, but
Nice.
for my mental health now, obviously
Really?
not like is like
Yeah, you just do it for fun.
Yeah, I try
That's
to
cool.
carve out time to like just get in a van and go with the homies and film and just like shut everything off.
That's kind of tight.
And other like Brandon Turner, shout out to Brandon Turner. He's on the West Coast, fucking killing it. He's a sober guy. A lot of skaters have become sober and they're kind of doing their own thing with recovery. And I was talking to him yesterday, and we're gonna fly out. I'm gonna fly out there. Kind of, we're working on a project together, possibly, and you know. So oddly enough, the ones that we used to party and run with and fucking go crazy with have now found like this new way of life. It's really attractive, and we join forces to just kind of hopefully promote a healthy way of living.
Yeah, it is funny, especially if you think about the origins of like Jackass was like the possibly unhealthiest, most insane way of living possible. And it was so fucking fun to watch. It was awesome. But it is funny to come full circle and be like, now we've all actually chilled out immensely. And
dude, Steve-O is like so fucking sober. There was a point in time where I thought about asking him to be my sponsor. And I'm like, dude, I don't know if I want to get like that sober. Yeah, like he's like, shout out to him, but he's like someone that motivates me. But he's like, you know what I mean? He's authentically like what you see is what you get, and who he is who he is, and it does not waver no matter where or what he's doing. It's brilliant.
yeah, it's pretty cool, man. And it's also one of those things like, sobriety, again, if you're just kind of kicking around, you're going out to get drinks every Sunday, you don't necessarily have, like let's say like a problem quote.
Yeah.
It is one of those things that I think when you're, drinking a lot or like partying, it's like, it's almost seems alien. But it like, if you really like strip it down from like, take substances out of it, I always thought it's a really like it's cool for a person to be able to remain with their thoughts in their own state of consciousness rather than, because you constantly escape it. It's like, all right, I'm gonna get stoned, all right, I'm gonna get that. And you're constantly jumping out. But I think that is a serious like sign of mental strength to like, and people do like sober October, which that must be kind of funny when like the whole world's like, we're gonna be sober for 1 month. And you're like, all right.
But I've seen me do that. So like, fuck yeah, I'm all about it.
True. But it's gotta be funny with like 10 years. Like, oh, I'm glad you're having fun.
For sure.
There is something I think that is like, especially the older you get, it's like, it does take mental strength to like sit with yourself, not being able to kind of leave your consciousness like a little bit by, doing like, oh, I want to get a little high, I want to do this, blah, blah, blah.
Totally.
And I think it's like, it's a genuine virtue that I think gets skipped over. People are kind of like, yeah, dude, fuck, I'm going to have a couple beers. Fuck that. Like people kind of dismiss it a lot, especially when you're drinking. But I always thought it was like it's hard to do. It's like, it's very hard to do. And it takes like, when you can't kind of jump out of yourself for a little bit, it forces you to work through, the kind of, whatever, broken gears in your head.
I make a point to let people know that in my programs, right? Because the people that I'm working with, they're coming in, they have a week, they have 2 weeks, they have 4 days, they have 1 day, and they're sitting in there and they're feeling like they're not enough. They could be doing more. They should be further along. And I'm like, look, what you're doing, the majority of society is not. Who wants to strip away their escape routes to be forced to look at themselves, right? With themselves, by themselves, without having any drink or drug to escape the terrible reality that you've created as a result of your addiction, and man up and fucking walk through it. I'm like, I will walk with you people. You people are the ones that I want on my team right now. Like at fucking over 10 years, and you are the people that I fuck with. right? Like, and there's a lot to be said with that because I don't just give my time to anybody.
Sure, yeah.
So it's like I really make it a point because I know in early sobriety, it's like those week, 5 days, 30 days, 60 days. It's like of sobriety. It's like a bipolar roller coaster ride from hell.
Yeah, I can
right?
imagine.
You can be above heaven high. The wind can blow wrong. You're like below hell low, trying to figure what the fuck just happened. So it's important to give people the credit of it takes a lot of work to end up in that position for fucking 2 days sober.
Yeah.
It's and I always say it takes so much longer to get 2 days sober than it will to get 2 years sober.
Yeah.
Because you're just sitting there looking at the clock and you're like,
yeah.
should I not? Can I not? Should I say fuck it and just do it? Should I not do it? You're still consumed with the actual drink or drug. You're just not partaking at that moment.
Yeah.
And to make it through that, to address all these ailments and start to look at you without an escape, that's fucking big boy shit.
Yeah, it sucks.
And most people don't do it.
Yeah, I know.
And that's okay. I need those people that don't do it to show me why I really need to keep doing it.
For sure, yeah.
Right? It's all perspective because they told me in treatment if I changed my perception, I could change my world.
Yeah.
And I bought into that shit. You know, and believe it or not, they were fucking right.
Yeah. No, it's pretty sick, man. I'm happy for you, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's like I'm stoked. I'm grateful. But who really is like my mother, my friends, my employees, the police, the probation, the parole officers, the judges. Life has become a better place to be in with my sobriety, not only for me but for other people.
Yeah, and I always like you were saying, the service thing's big because especially when you're like, if you're in even with with or without drugs, if you're just like living a negative existence, you're usually convinced like in order to conquer my own negative existence, I have to achieve at some level that just somehow like shuts all this down and people will realize and they'll like me. Whereas like in recovery, it's like, or you can just like help people.
Yeah.
And it gets the same thing. Like if you're like lonely, it's like, well, rather than trying to be the man, just go volunteer.
Yeah.
And you'll get that, like, it's like a quick route into kind of like a nice social existence. And everyone just is like, no, I have to conquer the world.
Yeah. It's
like,
too easy. It's too simple.
Exactly. It's really fun. I always thought that was kind of funny.
It's like, it's a simple fucking approach for an overcomplicated thinker.
Yeah.
And that's why I say smart people generally have a hard time getting it.
Yeah.
I had to dumb my way into this position. And that was through me being beaten into a state of reasonableness as a direct result of my behaviors. But it doesn't have to get that way, right? Like one of my business partners, I met him in treatment. It was his first attempt ever at getting sober. And he's remained sober.
Really? He just was like, fuck it up.
So it's like, and that's the frustrating thing. Most people are like, well, why can't my loved one get it at number 1? Why does he have to get to 13 like you? There's no black and white. It's such an individualized process. And if you look at the statistics, it's very sad because it states that you're not going to win. Yeah, but I'm here to fucking say, like,
you
fuck
can.
that.
Yeah.
Like, not only am I going to win, I'm going to fucking kill it. I'm going to own it, and it's going to turn into be my biggest blessing.
Yeah.
And if I can do it, so the fuck can you. There's nothing different between us except for what I was willing to do.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm sure that's got to be like, it's really rewarding too. Like, so like you were saying, having the groups and like seeing like even a couple people kind of take off. Because I guess if you really look at the recovery homes as like, if this doesn't work for me, this whole place is bullshit. Or it'd be like, dude,
for sure.
Yeah, you gotta. Someone's got to do something. What is it? Is like the opiate with overdoses going down? Are they still going up? Or like,
I'm not a big stats guy. I don't look at numbers. I just kind of fucking remain ignorant to it and live in my own world.
Yeah. Well, you don't hear about it as much anymore. It like dominated everything for a while.
After COVID, alcohol became a big thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I have a lot of alcoholics in my facility now.
Gotcha.
And then meth's making a pretty big
meth made
big
it.
push.
Wow, comeback.
A lot of people got off heroin or fentanyl with meth.
Yeah. I've heard. I've known people who have like off the heroin, meth comes into the picture, and they're like, "Damn, I'm actually super productive." And then
I work with the DEA. I'm like a keynote speaker for the DEA at these summits that they have all over the nation. And I was just doing an event with them in St. Louis, and they were like, yeah, cocaine's making a big comeback. We're fucking busting down big shipments of cocaine. So kind of like how I said Miami Vice was cool again.
It all
like
comes
crack
around.
could be cool again soon with like the
Very well.
80s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's usually how the world works.
Do you think they should legalize drugs? Do you think that'd be easier to help people, or do you think it would make things worse?
I think so. You know, I don't know about legalizing it, but I do believe in like safe injection sites. And Philly was going to be the first place to do that.
Yeah.
And then they shut it down at the midnight hour. And their fear was that like it could trigger others in the community to want to get high. And maybe that's the case, but for me, I would never walk past a safe injection site and like, I think I want to go in there and shoot up heroin.
Yeah, I don't think it would. I think they did this in London or Britain, whatever, years ago. And
I
it
believe
worked.
it works in Sweden. I think maybe.
Yeah.
And what I think would be beautiful about it is you use it as a portal, right? It's a major harm reduction approach. They give you clean needles, clean water, clean cotton.
And they test, obviously, the drugs.
And then they test the drugs. And the majority of the people that are in there don't really want to be in there anymore.
That's kind of what
it's lost its allure.
Exactly. You're under you're in like a doctor's bench.
Yeah,
now,
you're
right?
being fucking monitored as you shoot up with some weird guy to make sure you don't die and to inject you with Narcan. So at the very least, when you do say you're ready, bam, we have avenues to get you.
Yeah.
But now check this out. Me being a major advocate for that, right? I own where I live in Old City, right, in Philly, and a really nice place. And someone said to me, they said, well, would you want it next to your house? And I'm like,
no.
Yeah, because it fucked my property value up, right? And I'm just being transparent and open.
For sure,
and like,
for sure.
So there's two sides to every fucking coin.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, then again, with that, you're gonna have people like popping door handles and all this shit. And it's like, yeah, because you're like
straight up.
Not
So
here.
I really just try to remain like Switzerland in a lot of fucking plays.
That makes
just
sense,
neutral
yeah.
and adapt accordingly.
At least you're honest, because I heard people would be like, I wouldn't care, and it's like,
Yeah,
you sure?
Yeah. That's just the truth of the matter. Now, not saying that like, if the opportunity presented itself and they were going to do it, I would still back it. But in my mind, I'm like, but couldn't you just go a neighborhood over? You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't vote no on it. Let's put it that way. I would not vote no on it, but I would definitely vote for it to be in the next neighborhood over.
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Everybody would.
Yeah. So it's just, I don't know. It's such a individualized thing. I don't know what the approach is except for just taking the time to help one person.
Yeah.
That's it. One person.
True.
And that one person who helped me. Just think about all the heroin that I stopped injecting, all the people I stopped hurting, that the one less needle that's being found on your kid's playground because I stopped shooting up.
Yeah, man.
Like it goes that far.
It's crazy. And again, like you were saying, like people, you get kind of mired in the cliche of it, but it is pretty nuts to think about that. Like if that guy that day had been like, fuck him, I don't feel like doing
Straight
this.
up.
Like you were saying, your mom's upset, but you're burning bridges, you're ripping shit off, you're going to jail, all the shit. And it's like, it's pretty crazy when you think about the ripple effect.
And I believe that that's the approach that will change the outcome. I mean, it's put it this way. So in Delaware, where all my sober living houses are, my treatment center as well, we really wanted the community to see, because in there they said, well, we don't really want them in our neighborhood, right? I get it. So one of the stipulations with Novak's house is when it snows, you have to go out and you shovel your neighbor's porch and their driveway, and like you be kind to humanity and society. And then that was working, and it snowball affected into the guys and women living in Novak's house. They started getting jobs within the community.
That's cool.
And then the people who owned the businesses that started hiring the Novak's house clients, they saw something different in them. Same thing that happened to me. I'd show up to work early. I'd stay late. I took pride in washing dishes. They're like, where are you? What's, because they aren't, it's just different. And they're like, where are you from? What's the backstory? And like, oh, we live in this place called Novak's House. It's a sober house. And what the business owners within the community did on their own, I wish I could take credit for this, is they created a private Facebook page called Novak's House Hires. And if any of these businesses need employees, they put a post up that goes to the Novak's house only. And then if any of the Novak's house people need a job, they put their resume or what their qualifications are.
That's cool.
Because like they're seeing the good that they're creating through the ethics and behaviors. And like it's taking on a whole life of its own. Right. So like it snowball effects, you know, then it opens the window for people wanting to hire people in recovery, where before it was taboo, it was shied away from. You don't do that. They'll rob you. They'll lie to you. They'll steal from you. I'm here to prove that that's not the fucking reality.
Nice.
Of
man.
all of, but like.
For sure. I know what you're saying. Yeah, it can be done.
But, you know, the old saying is if you haven't been ripped off in AA, you're not helping enough newcomers. So it's like.
No, that makes sense. But that's fucking awesome, man.
Yeah, and again, I'm not creative enough or intelligent enough to create that. It's just me stepping out and letting the process play out.
Oh, yeah. Well, dude, I think that's it, man. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate that.
I enjoyed this.
I'm pumped to hear about that, and I enjoyed it too, man. I'm really happy to hear, you know, it's good to hear people taking their time to help the world. Like, that's still a thing, because I think a lot of people
For sure.
just get so, and it's not like a bad thing.
I would
Everyone's
say
just
I'm
caught
guilty
up.
of it too, getting consumed in the rat race.
I'm the worst. Yeah, I have to jump out of it every day.
Straight
and be like,
up.
What the fuck am I doing with myself?
Yeah, once you hit to that point where you hit the wall, right?
Yeah. Daily, yeah.
Same. I wake up every morning with a brain that wants to fucking kill me on a layaway plan.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Install a plan of just like one fucking defect at a time.
Yeah.
So anyone out there that might need help, you can reach me directly at 610-314-6747. Call me, and if you need help with getting treatment.
Nice. Well, thank you so much.
Love you, brother.
See you, bro.
Cheers.
Love you. Thank you.
Of health and gentle sweetness to every kitchen and every quiet night like this one. Nutritional benefits, the silent power within. As you rest tonight, imagine yourself holding a fresh green pea pod in your hands. Feel its cool, smooth surface, its firm curves holding the tender peas within. Peel back the pod gently in your mind to reveal rows of small, bright green pearls glowing softly under the moonlight. Within each pea lies a silent power that nourishes your body deeply. Zinc visualized this as a silver light hidden within each pea. As you eat peas, this light flows into your body, strengthening your immune system, supporting healing, and protecting your eyes by maintaining the health of your retina. Feel this silver light spreading within you, wrapping you in silent protection. As you sleep, Lutein pictured this as a golden green glow that travels to your eyes, protecting your retina from light damage, supporting clear vision and reducing the risk of cataracts and macular degeneration. Feel this golden green light wrapping softly around your eyes, keeping them strong and clear through the night and into the new day. Vitamin C, imagine this as a bright white spark dancing through your blood, guarding every cell from harm and keeping your immune system calm and strong as you rest. Vitamin K, see this as a deep blue light moving gently through your veins, helping your blood to clot properly and keeping your bones strong and balanced as you sleep. Fiber, visualize this as a warm brown light moving through your digestive system, cleaning and balancing your gut, allowing your stomach to rest peacefully through the quiet hours of the night. Protein, picture this as a soft orange light supporting the repair and growth of your muscles, keeping your body strong and steady even as it rests deeply tonight. Let these beautiful colors merge into one glowing rainbow within you. With each peaceful inhale, the colors grow brighter and calmer. With each long, quiet exhale, they spread softly through your body, bringing healing, balance, and silent peace. Best time to eat green peas. Imagine yourself in your kitchen as the morning sun rises, filling the room with warm, golden light. This is one of the best times to eat green peas, steamed gently and added to a fresh breakfast salad or blended into a calming morning soup, giving your body early energy, vision protection, and calm focus for the day ahead. Picture lunchtime, when the sun shines high above and your body seeks light nourishment to continue its tasks. Eating green peas at lunch, perhaps with rice, in a warming soup or mixed into a gentle vegetable stir-fry, fills your body with protein, vitamins, and minerals to carry you through the afternoon with peace and strength. Green peas can also be eaten at dinner, steamed lightly with carrots, or added to clear broths, filling your body with their calming sweetness before sleep. Their gentle digestion makes them a peaceful choice for evening meals, calming your stomach and preparing your body for silent, restful sleep. Imagine yourself lying down upon a soft bed placed in the middle of a moonlit green pea field. Low vines curl gently around you, their tiny tendrils wrapping softly along slender wooden stakes. Above you, the moon shines full and calm, bathing your face in silver light. The breeze carries the fresh, sweet scent of green peas and moist earth, filling your chest with silent peace. With each breath, feel the nutrients of green peas becoming a rainbow of healing light within you. Feel your eyes protected by golden green light, your immune system strengthened by silver light, your bones calmed by deep blue glow, your muscles restored by orange light, and your entire body wrapped in the quiet brown warmth of peaceful energy. As you lay down and let your eyes close softly, feel the cool air around you calm your cheeks and forehead. Let your breath slow into gentle, quiet waves. With each inhale, draw in peaceful calm. With each exhale, release the warmth and weight of the day, letting it slip away into the silent darkness. Now, imagine yourself walking barefoot along a stone path under a peaceful moonlit sky. Above you stretches an endless blanket of stars, each glowing softly like tiny lamps in the night. The moon shines full and bright, casting silver light upon neat rows of small green bushes rising before you. Hanging from their branches are bright, round fruits glowing under the moonlight, some deep red like rubies, some golden orange like the sun, some green with hints of blush. Walk slowly along the garden rows. Feel the cool stones beneath your feet grounding you with each quiet step. Reach out your hand and touch a ripe red tomato, feeling its smooth, warm skin under your fingertips. Its weight rests gently in your palm, filled with silent strength, life-giving energy, and deep nourishment that will guide you into calm, healing sleep tonight. The origin of tomatoes, let us travel back together, deep into the ancient lands of South America, where tomatoes first grew wild in the highlands of Peru, Ecuador, and northern Chile. Small, bright fruits grew along low bushes, their flavors sweet, tart, and rich with life. Imagine an early Andean farmer walking barefoot along narrow mountain terraces at dawn. The sky above glows pale orange as the sun rises behind high snowy peaks, wrapped in woven cloth tied at his waist. He bends to pick tiny red and yellow tomatoes from sprawling bushes, placing them into a woven basket. These small fruits will feed his family that morning, bringing sweetness and silent power to their bodies. The tomato traveled north into Mexico, where it was embraced by the Aztecs and grown widely in their gardens. They called it zytomatal, meaning plump thing with a navel. Imagine quiet Aztec gardens filled with sprawling green vines, heavy with small round fruits. Women wearing woven tunics crush ripe tomatoes with chili, herbs, and salt, creating salsas to accompany maize, tortillas, and roasted fish. Tomatoes were loved for their sweet, sour, and umami taste that brought life and brightness to every meal. The journey across the ocean when Spanish explorers arrived in Mexico in the 16th century. They tasted the tomato and carried its seeds back to Europe. Imagine wooden ships rocking gently upon blue waters, filled with chests of gold, beans, corn, cacao, and precious seeds of new plants to feed royal gardens far away. At first, Europeans feared tomatoes, thinking them poisonous because of their bright color and membership in the nightshade family. Imagine Italian monks planting tomato vines in monastery gardens. Their bright red fruits admired like ornamental flowers, but rarely eaten. Yet slowly, in southern Italy, cooks discovered their deep sweetness and gentle acidity, creating sauces that brought new life to bread, pasta, and fish. Picture a quiet Italian village kitchen in the morning sun, with a pot bubbling gently over. A clay stove filled with ripe tomatoes, garlic, olive oil, and basil. Their sweet scent fills the room as a woman in a cotton apron stirs the sauce slowly, preparing a meal that will feed her family and neighbors with warmth and love. Today, tomatoes are grown all over the world, becoming a symbol of health, flavor, and life. Their red color carries within it the power of the sun. Their taste carries the freshness of earth and water, and their silent nutrients carry the healing of nature itself. Nutritional benefits, the silent power within as you rest tonight. Imagine yourself holding a ripe red tomato in your hands. Feel its smooth, cool skin, its firm weight, and the slight give beneath your fingers. Within this humble fruit lies a silent power that nourishes your body deeply. Lycopene, visualize this as a deep, ruby red light glowing within the tomato. As you eat it, this light flows into your body, becoming a powerful antioxidant that protects your eyes from light-induced damage, keeps your vision clear, and reduces the risk of macular degeneration and cataracts. Feel this ruby light wrapping gently around your eyes, keeping them strong, calm, and clear as you sleep. Vitamin C, picture this as a bright silver light dancing through your blood, strengthening your immune system and protecting your cells from harm during the quiet hours of night. Vitamin A beta-carotene. Imagine this as a warm golden light, keeping your eyes healthy, your skin nourished, and your immune system standing guard quietly as you rest. Potassium, see this as a gentle pink light flowing through your veins, keeping your heart rhythm steady, lowering blood pressure, and bringing calm to your cardiovascular system. Fiber, visualize this as a soft brown light moving gently through your digestive system, cleaning and balancing your gut, allowing your stomach to rest peacefully as you drift into sleep. Folate, picture this as a soft blue light that winds, supports healthy cell growth, and keeps your mind balanced and clear through your dreams tonight. Let these beautiful colors merge into one glowing rainbow within you. With each slow inhale, the lights grow brighter and calmer. With each long, peaceful exhale, they spread softly through your body, bringing healing, balance, and deep peace. Best time to eat tomatoes. Imagine yourself in your kitchen as the morning sun rises, filling the room with warm, golden light. This is one of the best times to eat tomatoes, sliced fresh with eggs and herbs, or cooked gently into a calming breakfast soup, giving your body early energy, vision protection, and silent strength for the day ahead. Picture lunchtime. When the sun shines high and your body seeks freshness and calm energy. Eating tomatoes at lunch, raw in a salad, cooked into sauces, or blended into soups fills your body with vitamins, antioxidants, and gentle hydration, keeping your mind focused and your heart peaceful. Tomatoes can also be eaten at dinner, cooked softly with olive oil, garlic, and herbs, filling your body with gentle warmth and quiet healing before sleep. Their light, easily digestible nature makes them a peaceful choice for evening meals, calming your body and preparing it for silent, restful sleep. Now, take a long, soft breath, in and out. Imagine yourself lying down upon a soft bed placed in the middle of a moonlit tomato field. Low green bushes rise around you, each crowned with bright red and golden fruits glowing under the silver sky. The breeze carries their sweet, earthy scent, filling your chest with peace and warmth. Above you, the moon shines calm and full, casting gentle silver light upon your closed eyelids. Around you, the tomatoes glow like ruby lanterns in the night, bringing you their silent promise of protection, calm, and strength. With each breath, feel the nutrients of tomatoes becoming a rainbow of healing light within you. Feel your eyes, protected by ruby red light, your heart calmed by pink glow, your immune system strengthened by silver light, your mind balanced by blue light, and your entire body wrapped in golden warmth and peaceful energy. The meaning story of vegetables, for I helped imagine walking through a peaceful garden at dawn. The sky painted with the first light of morning. As you wander barefoot across the cool, moist earth, you come across 9 quiet guardians of your eyes, each holding a secret gift of protection and clarity. First, you see the carrots, their golden roots hiding beneath feathery green tops. They whisper, "We give you the light of night, keeping your vision clear in darkness with our beta-carotene." Nearby, wide green leaves of spinach wave softly in the morning breeze. They say, "Within us is lutein and zeaxanthin, guarding your eyes from the harshness of the sun, keeping your sight strong with age." Beside them stands broccoli, sturdy and proud. It says, "I carry vitamin C to protect your eyes from damage, and my lutein and zeaxanthin stand watch over your visions." Future. You walk further to find rows of sweet corn, their golden kernels glowing in dawn light. They speak softly, "We hold lutein and zeaxanthin for your retina's protection, keeping your vision clear and true." In a quiet corner grows kale, dark, green and strong. It whispers, "My lutein and zeaxanthine are pure and rich, a superfood shield to keep your eyes young and sharp." You turn to see onions with their slender green stalks rising from golden bulbs. They say, within us is quercetin, guarding the lens of your eye, reducing the shadows of cataracts with quiet strength. Near them shine the bright colors of red and yellow bell peppers. They glow and say,